Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Fire in His Kiss by Ruby Dixon. Narrated by Noel Bridges and Jeremy York. What has gone before? In 2016, the world came to an end. Not with bombs, not with war, but with fire. One day a rift opened in the heavens and dragons poured forth, as terrible and violent as the beasts of legend. Like ants, they swarmed over the human cities, destroying everything in their wake. Buildings crumbled, and as they did, so did society. Mankind learned that their guns had no effect on the unearthly creatures from another dimension. Riots broke out as men were forced to fight not only for their survival against the dragons, but against each other. The people who survived those first brutal days took to hiding. Eventually, small groups of survivors banded together and formed forts where they could live safely and securely. In the after, concrete is the building material of choice, and people freely give up their rights in exchange for protection for their families. The forts themselves are isolated and corrupt, run by a power-hungry militia. The guns they carry might not be useful against dragons, but they're more than enough to keep the people of the fort in line. For 7 years this goes on, and a new society emerges. It's in this world that Claudia Jones lives. She makes a hard-scrabble living by scavenging and selling what she can on the black market to feed her sister Amy. Sasha Kennedy isn't a scavenger, so she sells what she has, her body. The three friends are able to scratch out a living for a time, until Claudia is caught and sentenced by the new militia. Instead of exile, though, they choose to take her out into the scavenge lands, bait to tame a dragon. It's a desperate effort for the failing fort that's been besieged by violent attacks. To Claudia's surprise, though, she meets a dragon that's unlike what she expected. Kyle is fierce and possessive, but can also be kind and loving. She becomes his mate and decides to rescue both Amy and Sasha from Fort Dallas and its corrupt militia. In the process, Claudia and Sasha fly away on Kyle's back, only to have Sasha fall. She is immediately snatched away by Duck, a crazed male dragon helping in the assault on Fort Dallas. Claudia has to decide to save Sasha or her sister Amy, and ends up choosing Amy. Sasha is whisked away by the wild dragon and lost to her friends. Of course, there are two sides to every story. This is Sasha's. 1. Sasha. There's a dragon nearby, waiting in the darkness. I'm terrified to breathe, to move, to do anything. I've never been so scared in my life. Fear has made the slow boil of nausea in my stomach turn into a tornado, and I'm covered in a cold sweat. Growing up and watching nature shows on TV, I never understood why the gazelles would freeze in place as the lion hunted them. I get it now. I feel very much like a gazelle about to be pounced on. The gold eyes whirl in the shadows, watching me. The dragon shifts nearby, and it feels as if the whole room shakes with it. It's so large, beyond massive in size. I bet it could eat me in a single bite. And that makes my panic climb a few more notches. I cringe in place, waiting. I'm so scared I can't even close my eyes, because I'm afraid he might see that subtle movement and attack. The dragon lumbers forward another step, coming out of the deep shadows of the strange room and into a beam of light. I'm both awed and horrified at the sight of the creature. It's the most beautiful, overwhelming, deadly thing I've ever seen. I hold my breath, hoping that he won't see me. But then those whirling golden eyes fix on me, and I want to cry out in terror. Please, God, let me pass out so I don't have to be awake when he eats me. If God's up there, though, he's silent, because I'm still conscious as the dragon moves toward me, one ground-shaking step at a time. I back up as best I can, ignoring the pain that shoots up my broken arm and my wounded ribs. I hurt all over, but that won't matter for much longer. All I can do is stare at those hypnotically golden eyes and wait for the gigantic dragon maw to open up and eat me. The enormous head moves in slowly, and I gaze at it in awe. I'm transfixed, like a cobra before a snake charmer. I try to remember what Claudia said about dragons, but I can't think straight. All I remember is that hers was scary, but not as panty-wetting terrifying as this one. Maybe because he wasn't looking me right in the eye like this one is. Claudia. Oh God, is she here? Is Amy here? Am I getting my dragons mixed up and this is hers? The friendly one? I look for familiarity, but this one seems darker than the last one. And when he leans in, I see one of the frill horns on his head is broken. Claudia's dragon didn't have that. He wasn't this darker shade of gold that's so deep it's almost amber. A flash of memory slides through my terrified thoughts. Of Claudia, trying to hold me behind her. Of losing my grip and sliding off the side of the dragon. Free-falling through the sky into nothing, only to be snatched in mid-air before I hit the ground. The impact of it had knocked the air out of me and jarred my bad arm so badly, it knocked me unconscious. But not before I saw a vague, massive shadow of a dragon. Vomit rises in my throat. I fell off one dragon and got snatched by another. This is really, really bad. I've never been so afraid. Not even when Tate lost his temper. Dealing with a soldier that likes to use his fists is different than a wild creature that wants to swallow me whole. The dragon steps a bit closer, and then the great head lowers. It's almost majestic. A cross between a snake and a cat, really, with elegant bones and a long muzzle that gleams golden in the low light. If I wasn't so scared, I'd be fascinated, because it looks just like the dragons out of legend, right down to the long wings, muscled legs, and wildly flicking tail. It leans in a bit closer. Then I'm gazing right into the plate-sized eye, watching as it whirls from black to gold and back to black again, watching me, considering me. If you're going to eat me, just do it, I whisper, because otherwise I'm about to pee myself in fear, and I won't taste as good. Though I don't know why I'm telling you that. The eye flares gold, and for a moment, the dragon focuses in on me again. It's weird, but it's almost like he understands me. Which he should, I guess, if Claudia is dating one. She said they were shape-changers. She also said that hers was interested in mating. I shudder. I can't imagine anything more terrifying at the moment. Terror sweeps through me again. I hope he was in his human form when he and Claudia... when they... Nope, I can't picture it. The eye goes black again, and the dragon rears back, head lifting. Oh God, this is it. My mouth goes dry and I stare up, unable to move. But the head only moves side to side, almost undulating back and forth. It's not shaking its head in an effort to communicate. I don't know what the fuck it's doing. And that's just as terrifying as anything else. As I watch, he curls his mouth back, revealing jagged teeth, and then snaps at the air like a dinosaur in one of the movies I used to love as a kid. I'm not loving it now. The scent of char washes over me, mixed with a strange, spicy smell. I sob, hunching over and wrapping myself protectively around my bad arm. My ribs burn with pain, and there's a fresh injury on my leg that I'm too scared to look at. Just kill me already, I sob. Do whatever it is you're going to do. Just quit torturing me.
Doc. My mate. Mine. The thought tries to break through the darkness, but the bad thoughts keep flickering forward, and I am unable to push them back. They are like ravens flocking. No, like buzzards. They sense I am weak in thought, and they wait for me to die. I snap at the thoughts, the air, the buzzards, trying to make them flee. My teeth close on nothing, and the bad thoughts flutter close by again. Kill things. Kill her. Destroy. Hurt. Hurt like you are hurting. Take your anger out on her. Your world is destroyed. Your life destroyed. Your people destroyed. It's her fault. Her and her people. Over and over, the ravens and the buzzards repeat these things, moving closer and closer, until the light that the human female provides is nearly blacked out once more. I curl my lips back, and I can feel the steam rising in my lungs. Killing is so easy. It is what the voices want me to do. But then the female sobs, and waters from her eyes. She speaks, her voice soft and sweet and terrified. Like a splash of water in my face, consciousness returns, and the ravens flutter back to mutter their evil in the back of my head. I do not listen. I am fixed on the human. My human. I rumble low in my throat, pleased at the sound of her voice. I want more of it, more of her, more of everything. Mine. I want to curl my claws around her and draw her close to my breast. I want to protect her and hold her close. I want to bury my nose in that soft-looking mane of hers and breathe in her scent. The fear smell she is emitting makes me pause, though. I do not want for her to be frightened. I want her mating scent to fill the air. I want for her to snarl and confront me, to challenge me like a dracony female would. If she challenges me, I can conquer her and mount her, claim her as my own, take her as my mate. The thought fills me with a burst of joy, and I realize how long it has been since I felt happy. Kill her, the ravens mutter in my ears. Kill, hurt like you are hurting. But looking at her makes me hurt less. Looking at her makes the maddening sounds, the constant cries of the birds pecking at my mind, go silent. She is mine. She is also frightened, and I do not know how to fix that. How do I please her and have her stop making the fear smell and change to the arousal smell? Dracony females are aggressive. They find a male dragon and approach him, claws bared and fangs exposed. Perhaps she needs time to do so. I settle on my haunches and wait for this female to show me a sign. A flash of claw, a hint that she will change to battle form. Something, anything. So I stare and wait. Time passes. The small female continues to drip water from her eyes, her breathing gasping and choked. She sounds distressed, and this bothers me. Is she sick? Injured? I watch her closely, looking for blood or limbs bent the wrong way. There is a darkness on one side of her face that concerns me, but it is hard to tell because her features are small and delicate. When she shifts her weight, pressing farther back against the wall, I see that one limb is bound tightly, and she favors it. She is injured. Have I done this to her? Horror fills my gut. I have wanted nothing more than a mate all this time, and I have injured the female I have chosen as mine. Even a male challenging a female will not harm her. There might be light bites or pressure on her limbs to make her give in, but never injury. It makes no sense to harm the one you wish to carry your young. As if sensing my thoughts, the ravens dive in again, their thoughts twittering in my ear. "This one is weak," they cry. "Kill her and choose another. Pluck another female from the human hive, one that is strong and brave." Compelled, I step forward, lowering my head. The ravens talk sense. A mate should be bold in body and spirit. This one is not. Would it not be kinder to rid this world of such weakness and select another? I lean in, ready to bite, to destroy and dismember. The female cringes back against the wall, averting her face and pushing flat against the stone. She closes her eyes and makes no sound, waiting. She knows. I hesitate. The scent of her, female, gentle, soft, tickles at my nose. Even though she is weak, I like her scent. I rub my nose along her skin and find it soft and pleasant. Lust rushes through me, and I growl low in my throat with the pleasure of it, even as the ravens scatter back again. It does not matter if this one is weak. She is mine. Mine, 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 mine. I flick my tongue against her skin, tasting her, but the acrid scent of her fear overwhelms my senses. It fills me with frustration. Why is she so frightened of me? I watch as she twists her body, trying to get away from my touch, and as she does, again she favors her side. It is then that the scent of blood washes over me. A sinking, awful feeling shakes me, and I rear back. Is she afraid because I have injured her? It was me that caused her wounds? I try to think back to when I snatched the female from the air, of how I held her if anything snapped. But the ravens and buzzards cry out in my thoughts, laughing at me, mocking me. I wounded my mate. I hurt her. I almost destroyed her. She bleeds because of me. She hurts because of me. The thought fills me with horror. Even now, the ravens urge their awful suggestions in my ears, telling me to harm her, to rid myself of her before others see how weak my mate is. She is small and fragile, wrong for one as strong and mighty as myself. But because she is small, should I not want to protect her? Even now, I feel a fierce need to shield her from the vultures in my thoughts, to keep her safe. I bite them back, snarling. I will not listen to their lies. Not this time. I take another deep breath of her scent. It is tinged with fear smell, but underneath it is a sweet, pleasant scent that makes the bad thoughts retreat. I inhale deeply again, and the ravens scatter. She will keep them at bay, I think. And once she is my mate, and I claim her, like Kyle claimed his mate, the ravens will go away forever. I settle on my haunches to wait.
2. Sasha. He's not leaving. The dragon just stares and waits a few feet away from me. I don't know what to do. I ache all over and my mind is a scattered mess. I feel dizzy, though I know a lot of it is because of fear. I can't seem to catch my breath. I'm hysterical, my thoughts flying in every which direction. And I keep waiting for the dragon to move forward and eat me, but he doesn't. He waits, and that makes me crazy with anxiety. What is he waiting for? Calm down, Sasha, I tell myself. You've been in bad situations before. You'll live through this, and if you don't, at least you'll stop hurting. You've survived Tate. You can survive a dragon. If he wanted to eat you, he would have done so already. Strangely enough, that realization helps. I focus on calming my breathing, taking deep lungfuls of air. I don't look at the dragon because if I do, I'm going to freak out again, and I can't do that. Calm, I remind myself. Relax. I exhale slowly and go to the place in my mind where I'm detached and safe, like I do when I have to visit Tate. I pull myself out of my surroundings. I tell myself that everything is temporary, and all I have to do is get through this. My breathing slows down, and I calm. The tears stop pouring from my eyes, and I'm able to think clearly. I can get through this. I'm strong. I will survive whatever this dragon wants from me. I've survived Tate. I've survived the rift. I can survive anything. I close my eyes and mentally assess my wounds. My broken arm is throbbing with pain, but I don't think it's any worse than before. My splint needs to be adjusted, but I can do that later when the dragon's not watching me like a hawk. Just the thought of the dragon so close by sends a tremor through me, destroying my zen, and I take a few deep, gulping breaths to try to get it back. When I settle my mind once more, I continue. My ribs hurt badly, but they're survivable. I don't feel as if my chest is collapsing, so they're likely just bruises. My hip feels hot and painful, and my clothing is wet with blood. Okay, that means that I've been shot. It can't be a bad wound, though, or I wouldn't be conscious. I'd be dead, so it's gotta be insignificant. All right, I can deal with that. I take another deep breath, focusing on the bigger problem at hand. The dragon. Again, I shiver at the thought, but I force myself to stay calm. Rational. Claudia knows a dragon, and she's fine. She's smart, and I trust her judgment. If she thinks she's safer with her dragon than in Fort Dallas, she must be right. Okay, then. Not all dragons are bad. There's the sound of teeth clacking together again, and I don't have to open my eyes to know the dragon's biting at the air again. What he sees there is beyond me, but whenever he does that, I wither a little more inside. What if he gets tired of biting at the air and decides to bite at me? But Claudia wasn't scared of hers. And if he wanted to eat me, he'd have plenty of time to do so already. It's time to be brave. Man, I hate being brave. I swallow hard and open my eyes. The dragon's still staring at me, intent. The eyes flick from black to gold as I watch, and I dig my fingers into my jeans, wondering if that means something bad. Only one way to find out. Hi, I say softly. There's no response. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. He's a dragon, of course. I've never heard of them speaking. Claudia said hers spoke when he was in human form. Can you shift into human form so we can talk? The eyes blink at me slowly. I'm both fascinated and terrified by the whirling gold on gold of the dragon's pupils. Anything? Can you understand me? The dragon shifts forward on its haunches and the head zooms close in again. I inwardly cringe but force myself to remain still as the big nose runs up my arm and then sniffs my hair. I can feel his breath on me, hot and scary, and smelling suspiciously of ash, and my mouth goes dry. His teeth are as long as my forearm and inches away from my face. But he only sniffs me, and then the nose drops lower, pushing at my hip and the wound there. A low growl escapes his throat. "Oh God, please don't do that," I whisper. The eyes flick back to me, and the growl stops. He noses my hair in a manner almost like a horse. A really, really, really big horse, with fangs. When I stop speaking, the head lowers again, and he inspects my wound, nosing at the blood-crusted denim. I suck in a breath as he examines me, then pushes at my side, knocking me over. I land on my bad arm and choke back a cry of pain, because the dragon's busy being fascinated with my newest wound, and I don't dare push him away. So I lie still, twisting my torso slightly to keep the weight off my bad arm. Something hot and smooth moves against my leg, and I yelp to see the teeth come out, the dragon's lips curled back. He growls when I move, and so I go still again, biting on my knuckle to try to stay silent. Is he attracted to the scent of blood? Is that why he's so fascinated by my wound? Is this the precursor to his attack? I barely hold back another whimper as the teeth scrape gently near my wound, and I close my eyes. I'm such a coward for not wanting to look, but I can't. I just can't. The sound of ripping denim makes me open them again. I look up in surprise as the dragon tears at my jeans, already fragile and worn from years of use. The fabric tears with a mighty rend all the way up to the belt, and then flies off my bad leg. And then my bottom half is partially naked. The dragon's head lowers again and he sniffs at my skin. I can see blood all over my hip and bruising. One of the bullets must have winged me. He growls once more, and then, as I watch, his tongue flicks out and moves over the wound. It takes everything I have to stay still. The tongue is hot and wet with saliva and feels like sandpaper being rubbed over my skin. It's not comforting at all. In fact, it's making everything hurt worse. It's not like I can stop him, so I close my eyes and mentally go to my good place. In my mind, it's back to the world that was before. There's no rift, no dragons, no death. It's just nice and quiet and peaceful. I picture a meadow full of birds and butterflies, flowers blooming amidst the grasses. Today, I decide there should be deer. Maybe there's one with a fawn that's frolicking amongst the flowers, and the sky is so blue, without the rift in sight. It's calm and soothing, and I imagine a nearby creek full of fish, the water gurgling. Everything is bliss.
Doc. I finish cleaning my mate's wound with my tongue, and she does not move. My heart thuds heavily in my chest, and I nose her, alarmed. Surely that small action did not break her small body. But no, she breathes. She is just not responding. I nose her again, but again she ignores me. Is she asleep? Perhaps she is tired. I inspect her, running my nose up and down her small form. Her leg is no longer bleeding, which is good, though I am concerned that her soft skin cannot withstand my ministrations. She is colored a deep reddish purple in the places I licked. I tried to be gentle, but perhaps I was not gentle enough. I touch my tongue to her skin again, exploratory. She tastes sweet, and part of me wishes that she still bled, so I could continue to care for her wound, to continue licking at her delicious taste. Eat her. Let her blood wash over your fangs. The ravens are back, gibbering in my ears. I ignore them and take another deep breath of the human scent. It makes them go away again, for a little while. My female smells like the human hive, but underneath, I like her scent. I run my snout along her bared skin again and pause at the apex of her thighs. I can smell her cunt. Need washes through me, something I have not felt in a very long time. I am surprised at the intensity of it, and then I give in, letting it roll over me. Of course I lust for her. She is my mate. I have chosen. Weak, the ravens cry out. I ignore them. For the first time in a long time, it is getting easier to refuse them, to push them aside. It is because of her, and I welcome it. I would much rather focus on my human than on them and their terrible words and terrible wings. I run my nose up and down her body again, and then press it against her thighs, inhaling deeply of her cunt's scent. It is musky and pleasant. Not aroused, not yet. But in time, I will make her challenge me. I will welcome her attacks, and then I will subdue her like any good dracony male. And when I have conquered her, I will claim her as my true mate and give her my fire. Until then, I must be patient. Reluctantly, I pull my nose away from her sweet scent and scoop my mate up in my claws. She is limp, and I raise her to my nose again to make certain that she breathes. When I am content that she does, I relax and settle on my haunches, tucking her body close against my breast. I will sleep curled around her to protect her. From now on, she is mine to watch over.
Sasha. It's weird to wake up and realize that you've slept all night in a dragon's claws. I don't think I've slept a full night since the rift itself, because there's always something to intrude on my thoughts and keep me from relaxing into a deep sleep. Things like starvation or worry over safety. Things like Tate. Things like dragons. But I slept. I don't know what time it is, and I open my eyes, blinking at the daylight that filters into the chamber. It's brighter than it was before, so time must have passed. I'm still resting on the dragon's curled foot, the claws forming a cage around me. It's warm here and comfortable, but as I rouse to consciousness, the fear returns. I'm being held by a dragon, and I don't know what to do. I lie still, terrified. The dragon isn't moving, but from the angle I'm at, I can't see his face to know whether or not he's asleep. Baby steps, I decide. I test the different parts of my body quietly, flexing muscles to determine how things feel. My hip feels like a big raw wound. No surprise there. My arm hurts, but it's gone back to the low, dull throb of the broken bones instead of sharp pain. My ribs and face ache, but they're better than yesterday. My neck is stiff, I have to pee, and my stomach is empty. So pretty much it's a normal day for me, except the dragon. I wonder if he's awake. I shift slightly in his grip, moving to the edge of the foot that holds me. He doesn't move, and so I scoot a little farther to the edge, then land on my feet on the floor and glance back to see the dragon's reaction. He doesn't move, his head tucked against his other paw. As I watch, one large gleaming eye opens and regards me, the pupil a dark, smoky gold instead of the black it flickered yesterday. The dragon knows I'm awake. He just watches me. Okay, then. Hi, I say softly. I'm just stretching my legs. When the dragon makes no move, I get up and stretch, trying to make my motions as unassuming as possible. As I do, I scan the area. The edge of panic is starting to disappear. It's clear the dragon doesn't want to eat me. I don't know what he wants, but it's not my death, so I can focus on other things now. I decide it's time to check out my surroundings. It's immediately clear to me that we're up high. There are holes in the ceiling of the cavernous room, letting sunlight in, and the view of the sky through those holes is uninterrupted. Off to one side, there's an enormous gap in one wall, where plastic sheeting flutters, and I can see nothing but open sky up ahead. An unfinished building, maybe? I look around, but there doesn't seem to be furniture of any kind, just empty concrete floors and a few shattered walls. The room is big, bare, and full of dust. There's no place to sit, and it doesn't look like there's a toilet of any kind, so I rub my bad arm absently and begin to walk around. My hip burns with each step, but I ignore it. There has to be a way down other than just the hole in the side of the building. It's clearly how the dragon got up here, but surely I'm not trapped. I move to the far side of the big empty room and stifle a scream when the dragon rises to his feet, stretching and yawns with an impressive show of teeth. He moves like a cat, all sinew and grace. And if I wasn't so terrified of him, I'd be fascinated by that. As it is, I freeze in place and hug my arms close to my chest, waiting to see what he's going to do. The dragon moves to the edge of the ledge and lumbers there, tail flicking back and forth. He moves until he's blocking the ledge from me and there's no way for me to get to it. Obvious dragon is obvious. I get the message, though. I'm not to go out. It's not like I can get very far anyhow. There's no way I can climb the side of the building and get down myself. From what I can see, it looks like we're pretty high up. I'm stuck here, unless I find a stairwell or a working elevator. I turn around and pace the rest of the room, and the dragon follows me as I do. The unease returns to my stomach, and it grows when, despite my survey of the room, I don't find a stairwell. I do find a couple of spots where rocks have crumbled and the floor and wall are destroyed, and I suspect that maybe that was the way down. Either way, I'm stuck here until the dragon decides to fly me down. More distressing than that, there's no bathroom that I can see. There's no water, no toilets, no nothing. This building must not have been finished. Even the ceiling is little more than bare beams in places. This is about the worst place to be held captive, and my throat's starting to hurt and feel scratchy. My stomach growls, but I ignore it. I'm always hungry in the after. I turn to the dragon and decide it's time to try to communicate again. Can you understand me? I keep my voice low and smooth because I don't want to alarm him. When that elicits no response, I bite my lip. How the heck did Claudia communicate with her dragon? I don't mean to be a bother, but I need something to drink. Or a bathroom. The dragon just stares at me, watching me like a cat with a mouse. I pantomime drinking as best I can with my good arm. Drink? Water? Please? When the dragon only stares at me, I bite back my sigh of frustration. I'm not getting anywhere, and I don't know what to do. I glance around looking for a different way to communicate and see a piece of rock near my foot. I pick it up and begin to write on the concrete floor, the rock scraping against the cement to make poor lettering. But at least it's lettering. W-A-T-E-R. I write it out and then point to it. Can you read? He watches me, tilting his head ever so slightly, like a cat when it's trying to understand something. I don't think he's stupid. I think I'm just not getting across to him. Again, I make a gesture for drinking water. It's no use, though. I might as well be asking a horse to bring me a Happy Meal. I press a hand to my forehead, exhausted. Never mind. I guess taking care of your captive isn't high on the to-do list. I let the rock tumble from my fingers and retreat back to my corner, sagging against the wall.
3. Dock. I watch, confused, as the female collapses against the wall and sits down. She closes her eyes and sighs heavily. She looks exhausted by that simple movement. I do not understand. I want to go and nose her again, to demand that she wake up and speak some more. I do not grasp her words, but I like the sound of her voice and the babbles she makes. More than anything, I just want to hear her speak, to see her face move as she talks, to see her strange dark eyes fix on my face. I want her to look me in the eye and challenge me. I want her to change to her battle form so that I can accept her challenge and make her my mate. Every hour that she is out here is another hour that she is vulnerable to being snatched by another male, hungry for a mate. Just the thought makes me growl in frustration. This human is mine. I want no other. At the sound of my growl, the air changes, and I can feel the fear scent rolling off her again. Frustrated, I retreat a few steps to give her space. I do not know what I am doing wrong. Did Kyle not get his mate to challenge him? They are mated, so she must have. His scent is all over her, his fire in her blood. I want this human to accept me as hers. But to do so, she must begin the mating process. I study her, waiting to see if she shows any outward signs of changing forms. There is no reddish mating flush to her pale skin. In fact, if anything, she looks less healthy than before. No scales are in sight either, nor a hint of wing. There is nothing to encourage a mating. I don't know what to do. Never have I encountered a female that did not challenge a male unless she was a fledgling, or already mated. I scan the female again. She is not underage, I do not think. Her body smells like that of a mature female, nor do I scent another on her. Kill her, the ravens whisper in my ears. She is no use to you. Destroy her. I shake my head to silence them. I want this female. She is mine. Perhaps it is I who is not giving the correct signals. Perhaps I am doing something wrong. But what? My mind is muddy from years of violence and rage, and my memories are full of vultures. I cannot pick through them without encouraging my tormentors forward. Only my female keeps me sane. There has to be an answer. Maybe humans think differently than Draconi. Maybe I am the one doing something wrong. Lies! I snap at the raven before it can say more, chasing it off. If my female's signals are different, I need to learn them. But how? I think of Kyle and his human female, but they are happily mated. I will not know how to recognize a courting signal in one that is already claimed. I need to see other humans. I must go back to the human hive. I rise to my feet and give my wings a satisfied flick. Of course, that makes sense. There are many female humans there. I can observe them and see what signals they give to males. Once I recognize it, I will know what to look for in my female. I reach out to her mind, to try to let her know where I am going, but there is no answer. Her thoughts are closed to me. Not for long, though. Once I mate her, she will hold nothing back from me. The thought is a satisfying one, of claiming my female's body as well as her mind. I like this very much. You will leave her? They laugh furiously at the thought. You are a fool. She will get snatched by another. No, leave her, adds another. Leave her behind and get yourself a new mate at the human hive. Leave her? They laugh at the thought. Leave her, they demand, whispering insidiously in my ear. I am torn. I cannot claim her as she is, but if I do not figure out how humans act, will I ever be able to claim her? But abandoning her is not the answer, no more than anything else. She is mine. It does not matter that I have not mated her yet. She belongs to me and only me. I contemplate bringing her with me to the human hive, but they carry fire spitters. The spitters do nothing to a Draconi's thick hide, but my human is soft and fragile and already wounded due to my clumsiness. I will not put her in more danger. Then what? Someone will scent her, and if I am not here to guard her, they will claim her. Scent her. Through the incessant chattering of ravens in my head, I try to think. I need something to cover her scent, to put a male Draconi off, to confuse him so he does not realize she is there. The human hive stinks of waste, but I cannot go there and come back quickly enough to satisfy my protective instincts. I need something to block her sweet scent. Something that smells terrible and pungent, and that other Draconi will avoid. And a moment later, I know just the thing. I plunge to the ledge, flinging myself out of the strange square nest I have claimed for myself, and swoop to the ground below. There, at the edge of the nearest waters, is a half-rotted corpse of a beast with horns and hooves. It has been there for several days, long enough for it to bloat and for the flies to set in. The stench of it is strong enough that it carries for a distance on the wind, and so I carefully scoop it into my claws and fly it back to my nest. I can smell her lovely scent before I arrive, and not even the stink of the rotten creature in my claws is enough to stop the growl of need that rises in my throat. When I approach the ledge, I see that she has gotten to her feet and is wandering close to it as well. The sight of me returning makes her scramble backward, her eyes wide with fear. The female says something, hugging her arms close to her chest. I do not understand her words, but surely she will know that I am doing this to protect her. I drop the dead meat at the edge of the ledge, so the putrid scent of it can carry onto the winds and cover her lighter smell. She makes a little cry, raising a hand to her nose and backing to the far side of the room. This I am pleased with. Perhaps she does understand what I am doing then. I bugle a call of affirmation to her. I want to grab her in my claws and bury my snout in her hair, but I dare not. I must go and watch the other humans at the hive so I know how to court mine. Every moment I waste is another moment that a male could rise to challenge me for her. I devour my precious female with my eyes, memorizing her slight form, and then reluctantly turn away, launching myself back into the skies. I circle the large stone building that my nest sits atop of, but there is still the faint, delicate scent of my female in the air. I need more distraction. Frustrated, I return up to my nest and flame, setting the rotten corpse on fire. A horrible stink wafts into the air, and the female makes another cry as I take to the breeze again. This time, when I circle the building, there is nothing but the smell of rotten flesh and char. Excellent. I take off for the human hive, beating my wings as quickly as possible. I need to go fast, because not only must I outrun my rivals, but the ravens that live in my thoughts as well. Even now, I feel them waiting, ready to destroy my mind. They will close in again all too soon, so I must be ready. I focus on my female, my mate. I do everything for her. The human hive feels as if it is an endless flight away, and before I even get close, I hear an annoying sound rising in the air. A faint stir of memories tells me that this loud sound also happened when I snatched my mate. It is a warning of some kind, then. "Destroy it," the ravens whisper. "Destroy everything. Burn the hive to the ground. You have what you need." Fire licks at my tongue, and my claws curl with the need to hurt, to maim, to destroy. It will please the ravens. I circle around, contemplating. The stink here is 10 times worse than anything I have ever experienced, and it makes my head itch. It feels as if my thoughts are full of birds, all angry and fighting to get out. They grow stronger by the moment, and I can feel them pecking at my eyes. I am going to fail my mate. My mate. Just like that, the birds scatter from my mind, and I can think somewhat clearly. I glide over the hive, high enough to see the humans scurrying into hiding. This is not going to help my task. I need them out and about, acting like normal humans. They'll never do so as long as a dragon is flying overhead. I should change into my two-legged form. The moment it crosses my thoughts, I realize I've forgotten entirely that I have a two-legged form. It has been so long since I have been anything but in my battle form, and suddenly my skin itches with the need to transform. I will be vulnerable if I do, but only if they catch me. I will just not allow myself to be caught, then. I fly a short distance away and land on a flat area. My wings beat slowly as my claws click on the smooth surface, leaves blowing about. I crouch low and then I try to remember how to shift to my two-legged form. A moment later, I am staring down at my hands, flat on the ground. Human-like hands. I get to my feet slowly, flexing as I rediscover the feel of my two-legged form. My balance is different like this, and I feel a great deal lower to the ground, but it is not a bad way to be. My head is quieter, and that is nice. I curl my hand, gazing down at the talons tipping each finger. So similar to the human form, but still deadly. Humans seem to be soft all over. My mate. She is soft all over, too. I growl low in my throat, pleased at the thought, and turn, looking for the human hive. It is there, distant, the strange barricade stinking of fire and metal. I walk purposefully in that direction, though it takes quite a bit longer to travel in two-legged form than battle form. I had to land a fair distance away to make the humans think I had left the area. Even now, the siren blares a warning that makes me grit my teeth. By the time I get to the barricade, the jarring sound of the siren is gone, and I can hear the low murmur of humans once more. The scents of the hive are overwhelming this close. Fire and waste and sweat and skin and meat and... I shake my head to clear it. No sense in picking out each one. Best to ignore them all. I take a deep breath through my mouth and begin to climb the barricade. My claws make it easy to find purchase, and within moments I have scaled the top of the shaky, teetering wall. I crouch low, so the humans do not see me, and wait. It does not take me long to realize that most humans are stupid. Once their sirens cease, they crawl out of their houses, laughing and talking that loud, strange gibberish. Cook fires are started again, and within a short span of time, the hive buzzes with activity once more. If they realized that a dragon yet watched them, they would probably be less boisterous and more reserved. I watch as a human wanders near. It smells female, but it is small, much smaller than my female. An adolescent, then. The little one skips to the nearest fire, where a male stands, stirring something that smells like roasted flesh. He smiles at the tiny female, chatters something, and then picks up a round thing and fills it with the roasted flesh, then hands it to her. Food. Of course. My mate is probably hungry. I should feed her when I return. Eating is instinctual in battle form, but of course I must remember to feed my human. She cannot leave the nest, and will need me to care for her. The thought fills me with fierce pleasure and pride. To think that I will be feeding my mate. Mine. I have waited for her for so long. A female wanders into view. This one is adult, and she smells different than my mate. Unwashed and sweaty, and carries the stink of other males on her. My lips curl at her stink. She saunters toward the male at the fire, watching with interest as he stirs. The male looks up and gives her a stare, then says something. She points at his meat over the fire, and then gives her hips a little wiggle. He grins and leans in, pressing his face to hers. A moment later, he gives her a bowl, and she eats quickly. Then they both glance around, whispering, and move behind a pile of debris. As I watch, the male throws the female's strange clothing up and pushes into her from behind, Faintly, I can pick up the sounds and scents of rutting. The ravens peck at my mind, but I push them back. Not now. I am trying to make sense of the human actions. I am confused by them. The female did not challenge the male. She did not turn a mating color. She did not wait for him to subdue her or to dominate her. She laughed and chattered at him, and even now chatters as he grunts and pushes into her. I have seen no mating signs, yet they are undoubtedly mating. I think about the way they pushed their faces together. Is that a human mating sign? I think of Kyle and his human mate, trying to recall if they shoved their faces together, but my thoughts are blurry. I focus on the thought of my mate again, with her soft brown eyes and the tangle of her hair. Perhaps taking care of the human female by feeding her is enough to bring her into heat? The thought fills me with excitement, and I fling myself back down off the barricade, hopping to the ground on the far side. I have seen enough of these humans and their smelly hive. It is time for me to return to my nest, to my human. I shall feed her and care for her, and then wait for her to press her face to mine in her mating signal. Of course, now I need something with which to feed her. I think of the humans and their pot of flesh.
4. Sasha. I can't breathe. Or I suppose I can. I just don't want to. I cough into my hand, then pull my t-shirt back over my nose and mouth, breathing through it. The stench in the room is unbearable. I've never smelled anything so bad as the putrid cow corpse, until he lit the damn thing on fire. Now it's smoking down to nothing but charred, greasy bone, and the stink feels like it's in my entire body. Heck, in my soul. It's so awful and invasive, and part of me wonders what the heck kind of message the dragon was supposed to be sending with that. I mean, Claudia said her dragon was a little crazy at times, but this is mega crazy where I'm concerned. I don't know if it's a warning to me, but I'm unsettled and on edge, waiting for the dragon to return. Since he's been gone, I've looked around for more stairwells, and there's one area buried by rock that might be a likely candidate, but digging it out with one good arm means it's a slower than slow ordeal. I've moved some of the rocks, but stopped constantly, afraid that the dragon would come back and see me trying to escape. But the stink is becoming pretty overwhelming. I want to kick it over the side of the ledge, but I'm terrified of how the dragon will react. Claudia's so much braver than I am. I don't know that I have a brave bone in my body. She's brave, but I'm a survivor. And that means that you're not always brave. Sometimes you're cowardly. I'll do what it takes to come out the other side, just as long as I stay alive. And if that means breathing in dead cow fumes while waiting for a crazy dragon to return, so be it. That's what I've got to roll with. I doze off on the floor, somehow, and when I wake up, my throat feels dry, and my tongue feels like wool. I have a headache from lack of food, but the thirst is bothering me more. Is this how I'm going to die? Forgotten by a dragon and left alone to starve? It's not how I pictured going out. Funny, I always thought Tate would end up killing me. Not that I want to die, I don't. But I knew making deals with Tate was the equivalent of playing with fire. And I knew that it took more and more to satisfy him each time. I was warned not to make deals with the militia. Claudia told me again and again that it was a slippery slope to whoring. But Tate seemed nice, and he offered me food in exchange for a date. And then he wasn't as nice. And it wasn't really a date so much as a quick, rough fuck. And later on, there was less food and more roughness. But I didn't have a choice at that point. I was starving. The thing with Tate was, if he'd just wanted sex, maybe it wouldn't have been so bad. But Tate doesn't get off on having his dick stroked like every other guy. Tate gets off on pain. When I agreed to let him do what he wanted with me in exchange for money or food, I knew what I was doing. When things got worse, I went with it because a few slaps beat starving. That's how I got really, really good at blocking things out. I'd just think of my perfect place and zone out while he hit me and whipped me. Tate figured it out, of course. He didn't like it when I went to my Zen place. That's how I ended up with a broken arm. I couldn't block that out. If this dragon turns out to be the same kind of bully as Tate, I'll just deal with that too. It doesn't matter what he does to me as long as I stay alive. Maybe someday I can get back to Claudia or back to Fort Dallas. Back to safety. As if my thoughts have summoned him, I hear the flap of wings. I get to my feet. My bruises and aches protest the movements, but I feel more on guard when I'm on my toes. A second later, the massive form of the dragon descends onto the ledge. He steps forward, holding something carefully between his front feet, and as I watch, the head rises. His nostrils flare, and then he kicks the remnants of the charred cow corpse off the ledge. Okay, well, that's one way to clean house. I huddle against the wall as he lumbers forward, his movements awkward. He uses only his hind legs to walk, which throws me off, until I see what he's holding in his hands. It's a bathtub with water in it. That's random. Does he want me to take a bath? I glance up at him surprised, trying to read his draconic face. He steps forward a few more feet and then gently sets down the tub, water sloshing over the edge. I'm so thirsty that I can't help the whimper that escapes my throat at the sight of all that water splashing onto concrete. A second later, the dragon lowers his head and gently releases something he was holding in his teeth. It's a cookpot, one of the enormous ones from one of the Fort Dallas fires, and it's still got stew in it. Shocked, I stare at the dragon. He pulls back on his haunches and flutters his wings, settling in, and then watches me, waiting. My mouth waters, and my throat feels so incredibly dry, and it makes me a little bolder, I think. I take a step forward and gesture at the tub and the stew pot. Is this for me? My voice is scratchy even to my own ears. The eyes flick golden, and he nudges the stew pot in my direction. Okay, definitely for me. A tiny smile curves my mouth, and I rush forward, heading for the water. I'm going to drink my fill before this turns into a trick of some kind and it's taken away from me. I lean over the edge of the tub. The water looks clear enough, even if there's a bit of debris floating in it, and I don't doubt that it was scooped up from one of the nearby rivers or lakes. Not the Trinity River, I hope. But I cup my hand and take a drink anyhow. The water's cool and sweet, and has a hint of a fishy taste to it. I don't even care. I gulp down mouthful after mouthful, water streaming down my chin. When I've drunk my fill, I collapse against the side of the tub, mentally exhausted. Thank God I'm not going to die of thirst. One worry down. I rest my cheek against the side of the bathtub, eyes closed. I'm so tired and weak. I need to get my strength up to eat something, but right now I just want to lie down and relax without this knot of tension in my belly. It's not going away, though. Not as long as I'm being held captive by a dragon. The dragon. I can't hear him. I open my eyes and sit up again, curious. As I do, I see a naked man standing on the opposite side of the tub. The dragon's nowhere to be seen. Panicked, I grab at the edge of the tub and shove myself to my feet. "Oh no, you have to get out of here! You... I pause as the man gazes at me steadily with the most intense gold-on-gold inhuman eyes. This is the dragon. Oh. I feel a little stupid. Of course, it's the dragon. Claudia said hers turned human too. I just thought... Well, I don't know what I thought. It's startling to see a man standing next to you when a dragon was once nearby, but it can't be anyone else. Those gold-on-gold eyes flick with a little bit of black, and then back to gold again. And I know it's him. I can't help but stare. I'm just so surprised at the sight of him. He's handsome. On second look, he's not entirely human, of course. That doesn't surprise me. His skin is a deep, rich shade of bronze that looks to be covered with a shadowy scale pattern of some kind. His body is bigger than any guy I've ever seen, and extremely muscular. His biceps are enormous and taut, and I notice that his lower arm seems to have draconic-looking spikes, even in his human form. The spikes continue along his hairline at his temples, neatly holding back the tangle of equally bronze-looking hair on his head. He's gold on gold on gold, and he'd be breathtakingly beautiful if I didn't know that he was a dragon. His face is something else. His features are a little too strong to be completely human, with a nose strong and proud, high cheekbones, and a heavy brow. His jaw is chiseled, though, and his lips look like they've been sculpted by one of the greats, back when marble statues filled museums and society mattered. And even from here, I can tell he's got long, thick lashes. He's really easy on the eyes. Really easy. My eyes could easily travel all the way down the dappled six-pack on his abs, for example, all the way down to his... I force myself to stay locked with his gaze and put a smile on my face. "So you're human after all." I was starting to wonder if I was crazy, or Claudia was crazy since she was the one who told me you guys shift. But I guess she was right. Can I say I'm relieved? Oh, great, now I'm nervous talking. It's a bad habit of mine. I give him an anxious smile. He smiles back, revealing long, thick fangs and pointed teeth. Eep. That's a little more sinister than I care to see. I keep smiling, but it's a bit more difficult. They're just teeth, Sasha. They don't mean anything other than he's a meat-eater. Like, sharks. Yeah, somehow that doesn't make me feel any better. I remain in place as he comes around the bathtub and moves to my side. I can't stop staring at him. I'm just surprised that he looks so very human. And so very not at the same time. It's fascinating and a little bit eerie, too. Up close, the scent of him wafts over me, and he smells a bit like cinnamon and warm male skin. It's an unnervingly appealing combination. He leans in and sniffs me, hard. I give a little jump of surprise. "Oh, I'm sorry, you just scared me." I back up against the side of the tub. I'm just jumpy, of course. You would be too if you'd been left here with a rotten burning cow all day. The dragon man ignores my little jab and puts his hand in my hair. He runs his fingers through it, and I notice that his hand is tipped with these wicked-looking claws. Double eep. He lifts a handful of my hair to his nose and sniffs, and then rumbles low in his chest. I hope that's a good rumble and not a hungry rumble, I say, keeping a smile on my face, because I'm not much of a mouthful. He doesn't seem to pay any attention to my words, just leans in closer, Boy, you're not very good with personal space, are you? I say nervously. I step back again, but I'm running out of room to step back in. A few more feet and I'm going to be against the wall. Still, if all he wants to do is sniff my hair, I've had worse. The dragon man does sniff my hair again, but then he leans in and buries his face against my neck, inhaling even deeper. I muffle my little shriek of surprise and do my best to stay still, because I don't want to make him mad. This is just you getting to know me, right? Right. We'll go with that for now. Of course, that thought goes out the window a moment later. He licks the column of my neck, long and hard, and I wince. His tongue is as raspy and sandpapery as it was when he licked my wound. It's not entirely unpleasant against unbroken skin, but it's awful friendly. All of him is awful friendly, including the hard dick that I'm pretty sure is pushing up against my hip. Yeah, I'm no innocent. I can guess where all this sniffing is going. Claudia said her dragon wanted a mate. I guess this one does too. And I don't know what to do. I've sold myself to Tate in the past for money and for help surviving, but that was because I was desperate, and it was only one person. I hated myself each and every time I did. I'm not sure how I feel about selling myself to a dragon. Scratch that. I know how I feel. I'm utterly and completely terrified. He keeps sniffing at my hair, caressing my skin, and generally invading my space. It's uncomfortable to be the object of such intense fixation, especially considering he's naked. I don't know what to do. I certainly don't want to piss him off, considering he can turn into a fire-breathing dragon. But I worry all this touching is going to head in an unpleasant direction if I don't speak up. I gently pull away, keeping a fixed, friendly smile on my face. Thank you for the water. It's really nice of you. And when that doesn't elicit a response, I take another step away. So, do you speak English? He cocks his head, studying me, and then moves away. I rub my arms, relieved to see him go. That was a little too close for comfort, and he's far too unpredictable. I wish he'd say something. Anything. It would take away a bit of the strangeness and uncertainty. But he's completely silent. As I watch, the dragon man moves to the big stew pot and sticks his hand in. He scoops up a handful of congealed stew and turns, offering it to me. Oh, I guess we don't have bowls. I put my hands out. He ignores them and steps forward, raising his hand toward my face. It's clear he doesn't intend on passing off the food. Okay, I guess dragons feed their friends with their hands. Or something. I try to pick a chunk of meat out, but when he makes a low growl in his chest and pushes his hand toward my face again, I decide it's not worth the fight and lean in. This might be the weirdest meal I've ever had. I gingerly nibble at one of the larger chunks, but I'm starving, and the stew is delicious, even if it's cold. I soon forget that I'm eating out of a stranger's hand and hold onto his wrist as I eat, wolfing down the food. By the time it's gone, I'm still hungry and have to resist the urge to lick the grease off his fingers. His eyes gleam bright gold as he watches me. When I'm done, I take a step back, my cheeks flushing with embarrassment over what I just did. That was strange. What's even stranger is that I'd gladly take another handful if he offered it. But he doesn't. Instead, he moves forward toward me, and before I realize what he's doing, he presses his mouth to mine. Or rather, he presses his face to mine. It doesn't feel like a kiss, not even remotely. Baffled, I stand completely still as he rubs the lower half of his face against mine. What is he doing? Then he growls low in his throat, and the sound isn't angry. Rather, it's low and pleased. He grabs me by the shoulders and turns me around, pushing me forward. I grab the edge of the tub to steady myself, and as I do, he tugs at the waistband of my half-torn-away jeans and rips them completely off. Oh God, I know where this is headed. I bite the inside of my cheek and stand still, my eyes closed. Dread and loathing fill my mind. This dragon wants sex, and I shouldn't be surprised. Claudia said hers wanted a mate. It isn't any different for this one. Thing is, I'm not interested in a mate. I hate sex. I hate being touched. I hate all of it. And I have Tate to thank for that. But even Tate wasn't like this. With Tate, I knew what I was getting into. It was my choice every time. I was the one who walked to the barracks and sold myself. If nothing else, I was in control of that part. This? I have zero control. I have zero say in the matter. He's going to take me whether I want it or not. And I've got a broken arm and bruised ribs and a wound on my side that aches even as he pulls me backward and positions my hips. This guy is a dragon. He's taller than me, built with muscle, and incredibly strong. He's got me captive up here. To fight him would be a death wish. So I won't fight. I need to stay alive. Still, I can't help the tears that slide down my cheeks. Just put up with it until it's over, I remind myself. You can go to your happy place and zone out for a while. This won't last forever, and it's the only way to survive. I feel him rub the length of his cock, thick, hard, and hot, against the crease of my backside. That invasive touch shatters any hope of going to my happy place. I can't. I'm too freaked out. I gasp out a sob, unable to help myself. The dragon goes still behind me. I freeze, sucking in a breath. I'm terrified I've somehow made him mad with my crying. Tate liked tears, but what if this guy, this dragon, views it as an insult? I need to stop. I sniff and rub my face against my sleeve, trying to compose myself. But then a hiccup escapes my throat, and I can't stop crying. Even after all these years in the after, years of doing anything and everything to survive, I have my limits. I still feel small and unsafe and vulnerable, and I hate it as much as I hate his touch. My humiliation grows when I can feel him drop to his knees behind me. He grabs my ass and buries his face between my thighs, inhaling deeply. God. But then he stands. Hands touch my shoulders. They're scorching hot like the rest of the dragon man's skin, and he straightens me and turns me to face him. I flinch, expecting the worst. The look on his face isn't one of anger, but confusion. His eyes flicker black and he raises a hand to my cheek, wiping away my tears with gentle fingers. He studies the wetness on his hand, then lifts it to his mouth to taste it, and gives me a curious look. Sorry, I sniffle. I'm scared. I know what you want, and I swear I'll try to be accommodating, but I'm not ready. I need a little more time, okay?
Doc. The human female leaks from her eyes again. I know what it means now, because it is accompanied by her fear scent. She is scared. She is scared of my touch. I smelled her cunt, and there is not a hint of need in her body. If I touched her, it would not be because she wanted it. It would be because she was too afraid to say no. I do not understand. I thought I did the human mating signal. I pressed my face to hers, and she accepted it. Why does she not wish to mate? Do I still do something wrong? Her eyes water more, and she looks sad. It hurts me to see that. It hurts me to think that she is scared of me when I want nothing more than to please her. I caress her soft cheek and wonder what it is I need to do to make her welcome my touch. My cock aches, and my fangs burn with the need to give her my venom, but I will not force her to bend to me. There is a difference between a mating battle and simply conquering a female without her permission. To do so is appalling. The female says something in that soft voice of hers, and she sounds sad. I stroke her cheek again, frustrated. If we had the mental bond between mates, she would understand me, and I her. But until we mate, and I give her my fires, we are strangers. And as long as she is covered in her fear scent, she will never challenge me. Humans are difficult. Rid yourself of her, the ravens whisper, swooping into my mind once more. The human hive has more females. Take one of those. Rend this one with your claws. I growl at them, because the very thought makes me angry. I would never hurt her. She is the female I have chosen. I want no other. The female goes still, her eyes wide with fear at my growl. I have to bite back another one of pure frustration because it was not intended for her. Again, I wish for the bond in our minds. I must go to Kyle, I think, and ask him how he brought his female into a mating heat when she will not change to battle form. I must defend, cry the ravens, even as I smell it. An intruder, an interloper. Someone thinks to take my female from me. The snarl of rage that bursts from my chest comes with flame.
5. Sasha. The dragon man pulls away from me with an angry snarl and a rush of flame rising from his throat. I draw back, startled, wondering what I did to cause him to change moods like that. A moment later, I hear a faint, angry cry. That of a dragon. And then I grow cold with fear. Another dragon. Before I can blink, the dragon man takes 2 leaping steps away, and then erupts into a flash of golden wing and lashing tail. He can transform so fast. I stare as he takes to the air, sailing off the ledge and out into the sky. Almost immediately, I see a flash of red, and another angry cry as the second dragon dive-bombs him. I choke, stumbling backward. The need to hide, to protect myself, grows with every moment. After 7 years of dragon attacks in the after, I don't feel safe out in the open with a dragon nearby. I have to hide. I'm not safe here. I look around the big, empty floor, but there's no place for me to take cover. No concrete rooms or reinforced doors. No metal shelters to protect me from dragon fire. There's nothing but empty, open floor. I'm screwed. I don't know what to do. A flash of wing tumbles past, and I gaze out into the open sky, shocked. The red and gold are intertwined, fighting nearby. Another horrible thought crosses my mind. What do I do if the gold dragon, my dragon, loses? Even if the other dragon flies away again, I'm going to starve to death up here. Abandoned. I've got to get out of here. I rush to the ledge and grip the edge of the wall, gazing out. There's no walkway, of course. No fire escape. Not even a concrete lip that would allow me to drop down to another level, provided I had 2 good arms and a healthy amount of daring. But I don't have either. Nor do I see the dragons. The sky in front of me is clear. A terrible roar comes from overhead, and I feel a rush of flame sear at my curls. I scream and duck inside, backing away, my hand on my hair. It's not on fire, but the stink of singed hair permeates my senses. I move away from the ledge, standing next to the bathtub full of water, when a dragon thumps down onto the floor, landing. It's the red. My eyes widen in shock. It's smaller than the other dragon, its muzzle slathered with white scars. Blood pours down its neck, dotting the scales with more pulsing red. Smoke curls from its nostrils, and as I watch, those great black eyes focus in on me. The dragon inhales. Gold slams into it from behind, sending them both tumbling. Fire flies through the air and I duck against the side of the bathtub, trying desperately to stay clear. The 2 dragons thrash and there's more fire, smoke filling the enormous chamber as they wrestle, claws and wings and tails everywhere. The red spouts flame again, and it comes awfully close once more. My heart hammering, I realize that they could torch me even as I sit here, trying to stay out of the way. Even if I avoid their crashing bodies, I could end up a charred heap regardless. I huddle against the tub and then realize what I've got. Of course. I climb into the bathtub, even though every inch of me is screaming to duck down near the floor again. I ignore the protesting throb of my broken arm and sink down into the water. And when the thrashing dragons spin closer, I suck in a breath, then duck under the surface. A brief moment after I do, heat crackles over the water, and I can feel the temperature rise in response. Shit, that was too close. I open my eyes underwater, letting up bubbles. I can't see much except the occasional lick of flame. I want to stick my head up and take another breath, but I worry I'll pop up just in time to take a face full of fire. So I push my hands against the sides of the tub and wait. I hope I can hold my breath long enough.
Doc. Tearing out the throat of the female interloper does not fill me with satisfaction. There is no joy in destroying another of my kind, especially a female. Not when I know she is as crazed as I am. The ravens shout in her mind as well as my own, making it impossible to think clearly. Her madness was overwhelming, and every attempt I made at communicating was drowned out by her own wild thoughts. She sensed an unmated female, and wanted to destroy her, seeing her as a rival. I could not let her harm my human. Never. As her blood washes over me, I wait for the calm my human brings to my thoughts. I wait for my female to chase away the choke of birds fluttering through my head, for her presence to silence the litany of voices in my mind until I hear just one, hers. But there is only silence, and the fury in my mind continues. I cannot calm. The urge to destroy things, to destroy others, rocks through me. I cannot shake it, or the obsessive need to use my claws to rend and tear. Kill, the ravens caw. Hurt, destroy, like you have been destroyed. But I cannot, not without a mate to care for. My mate? Where is she? I send a bugling call into the air, but there is no answer. Panic makes the ravens attack, pecking at my eyes, my scales. They swarm over me, and I fight to push through the bad thoughts they loose in their wake. My mate. I must focus on her. She is everything. I scan the room, but there is nothing. No small human figure cowering in a corner. There is only the round container full of water, with a shadow floating atop it. With an angry bellow, I bound across the room and snatch my human from the water. She is limp in my claws, and I give her a little shake, nosing her as delicately as I can to try to rouse her. She hid in the water to avoid the fire of the female attacker? My clever, clever little human. The female is still for a long moment, then begins to spit water, gurgling and coughing. She clings to my claws, and I pull her tight against my breast, protective. She is not leaving my grip. Not now, not ever. I inhale deep lungfuls of the foul air of this place, but I cannot clear my thoughts. All I can see is rage. Rage that the female dragon dared to attack my mate in her nest. Rage that the ravens continue to mutter their dark thoughts in my head. Rage that I am trapped here in this terrible place. Rage that I almost lost my female. Rage. So much rage. My female says something, interspersed between coughs, and the sound of her raw voice just fuels my anger. She should not be hurting. She should be safe with me. She should be my mate at this point, and yet she will not give me a mating challenge. All of this fuels the fire burning in my belly until smoke is pouring from my nostrils. I am a mere breath away from losing control. She touches my claw and says something, but it is drowned out by the angry maelstrom of my thoughts. Her hand moves on my scales, but I am barely aware of it. All I can see is fury. All I can hear is anger. Then, something soft and sweet pierces through the darkness. The dark clouds in my mind rise, and in their place, she is there. My human. Her voice is gentle, and she is making a strange little sound that is not quite speaking, not quite humming. It is calming and pleasant, and I feel the ravens ebb away as she continues to stroke my claw, making those soothing noises. My mate. I focus in on her, letting her noises wash over me and fill me with peace. She eventually stops and says something to me, the curious note in her voice telling me that her chant has finished, and she is asking a question. And the question, it sounds like my name. I forgot I had one.
6. Sasha. When I finish singing the nursery rhyme to the dragon, the curls of smoke have stopped pouring from his nostrils. Thank God. It's taken every ounce of courage I've had to remain calm and collected in the face of his, whatever fit he was having. His eyes had gone completely black, and smoke was coming from his mouth and nose as if he were barely holding it together. The claws wrapped around me were tight. Blood and gore dripped from his muzzle, a reminder of what he did to that other dragon, who lies in a pool of blood entirely too close by. This is the stuff of nightmares, but I can't be upset that the other dragon's dead. I'm too relieved that I lived. I suppress a shudder, thinking of the drowning feeling, of being underwater and too afraid to surface. I stayed under longer than I'd realized because I must have blacked out. I woke up in the dragon's claws, confused and lungs heavy. It didn't take long to realize he was on the verge of losing his shit either, and so I had to think of what to do to calm him. The only thing that sprang to mind was singing, and so I started to hum the first thing that sprang to mind, Ring Around the Rosie. A song about ashes and death seemed appropriate enough. The song worked, or maybe it was just the tone of my voice. Either way, the smoke has stopped and his eyes have gone from that awful, empty black to the whirling gold on gold again. I stroke his scales, doing my best to calm him. You doing okay, Dragon? Do we need to talk about the attack? His gaze fixes on me with uncanny awareness, and my skin prickles. Is it something I said? I whisper, doing my best not to glance over at the nearly decapitated red dragon a few feet away. I don't want to call his attention back to it, just in case his mind snaps and his eyes go black again. But the dragon very gently, very carefully sets me down on the ground. I gaze up at him uneasily, wondering if this is a bad sign. A moment later, he's human again. Naked, but human. He puts a hand to his chest, gazing at me with these odd golden eyes. Duck. Oh my goodness. Is that your name? Doc? I move forward and tap his chest, deciding to pointedly ignore the fact that he's naked. Doc? He makes a gesture with his head that might be a nod. Duck, he says again. And the way he pronounces it is fascinating. There's so much more flavor to it when it comes from his mouth than from mine. It sounds a bit resonant, deeper, more vibrant. Having a name to put to things makes him more human. Hi, Doc. I say softly. I'm Sasha. I'm Sasha, he mimics. Not quite. I tap my chest again. Sasha. I want to say just Sasha, but I suspect this will derail into my name becoming just Sasha, and I don't want to confuse him more. Sasha. I shiver because he says my name in that deep, sonorous way he says his own. That's right. Sasha and Duck. I point at myself, then at him. Do you know any other words? Can you speak anything else? Duck, he murmurs, and then reaches to touch my chest. Sasha. Okay then, baby steps. We're doing good with names. I give him a bright smile. For some reason, I feel ridiculously pleased that we're communicating, even if we're not going beyond names. I study him, noting that his human form is just as spattered with blood as his dragon one was. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I realize he won't understand what I'm saying, so I point at my black eye and my bad arm. Ow. Then I gesture at him. Doc, ow? His heavy golden brows go down and he moves forward, reaching for my bad arm. I have it splinted and wrapped, but everything's kind of soggy and turned to crap since my dunk in the tub. Ow? He asks, a dark look on his face. Sasha, ow, Duck? I don't know what you're saying. I bite my lip. I'm sorry. Sasha, ow? Oh dear. I'm afraid we're getting stuck on the wrong things. I don't want him to fixate on my wounds, not while he's covered in blood and potential injuries of his own. I shake my head and take him by the hand, leading him to the tub of water. Come on. There's not much water left in the tub, and what is left is pretty filthy, thanks to my full-body dunk. But with a discarded scrap of my jeans and a bit of water, I start to wash the dragon. Doc remains still so I can clean him off enough to see that the blood covering him isn't his. He's got a few small scratches, but other than that, it's all gore from the other. I force myself to keep smiling, though I'm a little disturbed as I hand the makeshift towel over to him and indicate that he should finish washing himself. He swipes at his chest absently, his gaze focused on me. Oh, that blood. He killed the other dragon. I don't know if it was necessary or if he just enjoys killing. I wish I could ask. Actually, there's a lot I wish I could ask, but there's too much of a barrier between us. Mostly, I want to know why he's picked me for his captive, and if he's ever going to let me go. But there's no sense in stressing, I guess. I'll have to take things one day at a time. And today, at least for now, his eyes have calmed back down to the gold on gold. As long as they're not black, I can relax. And since he's human and in a good mood, I feel like I need to ensure it stays that way. So I keep a bright smile on my face and gesture at the stew pot full of cold, leftover stew. Should we eat? Eating's actually the furthest thing from my mind with a gigantic dead dragon on the other side of the room. But I don't know what else to do. Stew it is.
Doc. Night falls, and as it does, my human struggles to keep her eyes open. It has been a long day for both of us. Despite her soft touches and pleasing voice, I have remained on alert, worried another dragon, male or female, will come by and view my unclaimed mate as a threat or a prize to be won. Either one will spur an attack, and my mate's hair still smells of char from the last dragon. She cannot be safe until I claim her and give her my fires. But she will not let me claim her. I am at a loss as to what to do. So I return to my battle form and pace about my nest. My human tries to mend her rough, strange skins and put them back on her lower body, and then eats a few more bites of the food I have brought her. It is gone soon enough, and I am afraid to leave her side to hunt her more human things to eat. But I cannot let her starve. Something must be done. What, I do not know, but she is my only concern. I watch as she sags against the wall, asleep. She has been uneasy since the other dragon appeared, and only seemed to relax when I took the corpse and dumped it over the ledge and out of sight. There is still a large blood stain and the smell of the invader everywhere I turn, and it makes me unhappy. I do not want reminders that someone tried to murder my mate, to take her from me before I could even claim her. I move to her side, feeling the need to hold her close once more. She does not wake, and I gently pick her up in my talons, cradling her against my scaled chest. She turns instinctively toward me, seeking my warmth, and my heart fills with pride. For once, the ravens and vultures seem very far away. It is pleasant, not half as pleasant as touching her, but a pleasant all its own. I study her as she sleeps against me. She is so small and fragile, my human. The arm she has covered in strange wrappings, the ow, concerns me. It is clear she is injured, and I worry I have done this to her. I must be more careful than ever before, because the thought of harming her makes me sick. Her face is discolored on one side, and as I brush her hair off her face with a talon, I gaze down on her small features. Will she ever look at me with encouragement, I wonder? Will she ever take her battle form? Or are humans too weak for such things? How can I possibly mate her if she does not invite me? Returning her to the human hive is out of the question. Sacha is mine now. I say her name again, tasting it on my tongue. Sacha. Sacha. It even sounds delicate and fragile, like my mate. Carefully, I run one claw along her good arm, caressing her. She sighs and snuggles closer against me, and I want to rumble with pleasure, except that will wake her. It takes everything I have to remain silent. I stroke my claw down her soft skin again, petting her over and over. Touching her comforts me. It makes me feel peaceful inside my head. And when she makes a little noise of pleasure in her sleep at my touch, I vow that she will be mine. Whatever it takes, she will be mine, and she will make that very noise with my cock buried deep inside her as I am mounted on top of her, claiming her. One thing is certain, though. My nest is not safe. It is too close to too many other dragons. The human hive is a magnet for our kind, and I must take my Sacha away from here. I will take her someplace where her scent will not carry to others. Otherwise, she will never be safe.
7. Sasha. The next morning, I eye the nearly scraped-clean stew pot and wonder if I'm hungry enough to scrounge for dried-on scraps. Doc hasn't shown any indication of leaving this morning like he did yesterday, so I wonder if I need to make the best of what food I've got. The little water I have left is cloudy and gross, and I strain it through my t-shirt before drinking a handful. Not that my t-shirt is much better. I splash a little on my face, too, just because I feel kind of wrung out and grimy at the moment. I never thought I'd miss sleeping in our old, broken-down school bus back in Fort Dallas. But there I had blankets and an old mattress. Here the only thing I've got is dusty floor and a dragon. Thinking about the school bus makes me sad. I worry about Claudia. Did she find Amy? Did she live after the attack on Fort Dallas went south? Or did they both get recaptured by the mayor? Or did my friends die? The thought makes me queasy. I don't want to think about that. If I was a real friend, I'd be doing my best to try to save Claudia like she tried to save me. Except I feel like I can't even save myself. If Doc doesn't remember to feed me and bring me more water, I'm in danger of dying. I'm trapped up here, and it makes me more and more nervous with every passing hour that I don't have an escape route if something happens. Sasha. I turn around, surprised. It seems Doc spends more time in his dragon form than his human one. But he's changed on me again and is walking up to my side. It's a little unnerving because he's awfully naked. He moves beautifully, though. As graceful as a cat, and twice as lethal as a tiger. I suspect I could watch him all day, if he wore pants. As it is right now, I avert my eyes every time his dick comes into view because I don't want to be caught inspecting it. I don't want him to get any ideas. So I pretend to be really interested in my grubby, waterlogged sneakers that still haven't dried out after yesterday's dunking. What is it? He moves closer. So close that his junk comes into view anyhow. Eep. And leans over, trying to meet my eyes. Sasha? I smother an awkward laugh. I suppose I deserved that. I look him in the eye. Yes? He points at the windy ledge. Immediately I panic, scuttling behind him. Oh my God, is it another dragon? I'm afraid to look out from behind his shoulders, and I put my hands on his sides as if I can hold him in place like a shield. Doc rumbles low in his chest, and I don't know if he's laughing or pleased, but the sound is a happy one. He turns around and takes my hand in his, just like I did to him yesterday. Then he leads me toward the ledge. Oh, it must be safe. I think I'm panicking because of yesterday's unexpected visitor. What is it, Doc? What do you want me to see? He moves to the ledge and just stares out at the empty expanse of sky. I hold tightly to his hand, ignoring the fact that his fingers are tipped with claws, and gaze out too. I see nothing but the ruins of old Dallas in front of us, and it looks the same as it ever did. The streets are littered with wrecks of old cars, trash, and grass that has sprung up between cracks in the asphalt. Vines crawl up the buildings, and all of the skyscrapers are nothing more than shattered glass as far as the eye can see. Somewhere down below, I see a herd of cattle moving through one of the streets. It's all familiar to me, so I scan the skies. I see nothing. It's a clear day, the weather lovely and warm, without a cloud to be seen. The greenish-gray pulse of the rift is in the same place it's ever been, a jagged wound in the otherwise blue sky. What am I looking for? Not that I expect an answer, of course. It just feels better to say it aloud, like we're having a real conversation. Something specific? He doesn't respond. But when I scan the skies again and still see nothing, I look over at him. Doc's gazing down at me with the most intense, pleased look on his face. It's like he's just enjoying looking at me. It makes me blush and feel shy. When was the last time I felt that? Every time Tate looked at me, I felt ashamed. Every time one of the other soldiers looked at me, they'd jeer at me because they knew I sold myself to Tate. I was trash in their eyes because of what I did to survive. No one's ever looked at me like I'm the best thing they've ever seen. It feels strangely good. What am I looking for? I prompt again, feeling embarrassed. I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear, wishing I deserved the intense look he's giving me at the moment. I'm sure I'm a mess. My hair tangled and my face all bruised up. Of course, he's a dragon, so I'm not sure why I should care. But I do. All Doc does is take my hand again, caressing it. He touches my other arm, the one in the sling. Oh? Is he asking if it's better today? It's fine, I tell him. A break takes a while to heal. Though I'm not sure why I'm telling you this, other than the fact that I like my own voice. Just feels nice to talk, you know? Even if I do feel silly. He nods slowly, as if he understands all this. Sasha. Doc? Then he gestures out at the open air again. Not sure what he's asking, but I shrug. Yeah, sure. We can leave anytime. I'm fine with that. Doc touches my cheek, and before I can react to that gentle caress, he morphs into his dragon form. A second later, the big black claws latch around my waist, and then I'm being whisked off the ledge and into the open air. I'm too terrified to even scream. Oh my God, how does Claudia do this? I dangle in Doc's claws, my hair whipping around my face as he beats his wings, flying higher. I feel completely unsafe. I feel like at any moment he could drop me, and I'd drop 100, No, 1,000 feet below and shatter into a million pieces. I cling to Duck's claws. Please don't drop me. In response, the dragon just pulls in his forelegs and cradles me closer to his big, burningly warm chest. That's something, at least. I hold on to him as tightly as possible, my eyes squeezed shut. I don't care that his skin's so hot that it's scorching my face, or that the wound in my hip is throbbing madly, or that clutching at his scales means that my broken arm is hurting. I'm not letting go for anything. They'll have to prime me off first. We seem to fly forever. At least it feels like forever. Of course, it also feels like an eternity between each gasping breath I take, so I don't know how long it's been. Too long. I don't like flying. Not in the slightest. Eventually, though, I squeeze one eye open. The ground is still as terrifyingly far below as it was before, and I have to choke back a whimper of distress. But when Duck wheels about, catching an updraft, I see the tall, broken skyscrapers of old Dallas far behind us, and getting even farther away. That makes me curious. Just where are we going? Where is he taking me? And how am I going to get back? I look up at the big dragon that's holding me in his claws, but it's impossible to see much of anything except golden throat, golden wings, and golden scales. In fact, the scales I'm currently pressed against are so hot that it's like hugging a frying pan. It's scorching my skin, and I shift against his claws, trying to get comfortable. He immediately loosens them slightly. I shriek, holding on. No, don't you dare let me go! I feel a low rumble move through his belly, and Doc obligingly tightens his grip around me. The rumble continues, and I have a sneaking suspicion that he's laughing at my hysterics. It's not funny, I retort up to him. I want to smack one of the claws gripping me, but I know not to bite the hand that feeds me. I'm not that comfortable with my dragon just yet. Well, he's not exactly my dragon, but he's the dragon I know. I guess that makes him mine, in a way. We continue to fly on until the cluster of ruined buildings thin out, and then we're flying along a highway, heading west with the morning sun at our backs. My muscles start to ache from being clenched with fear, and my wounded arm and hip both throb in unison. It doesn't look like there's anywhere to stop, though. Then I see it. Up ahead, tucked in the trees, there's a recognizable flat gray roof of a long, enormous building, with an equally impressive parking lot. I know what that building is, and we're so far out of the city that it might be more intact than the stuff near Fort Dallas. It's a supermart, one of those enormous stores that sells everything from groceries to sporting goods to cookware to televisions to everything in between. I make a weird little excited noise in my throat at the sight of it. Doc's claws tighten around me in an unspoken question, and so I point ahead. That building! Can we stop there? My spirits drop when I remember I'm talking to a dragon that doesn't understand English. But I'm both surprised and pleased when he lowers, spreading his wings to glide in toward the building. Maybe my excited pointing meant something to him. Either way, it doesn't matter. I'm thrilled at all the possibilities that the store represents. I'd never gone scavenging with Claudia, but she told me tons about it. How the stores are looted and trashed, everything useful stripped bare. How she would sift through piles of garbage for hours, looking for a can of tuna that might have been missed, or a package that was unopened. She talked about the stink of the animal corpses when a bird or a rat or a deer would wander into the building and die. Claudia had all kinds of disturbing stories about scavenging in the after. But I remember shopping in the before, and I loved it. I've been without so many things for so long that I'm practically dizzy at the thought of new clothes or shoes, or heck, a bowl for my food. Doc dives down and flaps his wings, landing gracefully in the parking lot. It's overgrown, and there are still a few broken-down cars scattered in old parking spaces. Rusty shopping carts are scattered and flipped on their sides. Everything's covered with weeds and dead leaves. But the doors of the supermart are intact. Dirty, but intact. I pat Doc's claw, indicating he should put me down now that we've landed. He releases me, setting me down gently on the asphalt, and watches, waiting to see what I do. Am I in charge? This feels kind of backwards. But if that's the case, I'm going to roll with it because I'm dying to see what's inside that store. The possibilities have me ridiculously excited, though I'm guessing I'll have to limit what we take with us since I have no idea where we're heading next. I smile hesitantly at Doc, and don't even mind when his big nose pushes against my hair in dragonish affection. I approach the entrance of the supermart, and I'm a little dismayed to see that the sliding glass doors are cracked open about 2 feet. It's dark inside, so I can't tell if everything is messed up, but that's not a good sign. Looks like someone's been here before us. I guess it's not surprising, but I'm still a little disappointed. I sigh and glance up at Doc. Let's go in anyhow. At my side, Doc sniffs, running his nose along the edge of the metal and glass doors. His nostrils twitch and flare, as if he smells something bad. And then he shoves his snout into the crack, trying to wedge the doors farther apart. Hey! I protest, putting a hand on his head. You're not going to be able to go in dragon-sized. You need to change to human size. I tug at him, then pull on one of his horns. Change already. He pulls back and glances down at me, eyes whirling with gold. Change, I instruct again, though I know he doesn't understand the words. Give me Doc. I gesture to indicate someone a bit taller than me. Doc. A flick of an eyelash later, and the human-looking Doc is suddenly standing before me. I smile encouragingly. That's better. Shall we go inside? I take his big hand in mine and start to go forward. He growls low in his throat. I freeze in place, my body going cold. Have I offended him somehow? What did I do? Doc moves forward, pushing ahead of me, and then steps between the crack in the glass doors. He walks in another step or two, scenting the air, and then turns back to me and holds his hand out. Oh, I guess this is him checking the area out to make it safe for me. I feel a little silly now. You're kind of a chest-beating alpha male, aren't you? All right, you can lead as long as I get to shop as much as I want. I put my hand in his and step through myself. Immediately, there's a weird smell to the place. I wrinkle my nose and try to rub it before I remember that I shouldn't use my bad arm. Ugh, what's that stink? A skunk, maybe? Doc leads me forward, and I realize it's not all that dark in here. Most of the big fluorescent lights are out, but there are a few scattered in the ceiling that are on. Emergency lights, I think. That's a relief. I can't imagine what we'd miss out on if we were stumbling around in the dark. Because ahead of me, it's a scavenging wonderland. I don't care that the store itself is stinky or everything's covered with a layer of dust. Beyond the tangled scatter of metal shopping carts barricading the front entrance, there are cash registers. And beyond the cash registers are racks and racks of clothing. Beyond them will be housewares and sporting goods, and everything else I can possibly imagine. "This is just like Christmas," I whisper to Doc, and then give an excited little squeal. His hand tightens on mine, and a draconic grin flashes across his broad features, and I feel a little quiver of happiness in my belly for the first time in what feels like forever. It almost feels wrong. I'm the captive of a dragon. I've just been snatched away from everything and everyone I know, and yet the sight of a supermart fills me with so much joy. I can feel my happiness fading and being replaced with shame. Shame that I should be so superficial as to be excited by stuff. Doc regards me with a solemn expression and then touches my cheek. He pushes a knuckle against the corner of my mouth and tries to raise it to force a grin. He wants to see me smile again. For some reason, that brings all of my happiness back, and I grin. All right, I'll take things one day at a time then. For now, shopping. It takes a few minutes to push aside the tangle of carts to get to the other side, and when we do, I pull one out and try to ride it. Of course, Doc takes it from me, and then it's another few minutes as I try to explain to him that no, the cart really does belong on its wheels, and it's supposed to roll. He's mystified by the buggy and spends a few moments rolling it back and forth, an intense frown on his face. I want to snatch it from him and get going, but I force myself to be patient. This store isn't going anywhere. It's been 7 years since the rift, and if this stuff has lasted this long, it'll last one more day. When he's satisfied his curiosity with the cart, he turns to me. I do my best not to snatch it from his arms and push it forward. Follow me. We're going on a shopping spree, you and I. 8. Sasha. The next hour is sheer bliss. I'd forgotten the joy of new clothing. In front of me, there's an absolute wonderland of brand new clothes. Well, okay, not all of them are new. Some of them look like they're rotting on the hangers, but polyester blends look as fresh as they did 7 years ago. There are racks and racks of sundresses and t-shirts and jeans, and I want to grab them all and squeal with excitement. Living in Fort Dallas, where I have to sell myself for a bite to eat, there's no money for new clothing. Even if there was, there's not much clothing to go around. No one remembers how to make cloth, so a lot of the clothes people wear are scavenged or are weird knitted monstrosities. I hold a baby blue sundress up to my chest, sighing with pleasure. The rift happened in the summer, and all these clothes are the wrong season. There are racks and racks of swimsuits and cover-ups, and pretty soon it's going to be too cold for me to make use of these. Reluctantly, I put the sundress back and pick up a pair of jeans. I need to be practical. Doc growls low in his throat, and I turn. He's got the blue sundress in one clawed fist and holds it out to me. It's not practical, I tell him with a little sad smile. I love it, but I don't know how much we're going to take with us, and I need to think about stuff like medicine and panties and... He shakes the dress at me again, a frown on his face, as if it's important to him that I take it. Shy, I nod and slip it off the hanger. I'm going to wear it today, right now. I pull the material over my head and let it slither down my body, and I'm surprised at how loose it is. Even with my patchwork clothing on underneath, it's like I'm wearing a potato sack. I slip the straps off and the entire thing falls to the ground, so I scoop it up and check the size. It's my old size. From before. I guess I've lost some weight. I touch my face wondering what I look like. It's suddenly important to me, and I shove a few more of the blue dresses into the shopping cart, toss in my jeans, and then wheel the buggy forward looking for a fitting room. There should be one close by. I turn the cart and then... I see it. A mirror. and my reflection. I suck in a breath at the sight of myself. I don't recognize the girl in the mirror. She looks ghastly. I touch my cheek and it looks like a stranger is doing it. Back before the rift, I tell Doc. I think I was pretty. It's so hard to tell now. I stare at my overgrown eyebrows, at my frizzy, unkempt hair that hasn't been trimmed or styled or, heck, brushed in forever. It frames a face that's dirty and angular, with hollow, dark eyes and a smattering of bruises. I tug down the collar of my t-shirt and wince at the sight of how visible my collarbones are. I can practically see my ribcage. And when did my tits get so flat? Jesus. That's what happens when you go from eating 3 salad a day to, well, 1 or 2. And to think I feel lucky when I get those 1 or 2. I noticed that Amy and Claudia had been looking thinner and more ragged over time. But for some reason in my head, I was still robust, smiling Sasha Kennedy, not the scrappy, wiry survivor in the mirror. That Sasha was always looking to lose 5 or 10 pounds. Funny how perspective works, I mutter to myself, stroking my jutting collarbones. I could use those 5 or 10 pounds right about now. Doc moves to my side and pushes my hand away, peering at my neck. He gives me a look of concern. Ow? Oh, I'm not wounded, I tell him, gesturing at the mirror. I was just looking at my reflection. He turns and sees the mirror and jumps backward. There's a crash and racks of clothing go flying backwards as he turns dragon, and even though I'm in danger of being crushed by a claw, I can't help but giggle at his reaction. His eyes flare black, and then suddenly, it's not so funny anymore. Doc, I murmur in my sweetest voice. I wave a hand at him, indicating he should come down and join me again. It's okay, I promise. Look, it's a mirror. I put my hand on the glass and tap it. See? Sasha. Sasha. I point at myself, and then at the mirror. It's just a reflection. It moves when I do. It's not a real person. The dragon's great head moves in, and his big eye blinks at me, going from black to gold, and then remaining gold. I breathe a sigh of relief at that. He peers at me, then at the mirror, and his nostrils press against the glass. It steams up and he snorts. A moment later, he's in human form again, pressing his hand to the mirror surface. Doc, he announces after a moment, then points at me in the mirror. Sasha? That's right, we're just reflections. I wave a hand at him. See? It's just showing an image of what is there. Poor Doc's clearly never seen a mirror before, because he has to inspect it, using his claws to pry it off the wall and check the back, and then checks the fitting rooms behind it to make sure that there's no one hiding. The concept baffles him, and he pokes it again while I pick through the handful of dresses and find one in a much smaller size and slide it over my head. It fits, and I tug my worn, filthy clothing off underneath and let them fall to the ground. It feels wasteful to discard my old clothes, because even though they're trashed, they'd still bring in decent money back in Fort Dallas, when any scrap of clothing is used and reused forever. But I'm surrounded by unspeakable riches right now. If I need jeans, I've got 30 pairs waiting on the next table. Seems silly to hold on to filthy ones that are held together by knots, thanks to Doc's claws shredding them beyond belief. Sasha, Doc says, abandoning the mirror to come and stand next to me. His gaze moves over me, and there's a possessive, pleased look in his eyes that gives me a little flutter of pleasure, too. Maybe I don't look so bad in this dress after all. Of course, when did I start caring what my dragon captor thinks? The moment he transformed to human and started becoming a person in my eyes, I suppose. He's not just my captor. He has his reasons, and he wants to keep me safe. And really, that's more than anyone in Fort Dallas has ever done. Well, anyone that's left in Fort Dallas, that is. Claudia, Amy, and I always looked out for each other. But I don't even know if they're alive anymore. I'll take today as it comes, then. I grab a handful of the dress and give a little twirl. You like? The rumble in his chest sounds like approval. I beam at him and glance at the mirror that's now leaning against the wall, and eep! I get an eyeful of the Dragon Man junk I've been trying so hard not to look at. And, okay, I can't help but sneak a little peek. He's completely hairless, the scale-like pattern on his skin seemingly tighter in that area, with a deeper golden color. His cock is, well, it's a lot bigger than any human guy I've ever seen, and the entire thing looks disproportionate to my lady bits. I clamp my thighs tighter together in worry because he's also erect. You know what, Doc? I think we should shop for you, too. We head over to the lingerie department, and I grab a bra and panties, tossing them in the cart as we head to the men's section. If I get a chance, I'll come back and get more. But for now, it seems imperative to get Doc clothed so I don't have to worry about looking at his, bits when I need to focus. Because his bits are rather big and very, very distracting. Even for someone like me, who doesn't like sex. Here you go, I say, racing the cart over to an end cap of underwear. I pull a package off the shelf and hold it out to Doc. Underpants, for you. He takes the package, studies it, then holds it up to his nose and sniffs it. No, it's for wearing. Look at the picture. I point at the faded cardboard ad on the front of a chiseled model in underwear. It's kind of staggering to see that Doc's way better built than this guy, and the Dragon Man's abs put this guy's to shame. Doc studies it, and his brows come together. He gives it a fierce frown and points at the picture. Doc? Yes, Doc can wear underwear like that. I give him an encouraging nod. You don't have to be naked. He doesn't seem to be in any particular hurry to try them on, so I pluck the package from his hand and rip it open. The aged plastic tears easily, and I shake a pair out, then hand them to him. Here you go. He takes it from me and eyes it with obvious skepticism. He plays with the elastic, stretching the waistband, and then it flies from his hand, zooming down the aisle. Doc gives a snort of amusement. Here, take another pair. I push them into his hands. Just put them on, okay? I point at the picture. Like this, Doc. Legs go in the holes. He regards the picture again, then glances over at me. Doc? He asks, pointing at the man's briefs. Yep, you wear them just like that. He tilts his head and then bends over and grabs the hem of my skirt, hauling it up. I give a little scream, snatching it out of his hands. I know exactly what he's doing. He's checking to see if I'm wearing panties. Oh, no, you don't. I'm going to wear some too once I get a chance. I wag a finger at him. Just humor me, okay? He rumbles in his chest again, but this time it sounds rather grumpy. He studies the leg holes and tries to figure it out, studying the picture. While he's focused, I rip open my own pair of panties and slide on a pair of cotton briefs under my long dress. Too loose again, but I'm thrilled to have fresh undergarments. It's been years since I've had some. They're definitely a luxury in the after. I study the bra I grabbed and then decide it's probably too big and move over an aisle or two while Doc has one leg, or both, in his underwear. I find a new bra, a pretty lacy thing with pink satin panels and a delicate little bow that makes me feel happy and girly, and slide it on before I return to Doc's side a moment later. The Dragon Man's figured out the briefs, finally, but he looks rather unhappy. He cups his dick, adjusting it, and shifts his weight back and forth on his legs, displeased. They don't look too tight, I tell him, amused. Don't be a baby, and you look good. Though I have to admit that the sight of him in that underwear makes everything seem a little more pronounced. Heck, the guy on the package didn't make them look half as mouth-watering as a Dragon Man does. If everything ever turns right side up again, you should look into underwear modeling. Not that there's much of a chance of that happening. He still doesn't look pleased, but follows me when I turn the cart away, walking bow-legged. I'm really trying hard not to laugh. I turn the cart down another aisle and see another end cap, with a lonely can sitting on the end. A food can. A delighted little squeal escapes my throat, and I race forward, cart rattling, and stop to snatch the can. Pinto beans. Oh my God, I love beans. I grab the can of beans and blow the dust off, delighted. The expiration date is 4 years past, but I'm not picky. I hug the can close. I'm going to open it up and eat it. Even if it's covered in mold, I'll still take a chance. Food is food, and you learn not to care how awful or expired the food is when it's the difference between starving and eating. I love this place, I tell Doc wistfully. I want to stay here forever. It's paradise. Sasha? Doc comes to my side, eyeing the can. This is food, Doc, I tell him excitedly. I hold up the can and then make a miming gesture. Food! We can eat this for dinner tonight. He takes the can from my hands, sniffs it, and then lightly flicks his tongue against it and gives me an odd look. No, I giggle. There's food inside. We have to open it. All of my gestures to explain that don't seem to work all that well, though, because he just looks even more confused. We need more like this. We have to find more. I gesture at the can again. More like this. Help me find them. I circle the end cap, looking for more cans. Clothing suddenly seems less important if there's food around. Because clothes are one thing, but food is vital. Doc starts to look around too, and then races away a few feet. He returns a moment later, brandishing a can with a look of pleasure on his face. I take it from him, delighted, only to see the picture of a German shepherd staring back at me. Yuck, dog food. But Doc looks so happy to give me the gift that I suspect we'll be having dog food with dinner tonight. Thank you, Doc. This is great. I add the cans to my cart. Let's see what else we can find. As we head down one of the big main aisles, it's clear that someone's been through here before us. It's not surprising, considering things. Most of the food end caps are pretty picked over, or they've rotted away into inedible messes. A few boxes of cookies look like rats have gotten to them because there are shreds all over the floor and counter and not much else. That's all right, though. There's an entire store to explore. And if we found 2 cans of food, there's bound to be more that we can eat. As we venture on, I keep filling the cart. There's plastic dishes, forks, knives, hairbrushes, sneakers, warm, fuzzy socks, sunglasses. I put them on just because it amuses me, and then Doc steals them and tries to put them on himself. He looks a bit like a rock star in his tighty-whities and sunglasses and nothing else. Until he does that tight, awkward walk that tells me he's not used to wearing underpants. And then I start giggling again. I'm still laughing as we turn down another aisle, and then I gasp. Jackpot. 9. Sasha. I move past the faded rows of magazines toward the paperbacks lined up on the shelves. My hand moves over the once glossy covers, touching the images of glamorous couples and exciting landscapes. Romance novels. Oh my God, it's been so long since I've read one, and there are dozens here. I clutch one to my chest, thrilled, and then grab another and stick it in the cart. A few of the books have been attacked by mice and rats, but there are plenty that are intact, and I start shoving them into the cart, pausing to read the back descriptions with sheer joy. Oh, Highlander romance, I love those. And there's one with a sheik and a billionaire. They might as well be fairy tales at this point, but I don't care. I love them. I can't wait to escape into their pages for a few hours. Doc picks one up, sniffs it. He seems to be sniffing everything, and then flicks at the pages. I hear paper tearing. I shriek and jerk it out of his hands. No, Doc, don't rip them, they're stories. Doc looks surprised at my reaction. I hug the book to my chest. Precious, precious book. And frown at him. You have to be careful with books. You can't just rip the pages out or the story is ruined. I hold the book out and show him how to delicately turn the pages. See, like this. He takes it from my hand and moves a page from left to right carefully, glancing at me. It looks tricky for him with his claws, but he's trying. It's something at least. I give him a nod of approval and then add the book to the cart. We're getting some reading material. I'll cull it later if I have to in favor of needed supplies, but if I can take books with me, I want to. Seeing them has made me realize how much I've missed reading. I love a good story, and it's been so long. I used to read all the time before, and there are so many romance novels here on the shelf that it makes me giddy. I pick another one up and flip it over to read the text on the back, smoothing my hand down the cover. Billionaires. Seems kind of silly to read about billionaires now, but I'm game. I just want a nice romantic story to take me away for a few hours. I add this one to the cart too, and then pick another one with a bright blue cover off the shelf. I'm so entranced by the books that it takes me a moment to realize that Doc is sniffing at the air again, a frown on his face. I glance over at him, and then I smell it too. A skunky, terrible smell. He glances around, then stalks down the aisle past me, searching for the source. Is something wrong? I call out. Doc, he says. Right. I keep forgetting you're not going to answer. I finish pawing the book in my hands and put it with my things, then turn the cart around. The dragon's blocking the end of the aisle, so I push the cart in the other direction, and as I do, I see something move between two circular racks of clothing. It looked human, too. Female. I'll check in this direction, Doc. I call out, pushing my cart along as if it's no big deal, as if I didn't just see a woman duck past. And I'm going to look for more books. He grunts something, acknowledging my words. I doubt he understood them, but he doesn't move, still sniffing the air at the end of the aisle like it's bothering him. I push my cart down into the main aisle of the store, nearer to the rounded racks of clothing. I'm not afraid. The person I saw looked female. And if she's hiding out here by herself, there's got to be a good reason. Unless she's not by herself, of course. But I feel strangely fearless. Maybe it's because I'm with a dragon and he can toast anyone that threatens us. The racks of clothing look innocent enough. I eye the garments hanging there. They're nightgowns, ugly ones. And I pretend to consider them, fingering the material of one. "I saw you," I whisper. "Who are you?" Two of the nightgowns push apart and a face gazes back at me. It's a woman, about my age. She's not as thin or dirty as most of the Fort Dallas natives, and her thick black hair is pulled into two clean, shiny braids. She's wearing a shirt I passed on one of the racks from earlier. I don't recognize her, and I wonder if she's been here a while. She glances over at the book aisle where I left Doc, and then back at me. "This is my home," she tells me, lifting her chin in a defiant gesture. "I want you and your boyfriend to leave." My boyfriend? If only she knew what he really was. I can't tell him what to do, I'm afraid. And there's more stuff here than you could possibly use. I promise we won't take much. She gives a little shrug and straightens, standing up. "Take what you want. There's plenty of clothing." Well, that was easier than I expected. I smile at her. "I appreciate it. I'm Sasha. I used to be from Fort Dallas. Are you..." I hesitate, trying to figure out the best way to ask. Nomads aren't well thought of back at the fort. They tend to be outcasts, murderers, or thieves that have gotten booted from their forts and have taken their lawlessness on the road with them. "Are you from the nearby fort?" I ask politely, even though I know the answer. The woman shakes her head. "I come from out west. There's a fort near here?" Well, not too near. If you follow the highway, it leads through the ruins of Old Dallas, and there's a fort there. But there are also a lot of dragons. I glance around. "Are you here alone?" She bristles, looking nervous. "Does it matter?" "Oh, no, I was just curious." I give her another friendly smile because I can see myself in her eyes. She's young, alone, and scared. Who hasn't been there before? I'm just shocked this place hasn't been raided is all. Nomads come by every now and then, but I make sure they don't stay long. She sounds tougher than she looks as she says it. Not too often, though. The highway's pretty clogged with dead cars, and so it doesn't get much travel. She's got a point. I remember seeing lines of cars on the highway here. You don't run into many with cars or motorcycles because gasoline's non-existent at this point. Travelers that do have bicycles would probably avoid coming out this far. No one in Fort Dallas ever goes beyond the gates. Well, in theory. In actuality, the city still gets a fair amount of exploring, but it's all on the hush. I haven't been this far out myself. Are there other stores? The woman shrugged. If there are, I haven't looked. Her head tilts and she studies me curiously. I'm Emma, by the way. Emma Arroyo. How did you get out here without being eaten by a dragon? What? I'm a little nervous at the question because Doc is just a short distance away. They chase women, Emma says flatly. I've seen it with my own eyes. Saw a dragon tear open a building once just to get to the woman inside. And I've seen dragons snatch women out of nomad camps. They leave some chicks and others, boom, grabbed up by the claws. I stare at her wide-eyed. Her description is hitting a little too close to home. They go after women? She touches the side of her nose. I have a theory. They can smell them. That's why I'm safe here. Been covering my scent. Oh, is that what Doc's been smelling? I'm surprised at her, and a little impressed at her ingenuity. If that's the case, then why are you out here alone? Her expression goes flat. I wasn't always alone. Emma ducks her head and slides out from under the clothing rack to stand next to me. She fills out her t-shirt and jeans enough to tell me she's been eating well, and her skin is clean, her dark hair shiny, and I'm envious of her appearance. She's also wearing, I notice, several knives strapped to her leg and a belt with the same. A handgun pokes out of the back waistband of her jeans. And again, I know I should be wary at the sight of her, but I feel like Doc has it covered. Funny how that works. My captor won't let anything happen to me, so for the first time in what feels like forever, I'm unafraid. It's a weird realization. If you're asking how it is I'm safe, it's deer urine, Emma tells me. What? I'm not sure I've heard her correctly. Deer urine. She pulls a bottle out of a pocket and sprays a puff into the air. Immediately, the same stink we've been smelling perfumes the air, and I take a step backward, coughing. Emma just looks pleased at my reaction. You want to know how I'm safe? That's how. How the heck did you get deer urine? They sell it in the sporting goods department. I knew a hunter back when the rift first hit. Told me he used it to disguise his scent from dragons. Apparently they're really keen on smells. He said he used deer scent to keep himself safe. I know it stinks. You get used to it after a while. She shrugs. I didn't believe him either until my friend Antonia got snatched and I didn't. Only thing I can think that was different was that I had a can of deer urine that busted in my backpack way back when, and so it smelled. She shakes her head. After that, I've been keeping a steady supply of the stuff. Her eyes widen, and she stares behind me. I glance over my shoulder. Doc is there, and he doesn't look happy. His jaw is tight, his fists clenched, and his eyes are whirling a deep amber and moving suspiciously towards black. Emma, I know this is your place, but you might want to leave. I murmur to her. It's not safe. Emma pulls out her gun with shaking hands and points it at Doc. What the fuck is he? I gasp, freezing in place at the sight of the gun. He's just a guy. Bullshit, look at his eyes. She blinks, staring. And horns. What the fuck? A low growl starts in Doc's throat. I'm both frustrated and worried. I wanted to talk to Emma longer, but it looks like that's not going to happen. Put the gun down, Emma. I say in a low voice. You don't want to shoot him. The fuck I don't! Her hands are shaking and she's making me nervous. What is he? He's a dragon, I say quickly before Emma gets trigger happy. But not a bad one, I promise. I might be lying about that, but I also don't want Doc to get shot. And I can explain everything. But how? Her gaze moves from him and back to me. How can he be a person if he's a dragon? I've been asking myself that a lot lately. I tell her, giving Doc a wary look. The rumbling in his chest is increasing, and it's not friendly. I think you should get out of here for now, okay? Come back when we're gone. It's not safe for you. He's really possessive. But... Doc flicks a hand out. Faster than lightning, he knocks the gun from Emma's grip and it goes skittering across the floor. Her face goes pale, and she takes a shaky step backward. Oh God, I can't let him kill her. I'm going to distract him. Run away when I do. Emma's focus darts between us again, and then she nods, trembling. Doc, I say in my sweetest voice. I put a hand on his shoulder. Pay attention to me, all right? But his eyes are murderous black, and I can see the smoke starting to trickle from his nostrils even in his human form. This isn't good. I have to think of something or Em is going to die. A memory of the red dragon and its torn-out throat flashes through my mind, and I swallow hard. Wait, Emma said scent. Dragons were attuned to scents, and Doc's always sniffing my hair. Oh God. He marches forward, claws raised even as Emma slinks backward, pulling a knife out of her belt. There's no more time to think. I hike up my dress, shove my hand into my panties and rub, then race forward holding my hand out. You want scent? Here you go. Doc stops mid-stride. He turns toward me, and gold begins to fleck in with the black. The rumbling in his chest takes on a different tone, and I break into an immediate sweat. Behind us, Emma darts off, racing between racks of clothing and disappearing into the bowels of the store. That's right, I whisper, half surprised this worked so well, and a little alarmed that it did. You like scents, right? I guess you like mine. He moves forward and grabs me by the wrist. His touch is surprisingly gentle for all that he's a menacing dragon man on the verge of attacking a stranger. He grips me tight and holds my hand up to his nose and inhales deeply. Then he licks my fingers, the rasp of his tongue moving over my skin. I shudder. I'm torn between being terrified at that reaction and a little aroused. I've never had control in a sexual situation before, and it feels forbidden and exciting. Doc licks my hand with sensual, long flicks of his tongue, and then does the same to my palm. When he's finally finished, his eyes are whirling amber as he gazes down at me, and his nostrils flare as he scents the air. Sasha. Right here, I whisper. He pulls me close against him and buries his nose in my hair again, inhaling deeply. I'm full of conflicting emotions as he does. I'm a little afraid of his ferocity, but I'm also attracted to it. And that makes me wonder if there's something wrong with my head. He's holding me captive. I shouldn't like him any more than I like Tate. But I think of the way he licked my hand and shudder again, because that was the most obscene and intense and oddly sweet thing I've ever experienced. Emma's gone, I whispered to him. It's just you and me, okay? Sasha, he growls, tugging me tighter against him. My bad hip twinges and I wince, wondering if I've suddenly bit off more than I can chew. Because the intense look in his eyes isn't going away, and I worry I'm going to have to trade sex for my safety, just like I do with Tate. The thought fills me with self-loathing.
10. Doc. My Sacha is confusing me. I rub my nose along the column of her throat, waiting for her to give me a signal that she is ready to mate, that she is challenging me. I thought she would, especially when she ran the other human female off. After all, does a female not scare off others before pursuing her male of choice? And when I scented her cunt on her hand, need for my mate overwhelmed me. I forget everything but her and her scent. Let the other little human leave. What I want is right before me, her scent in my nose. But once the other is gone, Sacha makes no move to challenge me. Her scent begins to take on a tinge of fear, and I am frustrated. What am I missing? What is it? I hold her close, waiting, hoping. If nothing else, I want her to put her hand between her thighs again and coat her fingers with the scent of her cunt. I want to lick it off her hand and see how she reacts once more. I want her to spread her legs and let me drink from the source. I want all of this female. But she only looks up at me with big, anxious eyes, and her scent grows more acrid with fear. I think of the last time when I tried to touch her, and she made water from her eyes. I do not want that to happen again. Seeing her like that hurt me. But how do I make her understand that I want to claim her as my mate, that she is not safe until I do, that we cannot speak unless our minds are linked, and we cannot link until I have given her my fire? My cock aches with the need to claim her, and yet I will not touch her, not as long as she smells of fear. I need to understand. Sacha. I put my hand on her cheek, touching her. I wish I knew the human words for mating, for challenge. But I only know her name, and so I try to show her with my touch. I encircle her with my arms and turn her, pressing my cock against her backside. She goes stiff in my arms. She does not pull away, but she does not have to. I can sense her reluctance as clearly as her fear scent. I am defeated. I let her go, even though my instincts are telling me to claim her, to make her mine. But how can I claim her if there is no willingness? I think on this for many hours. Sacha chatters brightly and speaks in a happy tone as she pulls things off of shelves and unwraps them. She spreads out something that looks like an animal hide, but feels very different, and tosses a bunch of soft blobs onto the pile. I realize she is making such a pile to sleep in, and I bite back my snarl. My mate should sleep in my protective grip. But Sacha is not my mate. She eats the foul-smelling food from one of the small rounded containers and makes happy noises. I let her eat all of it. I will hunt myself one of the four-legged beasts that roam this land for my own meal in the morning. I will have to take Sacha with me, because I do not dare leave her alone again. If she were my mate, I could leave her in my nest, confident she would be protected by the scent of my fire in her blood. Right now, she smells too good, too fertile, too female. I consider this, even as her talk slows to a low whisper, and she clicks on something that has a small light and shines it on one of the squares with the crinkly white sheets. She flips them, caught up in whatever she sees, until her eyes begin to close. Eventually, she clicks off her strange light and puts the square aside, then drifts off to sleep, nestled in her blobs. I cannot shift to battle form in here, not without knocking many things over and rousing her. So I move to the nest of hides she has made for herself on the floor and lie next to her. Sacha only sighs and settles in deeper in the nest, her breathing even with sleep. She wears more of the strange skins that she has picked up this day. I do not understand why the humans choose to cover their bodies with such things. Perhaps because they have no scales to protect them? She even gave me a skin, a tight-fitting one, that feels as if it is pinching my sack with every step. Just thinking about it makes me reach down to adjust my cock, and I frown. I hate it, yet I will wear it if it pleases her. She covers her entire form with such things. I dislike them. I want to stroke her skin and feel it against mine, but all I feel are these strange layers. She sleeps, content, and I study her as she does. She likes this place, this nest. Not just the strange skins with the blobs, but this entire structure. She grew so excited with the sight of each new thing that I have decided we will stay here, where it makes her happy. The fact that there was another human female here perplexes me. I did not smell her, my senses dulled by the strange scents in the air. That reminds me of the stink of the humans in their hive. I do not like it, and I do not trust it. If the other human returns, I will destroy her. Sacha must be kept safe at all costs. What if there is another human hiding nearby with the same ability to mask his scent? I pull Sacha closer to me, troubled at the thought. She makes a little sound of pain, and her hip makes a rustling noise. I frown to myself. She wrapped her hip and her arm with fresh skins this evening and slathered a foul-smelling paste on her wounds. My female has many injuries, and I cannot help but worry that perhaps I have been too rough with her in the past, when the ravens were attacking my mind. Is this why she is afraid of me now when I touch her? Did I hurt her before, and I cannot remember it? My mind is nothing but chaos when I am away from her, but when she is close, I am able to think clearly. I do not think I would hurt her, but I cannot be certain. Nothing can be certain until I link my mind to hers and we can speak freely. Sacha is so small and fragile. I touch her shoulder, wanting to pet her and stroke her, but not wanting to hurt her. She gives a little sigh in her sleep and moves closer to me, as if pleased by my touch. I am overjoyed at that small reaction and run my hand up and down her back, caressing her through the layers. She makes a contented sound, and I am surprised at how much pleasure I feel at her enjoyment. When she sleeps, she does not fear me. And earlier, when I licked her scent off her hand, I imagined that I saw interest in her eyes, heat, anticipation. It went nowhere, but it tells me that Sacha would respond to my caresses, I think. If I could get her to challenge me, she would put up a small fight and then give in sweetly, allowing me to conquer her, allowing me to mount her and claim her, to give her my fires, to make us one. I must make her challenge me. Somehow, a hint of a memory dances through my mind, a recent one. Kyle and his human mate. She is small and fragile like my Sacha, and yet they have mated. Kyle has said that they share mind-speak. How did he get her to challenge him? I stroke my mate's back, thinking. Perhaps tomorrow, when I go and find food for myself, I will also go close enough to the human hive to connect minds with Kyle. Perhaps I will ask him how he managed to get his small human to change to her battle form and challenge him. I cannot wait much longer before my Sacha takes my fires. Every day we delay is another that her life is in danger. I will not let another take her from me. The next morning, Sacha eats a meal from another one of her round containers and puts on another layer of skins, including ones on her feet. I gesture at the entrance to this strange cave, indicating that I wish to leave with her, and she seems to understand. She nods and twists her long hair into a rope, puts on yet another layer, and then slips her hand into mine. Just that small touch is enough to make me hunger for more. I think of her fingers, coated with her scent, and fight back the urge to growl my lust. I must be calm if I am to keep my mate's scent free of fear. Sacha picks up a heavy bag full of her treasures, gives a sad sigh, and then looks patiently at me. I take the bag from her and set it down on the ground. We will be returning. She does not need to bring this with her. "Doc," she protests, picking the sack up again. She rambles her garbled human language at me, full of melodic nonsense, and she tries to put the sack over her injured arm again. Again, I take it from her. "We will return," I try to tell her. Only the ravens hear my thoughts. There is no link with Sacha. Frustrated, I try to make gestures to indicate that we will stay, but she does not seem to understand them. Eventually, she leaves her bag on the floor, but she looks even sadder, her scent tinged with unhappiness. I am failing her again, this time because we cannot speak. Frustrated, I lead her forward, and the moment sunlight touches my skin, I change to battle form and grip her gently in my claws. I flap my wings, soaring high into the air, and turn toward the dark stain on the edge of the horizon that is the human hive. Kyle lives near there with his mate. Sacha wriggles and turns in my claws, and I tuck her close to my chest to keep her safe. She says some more of her human words at me, but I do not know what she speaks. Eventually, she gives up and goes quiet, and I resist the urge to nuzzle her with reassurance. A herd of brown, four-legged creatures with horns wind through the flat, hard lands near the human hive. Since my claws are full of Sacha, I scoop one up with my teeth, throwing my head back to gulp down my meal. Sacha makes a squeal of horror, but I must eat, and her shiny round things with their mushy food will not ease a dragon's appetite. I chase down 2 more of the beasts, swallowing them before lofting higher again. As I do, I send my mind out, trying to touch Kyle's. It is difficult. The ravens are everywhere. Not just my ravens, but those of other Draconi who are lost to the madness. The endless hum and buzz of this place tears at the minds of all my people. When I reach out, I can feel other minds, or what is left of them. The males struggle with their sanity, and I can practically taste the rage and bloodlust ripping through their thoughts. When my mind brushes that of a female, I can feel nothing at all. They are completely lost. I remember when our minds were as a connected web of warmth and companionship. Now there is nothing but a constant stream of confusion and anger, and it threatens to pull me under. The ravens sense a victory and circle ever closer, jabbering their nonsense. Sacha speaks, and her small hand touches my claw. Even though I do not know her words, it is enough. I focus on her, and the ravens retreat once more to go nest in another Draconi's head. I must focus on my mate and retreat to our nest, where I can keep her safe. So I focus on Kyle, the imprint of his mind, and sift for it in the sea of chaos around me. Kyle's mind touches mine like a focused beam of light, and I am impressed at the clarity of his thoughts. There are no ravens, no buzzards, nothing waiting to attack his thoughts. He is clear of any madness, and I am envious. My friend, he sends to me, your thoughts are much improved. It is my mate, I tell him. She is the reason. Then you have claimed the human? Not yet. Having her near is enough for now, but I must claim her soon. I circle a tall building, and then alight on a perch at the top. The wind is high up here, the scents of the human hive not so terrible. Kyle's thoughts are still far enough away to keep him at a safe distance from my mate. Not that he would take her from me, but the possessive male that I am cannot stand the thought of another Dracony coming close when my female is unmated. I fly close because I seek your advice on human females. Mine? I am intrigued. When I touch my Sacha, her scent is that of fear. I wait and wait for her to challenge me, to change into battle form and attack so I can conquer her. But she does not. What do I do wrong? How did you get your female to turn? Kyle's thoughts are amused. They are not Dracony, my friend. Remember this. You think I do not know this? I am insulted by his statement. I fear I shall break her at any time if I hold her too roughly. She is soft and sweet and fragile, my Sacha. She is nothing like a Dracony female. Then you must stop thinking of her as one, Doc. Do not assume she is as we are. I have known my Claudia for many days and nights now, but it took me some time to realize that she does not have a battle form. No human does. No battle form? The thought is astounding to me. But how do they defend themselves? How do they challenge one another? Even as I am stunned to hear this, it makes sense. Sacha is weak and wounded. She prefers to be on the ground. Of course she has no battle form. I have been thinking so much of how a normal Dracony mating is conducted that I did not stop to think that humans would be different. I think of the ones I saw mating back at the human hive. So, the signal to challenge, is it pushing my face against hers? Is that a challenge? Humans do not want to be challenged at all, my friend. Kyle's thoughts are direct and strong. Human females are not to be conquered, not unless you wish to harm her. Never! Then learn how to make her crave a mating with you. They respond when a male touches them. Touches them? I touch Sacha all the time. Even now, I hold her in my claws. I glance down at the small female in my grip. She does not look as if she wishes to mate. If anything, she looks as if she wishes to be down on the ground. She stares around her with trepidation and clings to my claws, clearly unhappy at our height. Not a regular touch. A touch that will tell her you wish to mate. My Claudia prefers kisses and caresses. She likes for her skin to be stroked. She wants her body to be touched with tenderness. Make her feel good, and she will give you her mating scent. Bah! This seems too simple. And a kiss? What is this? You press your mouth to hers. I have done that. Frustration leaks through my thoughts. Do you lie to me? Never. Kyle sounds amused, and it irritates me. My temper begins to rise. Does he think it is funny I have not claimed my female yet? He mocks, the ravens whisper. He thinks you are not worthy of happiness. Anger burns low in my belly. Send me an image, I tell him, so I can understand. His mind immediately closes off to my own. I can feel it shut until we are only at the barest of communications. I am not going to send you images of me kissing my mate. Such things are private. My Claudia is still angry that you have stolen her friend. She will be upset that I have helped you. Helped me? You have told me nothing. I am trying to help you, old friend. Calm yourself and listen. Even as he speaks, I feel the prick of another mind coming into range. Another male. A growl surges through me, along with frustration. You would leave my mate in danger by not helping me? I am trying, Doc. I value our friendship. I value being able to speak to another of my kind and not being overwhelmed by madness. You are already much improved. Lies, the ravens whisper. He thinks to trick you and steal your mate away. In the distance, against the horizon, I see a speck flying in the air. It might be a bird, or it might be the male dragon I sense, heading for my mate. Protective anger blooms in my mind. Bring your mate to visit mine, and lies! You seek to take my mate from me! I fling myself into the air, spouting flame. I will confront that male. I will rend him limb from limb, and... Sacha cries out in terror, clinging to my foreleg. Doc! My mate. How could I forget her? How could I forget how fragile she is? She will never survive if I go into a fight with her in my claws. And yet I cannot set her down. If I do, I leave her vulnerable to other humans and to Draconi. Only in my grip is she safe. Only with me. Reluctantly, I swallow my flames and wheel about in the skies. I will speak to you some other time, I tell Kyle. For now, I must take my mate to safety. And I flap my wings with all my might, pushing off of a nearby building to gain strength. I must go high and fast to get away from the other before he sees me. I pull back in my mind so there is nothing for his madness to touch. And I will bring my mate back to her nest, where I can protect her. I hug her close to my chest, making sure she is secure. Speaking with Kyle was a mistake. Perhaps my mind is still too full of ravens for his words to make sense. Touch my mate. Bah! As if I do not touch her. As if I do not have her clutched to my scales right now. Still, some of his words ring true. I ponder them even as we fly onward, back toward the nest I have claimed as ours. The long, low building comes into sight again, and my Sacha makes a joyful sound, patting my claws. I think she realizes I am bringing her back, and she is pleased. This makes me happy as well. I have found a place for my nest that, while not perched high in the clouds, delights my mate. There can be no better home. I set down on the roof of the building, but my mate exclaims and points at the ground below. She wants to go back into the nest itself. Very well. I hop down to the flat, hard ground and release my mate gently. She makes another happy sound and hugs my foreleg, wrapping herself around it and pressing her cheek to my scales, all the while making talking noises. Her touch surprises me, as does her pleasure. When she lets go of my leg, I immediately shift to my two-legged form to see if she will grab me again. But she does not. She only beams up at me with obvious pleasure. I decide I will put my arms around her then. I move forward and embrace her, pulling her against my chest. Sacha makes a startled sound, but then giggles and pats my back, letting me hold her close. I rumble with pleasure, deciding that this is nice. I let my hand stroke up and down her back, and she makes a contented noise, relaxing in my arms. Perhaps this is what Kyle meant by touching my mate. Perhaps I should be stroking her and giving her pleasure. Perhaps he was not wrong after all. I have much to think upon.
11. Sasha. So, are we going to go inside? I ask as Doc continues to hug me in the parking lot of the supermart, his hand stroking up and down my back. I don't even mind his touch. It's nice to be hugged, and I'm just so thrilled to be back here that nothing could ruin this day. I thought I was going to lose all of my new treasures when he made me leave my bag this morning. I thought we were leaving for good when he took me up in the air, and it made me sad. The supermart has everything I could possibly need for some time. Sure, it's a little stinky in places, but it's a paradise in these times. For bringing me back, he can have all the hugs he wants. He doesn't seem like he's in a hurry to move, though, and I can't help but smile to myself. You're sure into hugs, aren't you? I rest my cheek against his chest, deciding that I'm going to ignore the fact that he's completely naked and any underwear he might have worn last night is completely gone. I guess it ripped apart when he shifted. Maybe that's why he doesn't seem to care about clothing. It doesn't last very long. Well, if it's not his thing, I won't push it on him. I sigh and relax against him, figuring I can let the hug go on for a little longer. It's kind of nice. He's hot against my skin. Not quite uncomfortably so, but definitely warm enough to make me pink up and feel tender where we're touching. Still, feeling all that warmth is kind of relaxing, and I close my eyes and figure I'll enjoy for a bit longer. His hand rubs up and down my back in a soothing way, and I wonder if he's been lonely and that's why he's so into this hug. It makes me a little sad for him. Weird how I'm sad for a savage monster that eats people and flames cities, but I am. The after's kind of a sucky place, I whisper to him. I understand how you feel, though. Sometimes it's just nice to be held and feel safe. That's the rarest feeling in the world. Kind of like how I'm feeling right now. Huh. Eventually, the hug goes on for long enough that it starts to become weird. Or weirder, I guess. I worry he's going to take things to the next level if it goes on much longer, and I'm not ready for that. So I pull away from him and give him a bright smile. Shall we go inside? He grunts assent, and when I offer him my hand, he takes it and leads me back in. The store is just as empty as when we left it. Part of me had hoped, I guess, for Emma to return while we were gone. I can't blame her for not coming back, given that I'm accompanied by a rather unfriendly dragon and all. Still, I miss female companionship. I've spent the last 7 years in the after with Amy and Claudia, and I miss them. I hope they're well. Heck, I hope they're alive. Troubled by my thoughts, I'm quiet as we head for the bed I made for myself in the linen department. The pallet of blankets on the floor is just as cozy as when I left it, and there are mountains of fluffy pillows to ensure that I'm comfy. I might try blowing up an air mattress tonight, because even with a bunch of blankets, the floor is still hard tile, and it's not great on my aching hip. To have all these things is a luxury, I tell myself. Enjoy them while you've got them. After all, who knows how long we'll be here? Best if I take everything the store has to offer and not worry too much about my friends back at Fort Dallas. There'll be time enough for that later. I sit down in the blankets and glance over at Doc. So, what are our plans for the day? I trail off as I realize he's picked up one of my romance novels and is studying the people on the cover intently. It's a historical romance with an earl and a half-naked lady necking on the cover. And I'm a little embarrassed to see the woman has dark, curly hair that looks a lot like mine. Doc touches the picture and then stares at it even more closely, then glances over at me. "Sasha?" he asks, pointing at the cover. No, that's not me. I can feel myself blushing. "Sasha." He pauses and makes a strange expression, then gestures a bit more. I squint at him, trying to figure out what he's asking. When he repeats it and then mimics the man's hand on the woman's waist, I realize that the weird facial expression he's making, it's the cover model's O face. I don't know if I find this hilarious or horrifyingly awkward. "I'm not sure what you're asking," I say, trying to keep a straight face. "I told you, that's not me." He picks up another romance novel and regards the cover. Then he turns it to me and points at the woman on the front. "Sasha?" He taps the picture of the man with his mouth on the heroine's face. "Doc?" I gasp. Is he asking if we can make out? Or if I've made out with someone in the past and he wants me to show him how? Whatever you're asking, the answer is no. Even if it was yes, I wouldn't answer that anyhow. I glance down at his naked body to see if I need to be alarmed, but his cock is at half-mast. I breathe a little easier at that. It's just an innocent question, then. It's a book about a relationship, I tell him. The people kiss in it, but there's also a big adventure. I get to my feet and pull the book from his hands, opening it to the painted step back. This second book is a reprint of an old classic, and the inside cover is filled with images of pirate ships and swashbuckling duels as the heroine clings to the hero's leg. See, it's excitement and romance. But I guess the sex is what sells it. I'm a fan of the entire story, not just the sex. Taking the book from him, I close it again and set it down on the bed. Part of me wonders if I should tear the cover off so he won't get any ideas about sex. My least favorite hobby ever. But I can't bring myself to deface books that have been so pristine for years in the after. They're a treasure, and I plan on enjoying them repeatedly. As I set the book down, I see my arms and hands look very dirty against the pale, clean sheets. Ew. I grab a handful of my hair and sniff it, and it smells greasy. I bet I stink. I glance over at Doc. Do we have more plans for going out today? Because if not, I'd like to take a bath. His brows draw together and he studies me, silent. You know what? I'm going to roll with it and say that we're not going out again. I give him a bright smile. And since we've got a whole aisle of shampoos, I want to take advantage of them. Come on. I get a shopping cart and I spend some time picking out my soaps and shampoos. There's bubble bath too, and I grab some of it along with some lotion. I'm going to have myself a spa day, I decide. Doc can find something else to do if he doesn't want to play along. Once I have all of the bath supplies, there is a small problem of an actual tub. I head over to the summer supplies and pick out a kiddie pool. There's a kitchen in the break room of the supermart, And it's got a large sink in there so I can attach a garden hose and use it to fill up my pool with water. I don't know if the hot water will work, but I figure I have a dragon and that's the least of my problems. After I get the hose, some beach towels, and my pool, I turn my cart back toward the clothing section and pick out a swimsuit. I doubt Doc is going to leave while I bathe. Heck, it's hard to get him to leave when I have to use the facilities. So, better safe than sorry. I should pick a one-piece maybe, but there's a frilly pink gingham bikini that's screaming at the girly side of me, and I can't resist it. It's been years since I had frivolous clothing, and who's going to be here to complain if I wear something a little impractical? I won't be naked, and that's the important part. Doc watches me with an interested expression, as if he's trying to figure me out. He follows along at my side, silent as I steer my cart to the back of the store and push it into the employee area. The break room still has a fleet of chairs and folding tables laid out, so I have Doc move them aside since I can't do much more than shove them around with my bad arm. When there's enough clear space, I manage to get the pool set up, again with Doc's help, and hook the water hose to the sink. Then I retreat to the ladies' room to change into my bikini. It takes forever for the pool to fill up, so I get in the moment it gets hip deep and wince at how cold the water is. "Sasha?" Doc asks, curious. He's watching me intently. I rub my arms, indicating cold. It also helps hide the fact that my nipples are completely pebbled and obvious in my tiny, frilly bikini. Guess I didn't think that one through. But Doc doesn't say anything about it. He leans over the plastic side of the pool, and before I can say anything, sticks his face in the water. Bubbles froth up, and I giggle at the sight, but then give a sigh of pleasure when I realize what he's doing. He's heating the water for me. It gets unspeakably warm within moments, and I move closer to the water hose where the cool water is pouring in. "Thank you." I pull the bandages off my broken arm and set them on the counter nearby. I add bubble bath and use the hose to make it foam, then turn off the water and sink into the pool. The bubbles are a thick froth, and I'm waist-deep in a hot bath for the first time in forever. God, it feels amazing. A sigh escapes me, and I close my eyes, relaxing. A splash and a nudge against my foot make me open my eyes again. I sit up to see Doc climbing into the pool on the opposite side of me. It's not quite big enough for the two of us to stretch out, and the water slops over the edge onto the floor. Almost immediately, the water feels even warmer. That might be me blushing, though, considering I'm now sharing a pool with a big, naked dragon man. "I didn't realize you were into bubble baths," I say, and fling a handful of the foam at him to take away some of the awkwardness of the situation. For some reason, I had pictured me taking this bath solo. I hadn't imagined that he'd join in with me. Guess that's a mistake on my part, because of course he would. The man never leaves me alone for a second. At least I don't have to worry about the water getting cold. He plucks at the bubbles, trying to figure them out. I chuckle at that, amused, and lather up my hair and skin to get clean. It feels so wonderful I do it a second time, just because all this soap is a luxury that I plan on thoroughly enjoying. Doc takes one of my bottles and sniffs it as I rinse my hair, and with a few mimes and gestures, I show him how it's supposed to be used. He cleans his hair, dunks himself, and then looks thoroughly disgusted when the water streams into his eyes. I can't help but giggle. Come on, do dragons not bathe where you come from? You don't smell that bad, so you must. I splash at him with my good arm. Doc makes a playful growling noise, and then he pulls me across the water and against his chest. I squeal, protecting my bad arm against my chest as he tugs me close, but he's only settling me in against him. His arms go around me once more, and he touches my bad arm, a question in his gaze. "It's nothing," I tell him softly. "At least, nothing I feel like talking about. And you can't understand anyhow." It feels like Fort Dallas is a different part of my life now, an ugly past that I don't have to think about. Right now I'm living in the moment, and I plan on doing that and enjoying myself. I'll worry about Fort Dallas and Tate and Claudia, Amy in the future, some other time. With gentle hands, Doc wipes a wet strand of hair off my forehead. Funny how he can be so very gentle given that his hands are the size of baseball mitts and tipped with claws. But I feel safe here with him. At some point in the last few days, I've realized that Doc isn't going to hurt me. More than anything, he wants to keep me safe. I think it's because he views me as something that belongs to him. But whatever the reason, at least I'm safe right now. He takes a handful of the bubbles and smooths them down my bad arm. He's achingly gentle as he does so, his brows going down in a frown as he encounters my bruises. One claw skims my skin and then he pauses. "Doc?" I shake my head. "I don't understand." "Doc?" he asks, and touches my temple where the bruised skin is turning greenish-purple. Then he touches my hip where my wound is still painful, but scabbed over. "Doc?" Oh, he's asking about my injuries. Asking if he was the one that hurt me. "No, it wasn't you. It was someone else. Not Doc." A look of relief crosses his face, and he strokes my temple again. I feel a twinge of pity for the Dragon Man. Did he think he was the one that hurt me? No wonder he looks so sad when he stares at my wounds. Doc has been pretty good to me, I tell him softly. Other than stealing me away and getting me almost killed by a red dragon, of course. His eyes flick to a darker amber, and the look on his face turns sensual. He studies me and then cups my cheek with one big hand. I shiver, uncertain where this is going. 12. Sasha. With careful movements, Doc traces the pad of his thumb over my lower lip. "I'm sorry you picked me," I tell him in a low voice. "Because I think you're a really nice guy for a dragon, but I hate sex, and I bet you won't like it with me either." Ever since the after, when I've had to do questionable things to survive, I've learned to hate the touch of another. I don't mind when Doc hugs me or strokes my back because it's meant to comfort. Sex itself is a power struggle, and one I always lose. I'm going to forever associate it with distaste, all thanks to Tate. And the ironic thing is that he's never really wanted sex from me. When we did have sex, it was just because it was another way he could make me miserable. He liked my misery more than anything. Doc doesn't seem like that. He seems different. He seems happiest when I'm happy. But I'm afraid the damage is already done. If he wants a human girlfriend who's going to look forward to his touch, he grabbed the wrong girl. Maybe my wariness shows on my face, because all he does is stroke my cheek. He doesn't grab me and force me down or rip my top off. He seems content to touch my face. After a few minutes of no grabbing, I relax against him and tuck my body against his side, relaxing a bit. Maybe he just likes touching. The Dragon Man strokes my arm, sliding suds up and down the length of it. It's oddly relaxing, almost like a massage. His hand is incredibly warm, and combine that with the deliciously warm bath, I find my eyelids growing heavy, and I start to get sleepy. Maybe we should get out, I tell him softly. He just pulls me a little closer to his wet body and continues to stroke my soapy arm. All right, well, if he wants to keep massaging a girl, I'll let him. I close my eyes and relax against him. The gentle stroking touches move over my shoulder, and I deliberately lean in against his chest so he can rub my back. He's making that low rumbling noise in his chest again, and sounds like a contented cat. Heck, if humans could purr, I'd probably be doing so right now. If all he wants is gentle touching, I'm happy to oblige. I start to wonder if maybe I've read him all wrong, if he's not wanting to have sex after all. Then I remember him pulling me against him, ready to come into me from behind. Yeah, I didn't imagine that. Suddenly, it doesn't feel quite so safe to lie here in his arms. I'm almost naked. He's still my captor. Still a dragon. A little spooked, I push away from him and get up, wobbling in the slippery pool. That's enough bathing for me. He gets to his feet and immediately puts a hand to my waist, steadying me. I can't help but notice that his bronzed body has water sluicing down his muscles. Oh God, so many dang muscles. And that his cock is completely erect again. Time to put some distance between us again, I think. I get out of the pool, stepping onto the bath mat I've placed nearby for such a reason, and wrap a beach towel around me. It's fluffy and delicious, and I snuggle it close. Doc comes up behind me and begins to rub the towel up and down my wet body, and well, damn, it's really nice. I stand still for his ministrations, even though I know I should push him away. Part of me is worried that I'm going to push him away too much and make him angry, and part of me doesn't want to push him away at all. Part of me likes all this attention, even though I know what he's going to want in the end. You've sold yourself for less, Sasha, I mutter to myself as I slip on a pair of flip-flops. Only this time, instead of selling yourself for some squirrel stew, you'd be selling yourself for an entire store full of stuff and a dragon that wants to protect you from everyone else. Might not be such a bad offer. And yet, I don't know what it entails if I give in to what Doc wants. Does he want a quick fuck and nothing else? Or does he want to keep me hidden away forever? I don't know anything about dragons, other than my really brief conversation with Claudia when she returned to Fort Dallas after escaping hers. I rack my brain trying to remember what she told me. Just that she touched his dick. That's all I remember. Oh, and that he bit her. I'm suddenly filled with fear. I don't want to be bitten. She looked really upset that he'd hurt her, and the memory of that makes my stomach clench. I do my best to ignore Doc at my side as I pad back to my nest of blankets. I can't stop thinking about Claudia and her dragon. I'm a little panicked, but I have to be reasonable. When Claudia first told me she'd met a dragon, she was a little freaked out. She'd said he'd bit her and they'd had sex, and she didn't look pleased. The next time I saw her, she wanted me to go with her and the dragon, and promised he wouldn't hurt me. He must have regained her trust in some sort of manner then. Unless she had a deal with him like I did with Tate, where she agreed to do what he wanted in the bedroom, as long as he kept her safe. I guess I could have a deal like that with Doc, if I was being practical. Though it scares me to think about it, it would also make sense. His protection would offer me a lot more than Tate's would. And haven't I been trading myself for such things already? It fills me with a little bit of despair to realize I'm back in the same situation, but I'll do what I have to do to survive. Just a little afraid of all the biting and what comes with having sex with a dragon. Then again, Tate broke my arm just to teach me a lesson, so I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be as bad as that. I shudder at the memory. I hope it wouldn't be as bad as that. Right now I'm just assuming, but Doc hasn't been happy with my wounds, so I would think he would be a bit more careful with his playthings than Tate was. All right, then. By the time I make it back to the area I've set up as home, I've decided. If the dragon initiates sex with me again, I won't pull away. I'll let whatever happens happen. And I'll just deal with the fallout like I always do. I squelch the feeling of self-loathing that threatens to rise up. This is no time for me to be prudish. This is about my survival, and I'm just going to have to suck it up. Women have been trading their bodies for safety ever since the rift. I'm no different from any of them at the end of the day. When I return to my blankets, I convince Doc to turn around so I can finish changing out of my wet clothes and into some dry ones. I know it shouldn't matter, considering he's naked all the time, but it's important to me that I not give up, even if it means being overly modest. I change into a pair of crisp pajamas, loving the way the cotton feels against my skin. It's been a long time since I've had a real bath. The dunk back during the dragon fight doesn't count. And I feel fresh and clean and itchy. My skin is dry and it doesn't take long for me to start scratching. Annoyed, I dig through my new toiletries until I find lotion and begin to slather it on my legs and then my arms. Doc watches with interest, crouching across from me. I do my best to pretend he's not there, but when he grabs the bottle and sniffs it, I patiently wait for him to return it. Except he doesn't. He squirts a bit on his hand and then moves closer to me, then rubs it on my bared arm. His hand has heated the lotion, and it's not an unpleasant touch. I remain still while he smooths it over my skin. He just likes touching, it seems. Lots and lots of touching. If all he wants is that, I'm game. He rubs my arm all the way to my elbow-length sleeve, then slides his fingers under the sleeve itself, continuing to stroke my skin. Despite his claws, he's very careful, and his touch is gentle. I close my eyes and relax because I have to admit, it feels pretty good. But then Doc growls, and I feel him jerk at my sleeve. I open my eyes to see he's frowning at my clothing, and there's more lotion on his hand. It's clear he wants to continue the massage, even though every exposed inch of me is already lotioned up. I swallow hard. This is the moment I was waiting for, and dreading. But there's no sense in fighting the inevitable. Just a moment, I whisper, and reach up to undo the buttons on my pajama top. My fingers are trembling a little, but I manage to keep myself calm and composed. I slide the top off and let it fall to the ground. My breasts are exposed. I'm completely naked from the waist up, and I wonder if he's going to react in any particular way. Unease makes my skin prickle, and I can feel my nipples getting tight. Doc makes a grunt of approval and moves behind me, pressing one lotion-covered hand onto my shoulder, and continues his rubbing. Okay, that's not so bad then. Despite my initial anxiety, I relax as he continues his massage, kneading and lotioning every inch of my back. It actually feels really good. I can feel my body growing loose and the tension easing from my muscles as he continues to stroke me. His hands slide over my shoulders in a caress, and the longer he does it, the more languid I feel. "Sasha," he murmurs, his hand gliding down the back of my neck. I feel a little shiver move through me at that soft way he says my name. Part of me wonders if he's going to ask me to take off my pants next. And it's weird how breathless and strange that makes me feel. His slick hands move up and down my back, and then he kneads my sides. I have to bite back a little moan of pleasure because, God, that feels good. Any nervousness I felt about him touching me has been rubbed right out of my mind. I lean forward with a little sigh so he can knead the muscles of my lower back. I don't know if this is instinct or something that dragons do for each other, but it's pretty nice, I tell him sleepily. Doc just says my name again, gliding a slippery hand all the way back up to my shoulders once more. My eyes are closed and I'm feeling good, which is why it comes as a surprise when his front presses against my back and he reaches around to my front to knead my breasts. I gasp at the sensation, startled. His hands slide over my boobs, rubbing them just like he did the muscles in my back. And I wonder if he realizes that this is an out-of-bounds area for women. Or are dragons different? Even as I contemplate this, he slides his fingers over my nipples, and a low moan tears from my throat. Dear God, that felt really good. He rumbles low in his throat, and his hands continue to work my breasts, rubbing and plucking at my now tight nipples. I can feel my pulse pounding between my thighs. I'm startled at my own response. It's been forever since I've felt any kind of desire. It's definitely what I'm feeling right now, though. There's a deep throb low in my body, and as his hands glide over my breasts, I get breathless with excitement. Doc lowers his head and nuzzles at the juncture of my shoulder and neck. I can feel his breath there, hot and spicy, and when his thumbs drag over my nipples again, he licks at my skin, and I feel my pussy throb once more in response. My breasts ache, and I push against his hands when he focuses on toying with the tips, rolling them back and forth between his thumb and forefinger, as if fascinated by their texture. God, I'm positively aching now. His tongue glides up the length of my neck, and I feel him flick it against my ear, and it sends new shivers through my body. Sasha. He growls into my ear and inhales deeply, burying his face against my hair. All the while, his fingers continue to work my nipples, claws dragging against my skin just enough to make me crazy with need. I'm gasping for breath as he pets me, loving this exquisite torture. It's the most delicious thing I've felt in a long time. Doc inhales sharply, interrupting my thoughts. He growls low in his throat again, and then his hands leave my breasts. He pushes me forward onto the blankets until I'm on my elbows and my cheek presses against the floor. His weight rests atop mine, and I go stiff. I know what's coming next. Just like that, the pleasure I've been feeling bursts like a soap bubble. The self-loathing returns. But it must be done. I suppress the sigh that rises in my throat. I won't enjoy it, but sex isn't the end of things. I'll just let him do what he likes and pretend I'm enjoying it half as much. It's not a big deal. I've had worse sex, I'm sure. At least it's not Tate, ready to break another limb. That puts things into perspective for sure. Just thinking about it like that makes me resigned but determined. It's all about survival after all.
13. Doc. Kyle was right. My female wants caresses and soft touches instead of a mating challenge. I have done so, and now her mating perfume fills the air. I've never smelled anything as good as Sacha's mating scent. Thick and musky, I want to bury my face between her thighs and drag my tongue over her until I've captured every drop. But the urgency I feel inside me, the need to make her my mate, it won't wait. I need to claim her as mine now and protect her, anchor her to me, give her my fires. My mate. Need threatens to overwhelm me, and my cock aches. I feel desperate to bury myself inside my mate. My fangs ache, filling with my fires. Sacha's body is small underneath mine, and when I press her forward so I can mount her, she doesn't resist. Mine, I think, with joy. My mate is at last mine. She still wears more of her strange skins, and I run my claws over her backside, trying to figure out how to remove them. With a growl of frustration, I rip my claws through the soft material, shredding it until it falls away from her. She gasps, and her fingers clench in the blankets, but she is otherwise still. I cast the destroyed skin aside, and then run a hand over my mate's soft body. Her flanks are pale, and her delicious scent is wafting up to me, making my mouth water with the need to claim her. I will wait no longer. I press against her backside, rubbing my length against her heat. She is wet, but not as thick with juices as I had hoped. It is no matter. She will grow wetter when I am inside her. I slick my cock with her desire and then push into her heat. Sacha gasps again, her small body stiff under mine, and then I am lost to the mating heat. I pound into her, letting a cry of pure joy escape me as I bury myself to the hilt inside her. She is so wet and tight, my mate. Nothing has ever felt so good. Nothing. I cannot help myself. I pull back and plunge deep again, and then again. Over and over, I pump my cock into her tight warmth. My fangs burn with the need to claim her, but I cannot stop driving into her, cannot stop spearing her cunt with my length. Her small body under mine is what I have needed all along, her sweetness given to me. My body tightens, and I can feel my seed burning in my shaft. I slow down in my driving strokes, pacing myself. Though it is difficult to stop, I must give Sacha my fires first, or I will burn her. The thought of pulling out and spilling my seed on her back, the dracony ritual of rejecting her as a mate. It will not happen. She is mine. Mine alone. I lean forward, covering her smaller frame with my larger one. She trembles underneath me, and when I grab a handful of her hair and pull her neck to the side, I can hear her breathing, thick and rapid. "Sacha," I murmur, and lick the cords of her delicate throat again. She shudders underneath me, and when I turn her head to the side, her eyes are closed. No matter, she is mine. I let my fangs elongate, let the fire surge through them, and then I press my mouth to her skin again. This time, I puncture deep and anchor my teeth into her. My fires pour forth, surging into her body, and she is silent as she takes my fires. There is no noise from my Sacha, only her endless trembling. She is brave, my mate. Look at how she accepts my fires now that I have conquered her. No male could ask for a more perfect female. My fires surge out of me until my jaw aches, and I resist the urge to bite down because I do not want to hurt my delicate Sacha. My heart sings with pleasure at the feel of her underneath me. This is now mine, I realize. She is safe with me. She is mine. No one can take her. Not the ravens, not the buzzards, not another male seeking a mate. Sacha belongs to Doc, now and forever. My spirit is linked with hers. Even as my fires dry up, the pressure in my cock builds. The need to fill her with my seed grows undeniable, and when my fangs finally retract, I let out a groan of relief. I straighten, adjusting my mate underneath me and spreading her hips wider. She fits perfectly under the palm of my hand, her small bottom pink and arched, her skin bright reddish where my burning flesh has pressed against her own. I watch in fascination as my cock disappears into her sheath when I thrust into her, and I can feel her tight body giving to mine. The time has come. I can give her my seed without hurting her. My next thrust into her is brutal in its intensity, but I cannot stop myself. Over and over again, I pump into my mate, harder and faster, until my body seems as if it is moving of its own volition. Sacha, I chant in my mind. Sacha, Sacha. My release comes. I feel it rush through my muscles, my hands clamping down on her hips as my growl of pleasure turns into a low roar. With a possessive thrust, I erupt inside her. My seed spills forth, and I cannot stop moving, thrusting into her tight, wet heat, until every ounce of my body has been given to her. Her channel is hot and slick with my cum, and I keep pumping into her, keep giving her more until there is nothing left to give. Then the strength leaves my body, and I collapse. I carefully roll to the side as I do, because I do not wish to harm my mate with my weight. I pull her against me, tucking her against my body, so I can keep my cock buried inside her while I recover. I put a possessive arm around her shoulders and hold her tightly, burying my face in her wet hair that smells like flowers and water and Sacha. My mate. Mine. She is silent, quiet in my arms after our pleasure. I want to lick the wound I have left on her throat with my claiming bite, but I am too tired. Next time, I vow. There is no need for another bite, but I will lick her all over next time. I like the thought very much. I relax and close my eyes, waiting for my strength to return. I knew that forging the mental link with a mate was exhausting, but I had no idea I'd be so tired. Perhaps it is more difficult with humans. I breathe in Sacha's scent, pleased to see that it is already changing. Though her skin still feels cooler than mine, I can smell my dracony scent mingling with her human one. Soon she will have the spicy scent of my claim through her sweet blood, and I am eager to learn it. I am almost as eager for that as I am for the mental bond. I push my mind at hers, waiting. There is not much there yet, but I feel something growing and changing, as if a light is gradually strengthening somewhere deep within. The ravens are silent in the wake of my mating, and I want to shout with joy over that small change alone. Sacha has fixed my mind. She has saved me. Meadows, comes a soft thought echoing in my head. Meadows with flowers. Eh? 14. Doc. I test the mental connection again, seeking out her mind. Meadows and flowers, I think. A stream. Some birds chirping. Maybe a picnic and some books, with the sun shining and not a cloud in the sky. Gosh, that would be great. Yeah, a picnic in a meadow. Nothing but peace and quiet and time to read my books. That's my perfect place. It is Sacha's thoughts, calm and sweet and pure. I push against our mental bond, wanting more of this. Sasha, I realize, as I touch her mind. She is Sasha Kennedy, and she is mine. I delve at her thoughts, exploring and curious about my mate's inner workings. A nice, big, thick book, she muses. I could set a blanket down near a rambling stream and... Ow! She shifts slightly in my grip. Stupid arm. It throbs, sending an ache through her body. I hope he's done with me soon. Done. There is no sweetness accompanying that thought, only resignation. Curious, I lurk in the corners of her mind, waiting. Against me, Sasha moves, flexing her leg. Her bottom presses against me, and even as I curl my body around hers, I can feel her thoughts. Sticky, she is thinking. And I just bathed. Oh well. Thank goodness that's over, at least. I've had worse, and I've survived it, just like I've survived in the past. Thank goodness it is over? These are not the thoughts of a satisfied mate. I feel an uneasy clench in my gut as she mentally goes over her aches and pains, all made worse from the mating. There is a new rawness deep inside her from my eager mating, and her thoughts are full of how she is going to ache in the morning, not of shared pleasure. She did not enjoy herself. Sasha endured my touch. The realization comes as I brush against her thoughts. She did not want to mate with me. She let me enjoy her body because she felt she must. Even though there was a mating scent, she was not eager to mate with me. Even now, I feel a brush of her shame against my thoughts, and I am sick that she feels this way. My mate does not want me to touch her? My heart, joyful only moments ago, is filled with shame. How did I misunderstand her signals? Even as sleep overtakes me, I want to fight it. I want to understand my mate. I want her to feel what I feel, not shame, not disgust with herself, not self-loathing. But if she will lie to me with her smiles, how can I trust her not to shield her thoughts from me? How can I trust that she will let me know the truth? The answer is a simple but hurtful one. I must act as if there is no mental link at all.
Sasha. When Doc is finally asleep, I slide out of his grip and get up from the floor. I'm aching all over, my knees wobbly and weak. I'm wet between my thighs from our mating, and my skin feels feverish and hot. In short, I feel like crap. So I pick up my beach towel and glance over at my dragon captor again. He sleeps, one clawed hand twitching as if even in his dreams, he's reaching for me. I wrap the towel around my body and head to the back of the store, alone. It's awfully quiet. Too quiet. There's nothing but my thoughts, and I'm not sure I want to be alone with them right now. Then again, I didn't want to be alone with Doc either, so I guess I'm just impossible to please right now. I head for the pool and sink into the waters, not caring that it's cold and the bubbles are gone. I just had sex with a dragon. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. Part of me is kind of relieved that it's over, because now I don't have to worry about it anymore. I know what to expect. He's got a huge dick, He's a little rough even when he tries to be gentle, and he bites. Really, it could have been much worse. I think of Tate and all the times he made me feel terrible before doing his best to degrade me. I can deal with a slightly rough, biting dragon man who has decided to claim me. I'm a little disappointed in Doc, too. Part of me was hoping he'd realize I was no longer enthusiastic the moment he pushed me down onto the ground, and that he'd stop, that we'd go back to the petting and stroking of my breasts, because I had enjoyed that a lot, and it had surprised me. I thought I hated all sex. Now I realize I like being petted and caressed, but the actual sex act itself is just something to be endured, even with someone different. I put a hand between my thighs under the water. My pussy's throbbing, and I feel worn out. My neck throbs too, and I realize I feel feverish all over, both inside and out. Is that because his cum was hotter than a human man's cum? I could actually feel it inside me, like a hot splash over my insides. It was the strangest sensation. Maybe I can talk Doc into wearing a condom, if they even make them dragon-sized. I'll have to look at the pharmacy. My neck aches too, and I rub it. I can't help but feel a little guilty that I'm back to trading my body for safety. I told myself that I'd never do such a thing. And then I met Tate. Granted, I mostly slept with Tate for a few bites to eat or some money, but being with him also gave me security from the other new militia jerks. They knew I was Tate's plaything and didn't mess with me. And I told myself that if it was just Tate, it'd be different. But now I've gone and given myself to a dragon, and I feel a little ashamed. I've always told myself I'd do what I have to survive, but sometimes getting my brain on board with the program is a little more difficult. I sink lower into the water, wishing I didn't feel weird about this. Doc's been kind, but this was never how I pictured my life. To be tossed between one man after another, nothing more than a possession. Doc wakes up toward the end of the evening, and I do my best to remain normal around him. I've been busy improving my house, trying to keep my mind off of what just happened between us. I blew up an air mattress and redid my bed, so now it's nice and neat. I found a battery-powered lamp and a few batteries with some juice left in them, and have a small bedside lamp so I can read. And I've eaten an entire bag of stale chocolate chips because I figure a girl can treat herself after a day like today. I'm in new pajamas since Doc shredded my last pair, and my hair's dry and fluffy. I have a good book in my hands. I should be happy. Instead, I'm nervous. Doc comes over to my bed where I'm curled up, reading, and nuzzles at my hair, inhaling deeply. I give him a polite smile, but inwardly I'm worried he's going to want to have sex again. How often do dragons mate, I wonder? Maybe I'll get lucky and it's only a once-a-month thing. That'd be all right. I think I could endure monthly. But all he does is rub his nose along my neck and then pads away. I pick my book up again, but I'm a little weirded out. Is he leaving me for good? Is he done with me now? I can't tell if I feel rejected or relieved. I'm so confused. I read for a moment longer, then put my book down and move to the end of the aisle, peeping to watch him. He's heading to the front of the store, his stride calm and easy. This is also the first time he's left my side voluntarily since he nabbed me, and I don't know what to think. All right, Sasha, if he's leaving you for good, you need a plan B. I turn back to my bed and sit down cross-legged. I rub my aching neck, thinking. There are pads of stationery a few aisles down, and I can write out a supply list. I could fill a backpack of things that could be worth money back at Fort Dallas, and return there and live like a queen for a short time. Well, as long as no one robbed me, of course. But that would mean going back to Fort Dallas by myself. And I don't even know that Claudia or Amy are there anymore. I have a few friends left there, like Melina, the local doctor, who's seen me far more than she should. I could go back and stick with what I know. Or I could live here alone for a while like Emma did and disguise my scent from dragons. I could hold my own and just suck it up in regards to the loneliness. I could also go and look for Claudia and her dragon. That's the most dangerous of the three options, because I'd be looking for dragons instead of running away from them. But I also feel obligated to my friend and her sister. My head hurts because none of those options seem like good ones. I don't know what to do. Miserable, I curl up in my bed and lie down. My arm hurts too, the bones aching deep. My hip feels like poop too. I'm just whiny and miserable. It's the fever, maybe. I press my hand to my forehead and I feel hot. Ugh. Maybe I'm allergic to dragon semen. Wouldn't that just figure? Sasha. When Doc is finally asleep, I slide out of his grip and get up from the floor. I'm aching all over, my knees wobbly and weak. I'm wet between my thighs from our mating, and my skin feels feverish and hot. In short, I feel like crap. So I pick up my beach towel and glance over at my dragon captor again. He sleeps, one clawed hand twitching as if even in his dreams, he's reaching for me. I wrap the towel around my body and head to the back of the store, alone. It's awfully quiet. Too quiet. There's nothing but my thoughts, and I'm not sure I want to be alone with them right now. Then again, I didn't want to be alone with Doc either, so I guess I'm just impossible to please right now. I head for the pool and sink into the waters, not caring that it's cold and the bubbles are gone. I just had sex with a dragon. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. Part of me is kind of relieved that it's over, because now I don't have to worry about it anymore. I know what to expect. He's got a huge dick, he's a little rough even when he tries to be gentle, and he bites. Really, it could have been much worse. I think of Tate and all the times he made me feel terrible before doing his best to degrade me. I can deal with a slightly rough, biting dragon man who has decided to claim me. I'm a little disappointed in Doc, too. Part of me was hoping he'd realize I was no longer enthusiastic the moment he pushed me down onto the ground, and that he'd stop, that we'd go back to the petting and stroking of my breasts, because I'd enjoyed that a lot, and it had surprised me. I thought I hated all sex. Now I realize I like being petted and caressed, but the actual sex act itself is just something to be endured, even with someone different. I put a hand between my thighs under the water. My pussy's throbbing, and I feel worn out. My neck throbs too, and I realize I feel feverish all over, both inside and out. Is that because his cum was hotter than a human man's cum? I could actually feel it inside me, like a hot splash over my insides. It was the strangest sensation. Maybe I can talk Doc into wearing a condom, if they even make them dragon-sized. I'll have to look at the pharmacy. My neck aches too, and I rub it. I can't help but feel a little guilty that I'm back to trading my body for safety. I told myself that I'd never do such a thing. And then I met Tate. Granted, I mostly slept with Tate for a few bites to eat or some money, but being with him also gave me security from the other new militia jerks. They knew I was Tate's plaything and didn't mess with me. And I told myself that if it was just Tate, it'd be different. But now I've gone and given myself to a dragon, and I feel a little ashamed. I've always told myself I'd do what I have to survive, but sometimes getting my brain on board with the program is a little more difficult. I sink lower into the water, wishing I didn't feel weird about this. Doc's been kind, but this was never how I pictured my life. To be tossed between one man after another, nothing more than a possession. Doc wakes up toward the end of the evening, and I do my best to remain normal around him. I've been busy improving my house, trying to keep my mind off of what just happened between us. I blew up an air mattress and redid my bed, so now it's nice and neat. I found a battery-powered lamp and a few batteries with some juice left in them, and have a small bedside lamp so I can read. And I've eaten an entire bag of stale chocolate chips because I figure a girl can treat herself after a day like today. I'm in new pajamas since Doc shredded my last pair, and my hair's dry and fluffy. I have a good book in my hands. I should be happy. Instead, I'm nervous. Doc comes over to my bed where I'm curled up, reading, and nuzzles at my hair, inhaling deeply. I give him a polite smile, but inwardly I'm worried he's going to want to have sex again. How often do dragons mate, I wonder? Maybe I'll get lucky and it's only a once-a-month thing. That'd be all right. I think I could endure monthly. But all he does is rub his nose along my neck and then pads away. I pick my book up again, but I'm a little weirded out. Is he leaving me for good? Is he done with me now? I can't tell if I feel rejected or relieved. I'm so confused. I read for a moment longer, then put my book down and move to the end of the aisle, peeping to watch him. He's heading to the front of the store, his stride calm and easy. This is also the first time he's left my side voluntarily since he nabbed me, and I don't know what to think. All right, Sasha, if he's leaving you for good, you need a plan B. I turn back to my bed and sit down cross-legged. I rub my aching neck, thinking. There are pads of stationery a few aisles down, and I can write out a supply list. I could fill a backpack of things that could be worth money back at Fort Dallas, and return there and live like a queen for a short time. Well, as long as no one robbed me, of course. But that would mean going back to Fort Dallas by myself. And I don't even know that Claudia or Amy are there anymore. I have a few friends left there, like Melina, the local doctor, who's seen me far more than she should. I could go back and stick with what I know. Or I could live here alone for a while like Emma did and disguise my scent from dragons. I could hold my own and just suck it up in regards to the loneliness. I could also go and look for Claudia and her dragon. That's the most dangerous of the three options, because I'd be looking for dragons instead of running away from them. But I also feel obligated to my friend and her sister. My head hurts because none of those options seem like good ones. I don't know what to do. Miserable, I curl up in my bed and lie down. My arm hurts too, the bones aching deep. My hip feels like poop too. I'm just whiny and miserable. It's the fever, maybe. I press my hand to my forehead and I feel hot. Ugh. Maybe I'm allergic to dragon semen. Wouldn't that just figure?
Doc. My Sasha. I roll her name around in my mind as I return from my hunt to find her sleeping. She is curled up in her bed, beads of sweat on her brow. Her scent is heavily mixed with mine, so the fires must be raging through her. I move to lie next to her and pull her against me, wanting to feel her close to me. Even for the short time I was gone, I missed her. Of course, I cannot take her hunting with me, but the sight of her, safe in her nest, fills me with intense pleasure. My mate. Her small form fits in my arms perfectly, and now that our minds are connected, I can feel that her wounds are hurting her. The fire moves through them as well, burning away impurities. Dragons heal quickly, and we do not sicken like humans do, and the fire works to fix my mate and make her stronger so she can bear my young. It never occurred to me that Sasha would not enjoy being my mate, however. I have been troubled by this since I touched her, and my thoughts were a chaotic, muddy pool as I flew over the ruins and hunted. Now that I have returned to her side and resumed my two-legged form, I am able to think clearly. Sasha did not wish for me to touch her, but when I rubbed her body with the scented cream, her pleasure scent flowed. She enjoyed it after all. I did not imagine her scent, and while she might not have enjoyed all of my touches, that does not matter. If she enjoyed one touch, I will learn others, so she will come to look forward to all of my touches. I will not give up. I will not despair. Like Kyle said, she wants to be caressed and coaxed. I was too stubborn to listen then, but I will take his advice now. Whatever my mate needs from me, I will give her.
15. Sasha. The next morning, I wake up to see that Doc is asleep beside me, his big arm thrown over my shoulders. I'm tucked against his chest and my hair's damp with sweat. I feel a little hungover, all wrung out and exhausted. Am I sick? I slide out of his grip and get out a small mirror, examining my neck. The bites that were there last night are gone. My cheeks are flushed with fever, but other than that, I look all right. Sasha, Doc murmurs. He strokes a hand down my arm, a silent question in his gaze. I'm okay, I tell him with a faint smile. Just feel kind of crappy. I keep the cheery expression on my face, though I'm watching him warily as he gets up. I know some guys get morning wood and want to have sex. Is he going to be one of them? But Doc gets to his feet and pads away, and I sink back under the blankets, relieved. He returns a few minutes later, and I'm surprised to see that he's got a few items in his hands. One is the mug I've been drinking out of, and when he hands it to me, I realize it's full of fresh, cold water. He watches me to make sure I take a drink, and when I sit up, he sits on the ground next to me and puts down a few more items, regarding me as he does. A can of beans, a jar of peanut butter, and a box of crackers that are probably stale as hell. He's taking care of me. Despite my mixed feelings about him, I melt at that. Thank you, Doc. This is really sweet of you. He touches my cheek and then tucks the blankets closer around me, then hands me one of my paperbacks. Sasha. He points at the bed, and even with that one word, I understand him. I need to stay in bed and recover today. I give him a genuine smile. I guess I can do that. I drink my water, and as I do, I wonder if there's a way I can make coffee or hot tea. Ooh, that's something to try for the future, I think. For now, I gulp down everything in my cup, and Doc immediately takes it and leaves with it for a refill. I skip the can of beans and inspect my crackers and peanut butter. The crackers are terribly stale, but I spread peanut butter on them with my fingers and eat anyhow. It's the best thing I think I've ever tasted. When Doc returns with my drink, I take a few more sips and then lie back down again. He pushes my book into my hands and I chuckle at that. Never thought someone would demand that I read. But I pop it open and return to my place, happy to lose myself in a book for a few hours. Of course, it's a little disconcerting that Doc is hovering nearby. I'm aware of him even as I try to concentrate on my book. When he climbs into the bed with me, my senses go on high alert. But he only moves to sit next to me, and his hand strokes through my hair, petting it. Which is kind of nice. For a girl who's sworn she hates to be touched, I sure do seem to be enjoying all these touches lately. Maybe it's not the touches I hate, but what comes with them. Sex. But getting my hair stroked is all right. When Doc indicates that I should put my head in his lap, I do, and he continues to run his fingers through my curls. That's all he does, though. He doesn't do more, doesn't push for more, doesn't even talk. He seems content to hang out with me, as if he knows I don't feel well and need to rest. It's surprising, but it's also pleasant. How long has it been since I've had a day where I could stay in bed? Too long. I'm determined to enjoy it. I smooth my hand over one of the pages in my book and go back to reading.
Doc. Sasha's thoughts are full of pleasure. She is still wary every time I move, but she lets me pet her hair and touch her face as she stares at the thing she calls a book and loses herself in its story. And her pleasure makes me happy. I do not remember things like books from my world. My vague memories are misty and polluted by ravens, but I do remember some things. Sitting at the feet of the elders and hearing glorious tales of battle is one of them, though I do not recall any of the specific stories. Perhaps that is like what Sasha feels when she looks at her book. It is telling a story in her head instead of aloud, and because I am in her thoughts, I listen in on the story as well. It is a strange one, full of humans and things called ships that float on the water. One human male courts a female, but because she is angry at him, he decides to woo her. This has my full interest, because I, too, wish to learn how to woo my female. The door to Ophelia's cabin opened up with a bang. She sat up in bed, clutching her nightgown to her heaving bosom. What is this? I pause in my stroking of Sasha's hair, fascinated. The words paint a story in her mind. I find this fascinating. More than that, I can feel how intrigued my mate is by the story. I settle in, curious. Dirk swept inside, his gaze raking over Ophelia. In his hand, he carried a large bouquet of roses. You asked me to show you my love? Well, I shall do so. Ophelia gasped, pleased. Flowers? For me? Only the best for you, my dearest. He held the flowers out to her. She took them, and then he swept her into his arms, carrying her out of the ship's cabin. He moved out onto the deck with her, and she blushed to hear all of the ship's hands cheering them on. But Dirk did not stop. He continued off the gangplank with her and walked to the pier, and then onward. Ophelia swooned in his arms, aroused by his strength and the way he had swept her off her feet. So romantic. It made her hungry for him, just knowing how strong he was. I snored at that. I have carried my Sasha many times, and she has never viewed it as romantic. This story is foolish. Sasha pauses in her reading and glances up at me. What? I stroke her hair. You just snorted. Is something wrong? I caress her cheek, acting as if I do not understand her words. Sasha. She gives me a strange look and then settles back in, returning to her book. Strange dragon, she mutters. Dirk carried her a ways away from the pirate ship and onto the sandy shore. There, in the distance, he'd set up a picnic blanket, full of delicious foods arranged on a lovely blanket. How thoughtful he was, how caring. To think that Dirk had done all of this for her, right down to the flowers. She felt loved and cosseted. She felt like he truly cared for her to make such a show of things, and it made her want to put her arms around his neck and kiss him until all of her worries about the future went away. This was the sweetest, most thoughtful thing anyone had ever done for her. My interest perks. The male puts a blanket on the ground for the female, and she wishes to mate with him? The mental images I am receiving from Sasha's mind seem to agree with this. Is this another human ritual I have perhaps missed? My beauty, Dirk told Ophelia as he laid her down on the blanket. I have prepared a picnic feast for you with all of the most delicious treats I could imagine, but none of them compare to the taste of your lips. Dirk, she cried, how I love you! Take me in your arms and never let me go, ever again. In her mind, my Sasha sighs happily. She is pleased by this strange story, and as it goes on, I can see from the visual in her mind that the humans do indeed begin to mate. The descriptions continue, and I find myself getting aroused at the way my Sasha is picturing them, and how it affects her. When Dirk pulls the panties off of Ophelia and places his mouth between her thighs, and Sasha gets excited, it makes it very clear to me what I must do. I must give my mate a picnic. I will find a shore, some flowers, and some food to lay down on a blanket. Then I will wait for her to press her mouth to mine and demand that I mate with her. This sounds perfect. The next morning, as I hunt my meal, I think about my mate's picnic. It must be just right, I decide. I want my Sasha to be so pleased with her picnic that she cannot help but fall into my arms, her mating scent overwhelming. Yes, I like that idea. I start with the colorful plants she refers to as flowers. I can find none that match the visual image she had in her mind. Most of the plants are withered and brown, either from dragon fire or the chill in the air. I do find a bush that is green, the leaves glossy. Surely this is the same thing. Pleased, I dig it up with my claws and carry it as I look for the next item. Food is simple. They ate a sort of bird in the story. I snap up one of the passing birds and swallow it, testing. It is no more than a morsel, but I suppose it is tasty if one does not mind feathers. I catch up with another group of them and flush one out of the air with fire. It drops like a stone to the ground, and I scoop it up. Human females must be easy to please, I decide. This venture is not so difficult. Though easy to please is not how I would describe my Sasha. I study the roasted bird I carry in one claw and the bush in the other. Perhaps I am getting this wrong? Mentally, I review the images I have in my mind after Sasha's story. Plants, food, picnic. No, I am correct. I fly off in search of the perfect spot to set up my picnic. Somewhere with water.
16. Sasha. I yawn, stretching as I wake up from my nap. Whatever flu that seems to have knocked me out yesterday has passed, thank goodness. I feel much better today. Less achy, less tired, and I'm hungry again. I grab a sleeve of stale crackers and nibble on them as I sit up, looking around for my dragon. The store is quiet, and that means I'm all by myself at the moment. He must be out hunting. Weird how I feel a little lonely at that realization. I must be needier than I thought. After Claudia got exiled, though, and Amy disappeared to go hunt for her sister, I felt abandoned and alone. I hated that feeling more than anything. It's not that I need people to feed me or take care of me, but I want to matter to someone. Maybe that's why I feel emotionally attached to the dragon, even though he should be the enemy. When he's around, he acts like I'm the only thing in his world. It's nice. Of course, now that we've had sex, he's flying off and leaving me alone. And I wonder if this means he's 1 foot out the door. I shouldn't care about that, really. But it would just be another check mark in a long list of Sasha abandoners. After a while, you start wondering what's so terrible about you that makes everyone leave. And that's not a good feeling. I get dressed in a fresh pair of panties, a new bra, and another sundress and some sandals. Since I have a whole store full of clothing to use, I don't plan on wearing anything a second time if I can help it. I straighten up my little bedroom area and sigh happily as I put away my books. Yesterday was so nice. I read and ate snacks in bed like I didn't have a care in the world. When was the last time I had a full day just to be lazy and relax while someone else took care of me? Doc waited on me like I was a princess and stroked my hair and skin while I read, just because he wanted to be near me. I wish he didn't want sex. He'd be a great companion otherwise. Of course, if he didn't want sex, he wouldn't have kidnapped me, so I guess there's no use banging that drum. I tidy things up and then pull out a book of crossword puzzles, glancing back up at the entrance of the store. Still no Doc. Huh. Normally he hunts quickly and then returns just as quickly. I thought it was because he didn't like leaving me alone. What if he's not coming back? I swallow hard at the thought. What if I'm not worth the hassle anymore? I shake my head to rid it of such negative thoughts. Emma wouldn't give a shit if she was abandoned. Neither would Claudia, come to think of it. Both of them would work hard to survive and kick ass no matter what. I need to be more like them. Emma. I tap my pen on the crossword book, thinking about the lone woman. She hasn't come back, despite the fact that it's been days. I hoped that she'd at least scope the place out and see if we'd abandoned it. I wouldn't mind having another person to talk to. Especially if Doc's abandoned me. But I don't like to think about that. Maybe Emma's still around? I get to my feet and head through the store looking for the stationery aisle. I find it and then find some pads of paper and sit down on the floor to compose a note to her. Emma. It's me, Sasha, the one who took over your store. I'm still here with the dragon, but I promise he won't hurt you. He's really nice and he's been good to me. But I understand if you're afraid. If you want to meet to talk, or if you need some supplies and are scared to come back, let me know what you need, okay? I'm including some paper and an extra pen in this envelope. Please write back if you see this. Your friend, Sasha. I put the letter and the supplies in a big envelope, seal it, and then write Emma huge on the front, and head to the store entrance. I'm going to tape it to the window and hope that she sees it. Of course, the moment I finish attaching my envelope on the door, I hear the heavy beat of dragon wings and look up. My heart pounds until I see the dragon do a familiar whirl and dip in the sky that I've come to think of as Doc's. Thunder rumbles overhead and the skies look ominously dark. I'm a little concerned because should Doc even be flying in poor weather? Or do dragons not have to worry about lightning? I stay close to the front doors, hugging my busted arm and watching as he comes in for a landing. I want to ask if everything's okay, but of course I can't. He doesn't speak English. The moment Doc's clawed feet touch the ground, he turns to his human form and bounds toward me, a toothy grin on his face. He looks so very pleased with himself that I can't help but respond, and I begin to smile too. As he approaches, he extends his hand in my direction. "What is it?" I ask and gesture at the sky just as thunder rumbles again. "It's about to rain." I go to put my hand in his, but Doc immediately changes forms. And then I'm being snatched up by the dragon and flown through the stormy skies. I swallow my cry of distress and cling to his claws. Not this again. I'm so tired of being hauled around like a piece of meat. And I hope we're going back to the store and this isn't the last time I'll see it, because I'm not prepared. I force myself to push the negative thoughts away and hold on to Doc's claws. At the end of the day, I'm not in control. Best to just hang on and see where he takes me. The rain starts pouring within minutes, and by the time Doc lands, I'm soaked to the bone and shivering. "What the hell?" I tell him as he releases me and I stagger forward. I push wet hair out of my face, and my cute sundress is soggy and clinging to my body like a cold blanket. "Why are we here?" Doc transforms to human form, and I yelp as he grabs me in his arms, hauling me against him. I fling my good arm around his neck to hold on, mystified. What is going on? Why is he carrying me in his human form? Why are we out here in the rain? Where the heck are we? I squint through the driving rain trying to figure out the location. Like most of old Dallas, there's a couple of wrecked cars in the wild grasses, one with a tree growing through the sunroof. The area is shrubby and unkempt, and in the distance I can see a broken fast food sign. It's like we're in a field somewhere, but where? And why? I'm even more mystified when Doc arrives at what looks like a murky, scummy pond. Well, pond might be too kind of a word for it. With no one to run the city's water systems, some sewer lines and man-made lakes have gone dry, and new ones have sprung up from leaks, turning low-lying areas into swampy miasmas. This looks to be the latter. I swear I don't know how this dragon's mind works. Doc sets me down gently at the edge of a messy-looking something. I wipe water from my eyes and stare down. It's a long square of what was once white material. It kind of looks like a huge car dealership flag, but why it's neatly folded up here on the banks of this greenish pond, I have no idea. It's also completely soaked, thanks to the rain. I'm mystified as to what I'm supposed to think, and I turn to give the dragon a confused look. Doc? He gestures that I should wait and races off. A moment later, he brings me a bush. Not just any bush, but a bush with the roots dripping mud everywhere. He thrusts it out to me, a proud look on his face. Am I supposed to take it? Thank you? I try to pick it up with my good arm, but it's a little unwieldy and the leaves keep pricking against my skin. After a moment of wrestling with it, I just set it down and wipe my now muddy hands on my dress. I don't know what's going on, Doc. I really don't. I go silent because in the next moment, he's holding a dead bird out to me. A dead, roasted bird, feathers and all. I look at it with horror, and he frowns at me, tilting his head as if he's confused as to why I'm upset. He rips the head off the bird, I think it's a dove, and offers it to me. With a squeal of distress, I stumble backward. Gross, no! He frowns down at the dove, and dove head, and tosses it aside, then moves forward and takes me by the shoulders and kisses me. Kisses me? I'm so surprised I stand completely still. I didn't know that Doc even knew what it meant to kiss. The last time he tried this, he just pushed his mouth against mine. This is different. His lips gentle against my own. He pulls away after a moment and then studies me again. It's like he's waiting for something. I stare at him, confused. I'm supposed to be grasping something from this ritual, I think. But what? I don't know. Doc looks frustrated. He moves to my side and picks me up, then carries me onto the white material again. He picks up the bush again and offers it to me once more. It's definitely a ritual of some kind. Maybe on his world, people give women bushes instead of flowers like they do here. Flowers. I frown to myself, glancing down at the flag underneath my feet. It's almost like a picnic blanket. As if he can read my mind, Doc grins and picks up the cooked dove and offers it to me again. Is this a picnic? He carried me and gave me food. A flower, kind of. A kiss. It's almost like my romance novel. I gasp. This is the romance novel. Doc brought me here like Dirk brought Ophelia to the shore. He's giving me flowers and food for a picnic. And while this poor mangled dove isn't chicken, the concept must be the same in his mind. He even kissed me, just like Dirk and Ophelia did. How did he know? It is because we are connected. A voice says in my mind, loud and clear as a bell. And the voice is wholly masculine. Oh my God. 17. Sasha. The dragon is in my head. In my head. I stare at Doc like he's the enemy, because he is. He's been spying in my head for God knows how long, and he's just now thinking to tell me? I feel hysterical with the anger and betrayal that's sweeping through me. This is the worst kind of privacy invasion. Not only has he kidnapped me, he's taken my body, and now he's taking hold in my mind. Is nothing going to be mine anymore? Not even my thoughts? You are upset. The male voice booms in my brain even as Doc cocks his head, a perplexed expression on his face. I wish I understood why. Because it's my head. You can't take everything from me. I put a fist to my brow, frustrated. Shit, now I'm talking in my head, too. I give myself a little shake. How long have you been in there? How is this even possible? When I gave you my fires, it connected us. My soul is now anchored to yours. You are my mate, and I am yours. You didn't ask me if I wanted to be connected. And then the rest of it hits me like a load of bricks. Wait, mate? Yes, you are my mate. His eyes gleam with that gold-on-gold luster. My sweet female, you are my reason for living. I can't help but feel a little flattered at that. I'm trying not to be angry, Doc, but I don't understand so much. Is this why you stole me? I shiver thinking of that horrible day back in Fort Dallas. Is this why you were attacking the fort to get to me? I attacked the human hive to help my friend Kyle and his human mate. You fell from the sky and I plucked you from the air. The moment I touched you, I knew you were mine. The gold in his eyes seems to get even deeper. You would be the one to drive the ravens from my mind. You would be the one to make my thoughts clear once more. The one I can depend on to calm me when the madness hits. It's all true. You soothe me. Madness? Ravens? There's so much I don't grasp. I feel like I've been left behind in an important conversation. You said Kyle had a human mate. Kyle he's the other gold? Claudia's gold? I do not know the human's name, but she is the one with fire hair. That's her. That's my friend. I press a hand to my lips, worried. Is she alive? Did they survive the attack on Fort Dallas? She is alive. Kyle's thoughts are yet clear. If she were dead, he would be lost to the madness once more. I stagger against him with relief, not caring that there's rain slanting down on both of us. So she's okay. Amy too? I do not know. Shall I ask Kyle the next time I fly into range? Oh my God, that would be wonderful. I gasp as I realize he's known all this time that she's fine, and I've been worried sick, and I smack his arm. I can't believe you've let me worry for so long. That's cruel. Rain drips into my eyes, and before I can wipe it away, he is there, brushing my forehead with his knuckles protectively. We have only been bonded since we mated and you received my fires. I could not understand you before. Oh. That was still 2 days ago. I protest. Why didn't you speak up? His eyes flash dark. Because I heard your thoughts and they were displeasing. I wish to understand you more. My thoughts were unpleasant to him? Well, that's what you get for snooping. If you don't want to hear what I think, don't listen in. I cannot help it. I am addicted to your thoughts. I need them. I need your connection to keep me sane. Sane? That's the second time he's mentioned madness. What do you mean? He touches my face again as if he cannot help himself. His fingers are tender and he's so careful. Those of us that came through have gone mad. When I touch the minds of others, I feel nothing but chaos. Even my own mind has been lost for so long that I cannot remember much. The ravens have taken it all away. Ravens? They live in my thoughts. His eyes go even darker. They tell me to do terrible things. They want me destroyed. I don't like how black his eyes are getting. I'm also starting to receive flashes of weirdness from his thoughts, like his mental cup is spilling over. It's okay. I whisper to him and put my hand on his chest. I'm here. Immediately, the storm I'm sensing in his thoughts quiets. The gold returns to his pupils. My Sasha, you are the only light in this world. Even though I'm angry and confused, I can feel the heartfelt emotion bleeding through, and I soften toward him. I can't be upset. He's trying really hard, and his devotion, okay, it's really flattering. Doc, I'm glad I can help you, but couldn't we have done the mental bond in another way? If you can talk to other dragons, why not reach out to humans? I can only bond with you because you have received my fires. And now that you have, you can receive my seed. Eek! I'm blushing. And when a wicked smile crosses his face, I can tell that he's picking that up from my thoughts. You came inside me. Is pregnancy going to be a concern? His eyes turn so brightly gold that it's like watching the sun flare. I would find no greater pleasure than to watch you grow round with my young. Yes, well, I don't know that I'm in a hurry for that. My cheeks are still red at the thought. You can't just take me away and not ask permission. You've snatched me away from everything I know. You would have died if I did not catch you. You've got a point. But you could have set me down inside the city. And then what? Starve a bit longer? Have to go back to Tate and trade for more food? I'm getting angry when in reality, he's saved me and brought me to a place that's a post-apocalyptic paradise. I've got food and clothes, and I'm safe. Even if I'm still trading myself for sex. Never mind, I'm sorry. I'm just freaking out because this is all new to me. I can feel in your thoughts that you are upset. I did not wish to upset you. His knuckle rubs along my wet cheek. I wish for nothing but your happiness. Ask me for anything and I shall make it yours. I know, it's just a lot to sink in.
Do you need to sit?
In the rain? I laugh. I just want to go home, back to the store. I pat his chest, and he's warm despite the chilly rain. Kinda makes me want to put my hands all over him. I do appreciate what you were trying to do here. It's sweet, in a weird, backward kind of way. His eyes gleam and his hands go around me. He tugs at my sodden dress.
You should lie down so I can seduce you like in your story.
I press a hand to his chest, pushing back. I'm blushing, but at the same time I can feel a hint of fear spike through me. I'm sorry, but I think you picked the wrong woman to grab as your mate, Doc. I suck in a breath because it feels so awful to say out loud. I don't like sex. I don't like being touched. Not like that. Doc's expression is impassive. His eyes eventually narrow, and he looks skeptical.
When I touched you, I smelled your mating scent. You did not wish to mate?
It's not that. I bite my lip. I knew what you wanted, and I figured I wouldn't turn you down. It was okay at first, but... I shrug. I don't enjoy things as they go on. I try to give his chest a pat, but he pushes my hand away. His eyes are dangerously close to black.
You endured my touch? You suffered mating with me because you did not wish to offend me?
Oh, he sounds really offended right now. The fear spikes again. Doc.
And now you are afraid?
His thoughts roar through my mind. Doc shakes his head and then puts his hands on the sides of my head, cupping my face.
I would die for you, my Sasha. How can you think I would possibly hurt you?
Because your eyes are turning black? I whisper.
I am angry and hurt that you let me touch you without your enjoyment. I want you to be pleased with my touch. I want you to crave me as I crave you.
That won't happen.
But why?
Why? Do I tell him it's because of Tate? Tate and his cruel hands and his way of making me feel like the smallest, sluttiest person on earth because I did what I had to in order to survive? Before I can choose what to say, his eyes go wide and very, very black.
Another male?
You don't have to worry about him. I say quickly, trying to think of happy things. Hearts and kittens and rainbows. Anything but Tate. I hate him.
This male touched you?
Are we not letting go of this? Frustrated, I snap. How do you think I broke my arm? Doc's nostrils flare. His eyes go black as night. Then he presses his forehead to mine.
Give me an image of him.
His voice is so direct, so forceful in my mind that I don't want to, but it happens anyhow. An image of Tate flutters to the top of my thoughts. Tate, with that cruel, sadistic smile on his face, like the one he wore moments before he snapped my arm like a twig. Doc flings himself off of me and whirls around. He staggers forward and then drops to his knees, hunched over as if in pain. I don't know what to do. I swallow hard, my throat dry. Doc? My voice is a mere frightened whisper. I'm terrified. What if he's losing control like he said he has in the past? It takes every ounce of my courage to step forward, but I put a hand on his shoulder. Are you okay? For some reason, images of ravens and feathers fill my mind. Doc turns and faces me, and his eyes bleed from black to a dark, murky gold. He straightens to his full height and brushes his knuckles against my cheek, ever so tenderly.
I am taking you home.
Do we need to talk? I'm worried about the look on his face. I can't tell if it's disgusted or murderous, or both. But he doesn't say anything. He just turns to dragon form and launches himself in the air. I know what's coming next, and I'm not surprised when the claws come down and he gently picks me up, flying off. Nor am I surprised when we return to the supermart a short time later, just as the rain lets up. Doc lands and very carefully puts me down on the ground. I glance up at him, waiting for him to turn human so we can talk more. Instead, his eyes go black, and he launches himself back into the air again, flying away. That was unexpected. Doc? I call out, and when there's no answer, I try it in my head. Doc, are you there? All I get are more ravens.
18. Doc. I am going to destroy every human in the hive. All of them must die. Stinking, filthy, disgusting humans. In my head, the ravens laugh wildly. They mock me and my efforts. You thought you were so strong, so free. You are never free of us. Never, 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 never. My thoughts are black with anger. I hunger to dive over the human hive, to flame it to ash and char, and to breathe in the greasy smoke left from the bodies. They deserve to be wiped out. Is it not the spoils of war for the conqueror to destroy the conquered? It will not be enough that I find the human male, this Tate, and kill him. I must make him suffer, like he made my Sasha suffer. I want him to know pain. I want him to know fear. I want to destroy everything he has ever touched, ever loved, ever even thought about. All the while, the ravens laugh their delight. They are pleased to have me back. They love that my mind is no longer my own. They want chaos and destruction, and I am the one that will give it to them. I do not care that they perch on my shoulders and twitter their evil in my ears. I welcome it. They feed the black anger in my soul. I fly over the human hive, low enough that they can see my shadow as I glide over. I take my time, relishing in the fact that they must be terrified. The klaxon goes off, warning them, and I throw flame from my throat into the air, deciding I will make them tremble with fear before I let them burn. Below, a human woman races for shelter, her long skirts tangling in her legs. Her hair is dark, and she is thin, and for a heart-staggering moment I think she is my Sasha. But my Sasha is safe back in her nest. This cannot be her. Even when I send out feelers to my mental tether, they feel distant. Sasha is a good distance away. She is not here in the hive. Still, the sight of the female makes me wheel about abruptly, and I beat my wings to gain height in the air. I need to think. I circle the human hive once more, and then fly away. "Stay," whisper the ravens. The sight of the human female has reminded me that I am Dracony once more, though. I have a heart, and it is with Sasha. I cannot be the mindless beast she thinks I am. I cannot kill innocent females and their young. I cannot murder and destroy all simply because I am angry at one. This Tate will die. He will die slowly and painfully, but it will not be here in the human hive. he will not take others with him. I must hunt him, find where he lurks, wait for him to come out of his hole. Once I have spotted him, I will snatch him in my claws and bring him to my Sasha so she can watch me rend him limb from limb. Slowly. This will require stealth. The humans will be on alert if they see a dragon nearby. I fly a good distance away, behind one of the tall, crumbling metal nests, and turn to my two-legged form. The ravens go silent once I do, and I walk resolutely toward the human hive, the place Sasha calls Fort Dallas. I ignore the driving rain and the mud that clings to my skin. None of it matters. I pay no attention to the stink of their hive, or the noise that seems to flow endlessly from the wild minds of my people nearby. I make it to the metal barrier and climb it, then lie flat atop one of the rusted hulks so I can watch the people below. I scan the human faces, looking for one in particular. I will not rest until I find him. His days are few. My claws dig into the metal at the pleasing thought.
Sasha. Doc's gone for hours on end, and I'm alone at the store. I don't know what to think. I'm miserable at the thought of being the cause of his mind to snap again. And I'm still upset that we're mentally linked and he didn't tell me. Most of all, I'm scared, lonely, and frightened. I hate this. I hate that even now Tate's ruining my life. My note to Emma has been untouched, and I write her another just because it's either that or another 17 pages of Sudoku or crosswords. I need the distraction of speaking to another human being, even if it's only on paper. So I tell her all about Doc and what I know. That he's my boyfriend, in a way. And he used to be crazy, but he's better now. Except I don't know if that's the truth anymore, so I end up wadding up the letter and throwing it away. Maybe being mated to me has driven Doc to madness and I'll never see him again. I'm so terrified of being abandoned again. Once upon a time, if you would have told me that security was the most important thing in the world, I would have laughed. But it's what I crave more than anything. I want to know that I'm safe and protected. I want to know that I'm loved. I want someone to hold me and tell me that everything's going to be okay, and that it actually will be okay, that it won't just be a lie. That someone will love me enough to stay with me. I curl up in my blankets and blow out the scented candle I'm using as a light source. I'll have to figure out something to do, but for tonight, I just want to wallow. Claudia would tell me to get off my ass and do something about my misery. But she's not here. I'm all alone. And it's hard to keep being strong after so damn long. I sniffle, allowing myself to give in to tears. Here I was feeling fond of Doc, and it feels like he's betrayed me and left me all over again. I wonder if he's destroying Fort Dallas even now. I return, Doc says. His voice is clear as if he was standing next to me. I sit up in my bed staring around me. Are you here? Not yet. Soon. But you can hear me? I sense your thoughts. I do not need to hear your speaking voice. Oh. I can't help but feel relieved he's coming back. And a little worried, too. His thoughts were so dark earlier. You do not need to worry. I am myself. Yeah, but there's a hard edge in his mind that I know I'm not imagining. I decide to give the mental speak a try. Are you okay? Hearing your thoughts helps. That's not really an answer.
You did not like my silence before. I am trying to be better.
Fair enough. I was worried you wouldn't come back, that you'd abandoned me for good.
Never.
The thought is so vehement it startles me.
I will always come back for you, Sasha. You are mine, and I am yours.
That's a little hard to process, considering I didn't ask for this. But at the same time, I like hearing it. It takes away a lot of my anxiety. Thank you, Doc.
All will be well between us, Sasha. This is just something I must do.
What exactly did you do? Can I ask that? But his mind is silent once more. Whatever it is that he's feeling compelled to do, flame the fort, murder everyone inside, something along those lines, he's not sharing it with me. And I can't help but worry. A short time later, I can't stand waiting and light my lamp again, then start to read. Even as I do, I hear Doc as he enters the store. I hear him moving around, but I don't get up from where I'm reading my book. I'm trying to play it cool.
You forget I am connected to you. I can hear your thoughts.
Shit, I did forget. So much for that.
I like that you worry about me,
he tells me. A moment later, Doc appears in the candlelight, all golden and perfect. He stalks forward, and I feel a little shiver of apprehension and excitement at the sight of him. But he only climbs into bed next to me and pulls me close against his chest. His warmth and strength move over me, and I relax against him with a little sigh. He buries his face against my neck and inhales deeply.
I missed your scent, my Sasha.
I missed you too. I didn't like being alone. His arms feel so good around me, and I close my eyes, enjoying the feeling.
I did not want to leave your side.
He rubs his nose against my hair.
I would be with you at all times if I could.
That makes me feel better. And yet, with the way he's holding me, I wonder if he's wanting sex. Is this him pressing his case? I'll have sex with him again if it means he won't abandon me.
I want no part of it if you do not want it,
comes the vehement thought.
We will not speak of it again.
I feel a little guilty at the anger in his thoughts, but also relieved. It means I can relax. I sigh and settle in against him, sleepy. Before I know it, I'm fast asleep in the Dragon Man's arms. In the morning, when I wake up, I'm all alone. 19. Sasha. That's how the next few days seem to go for us. Every morning, Doc is gone the moment the sun rises. His mind goes distant all day, and I'm all alone once more. It's the week of the month that red dragons should be attacking Fort Dallas, but all is quiet here. I think of Fort Dallas and how it must be right now, with the red dragons attacking over and over. They'll be quiet for the next few weeks after this. Gold dragon attacks are more sporadic and happen throughout the month. I think they're drawn to the city, though, because I haven't seen any dragons since coming out here with Doc. When I peek outside, there's nothing but birds chirping, and not a hint of ash on the air. It's like this is an entirely different land, and it's a strange sensation. I keep myself busy, though. I finish an entire book of Sudoku, 10 crossword puzzles, and start in on a coloring book. I write to Emma. I clean house and fill shopping carts with all the food supplies that are still good, so I can have them all in one convenient place. I try on new clothes, I read books, I sleep, I bathe. I'm bored. I never thought that having a life of relative luxury in the after would mean that I'm miserable. But I'm lonely. Doc only returns at sundown, and when he does, he's quiet. He doesn't want to do more than hug me close and breathe in my scent. His thoughts are closed off, and while he's polite, Things are strained between us. I don't know what to do. I feel like the mental bond has broken whatever friendship we had beginning between us. Now everything's all messed up. It's funny. I'm safe and secure, just like I want. But I still feel abandoned.
Doc, I have found him. After days of stalking the human hive, I watch the human below me. He wears the same clothing, that many of the others do. He carries a fire spitter. He has dark hair that has been shorn close to his scalp, and a smile that seems cold, even for these strange creatures. He stands by a building and talks to two other men wearing the same clothing. They laugh, but he only smiles. I hate him on sight. This is the one called Tate, the one who hurt my Sasha. It takes everything I have not to leap over the barricade and rend him limb from limb. I allow myself a moment of dreaming, my claws curling into the metal I lie upon. In my mind, I bite his arm off and watch with enjoyment as he screams. I will snap his other arm, and then both his legs, one at a time. When he is in unimaginable pain, I will take him between my teeth and bite down. Not hard enough to kill, just hard enough to hurt. I savor these thoughts. I want him to hurt like he hurt my mate. I want him to suffer. Instead, I must keep him whole. For now. Which means I must stalk him. Sasha had no hate in her thoughts for the other humans, and it is because of her that I will not destroy them all. I wish for my mate to be happy above all else, and I know she worries about these other humans in the hive. Soon I will make a gift of this one to my mate, and she will be pleased. She will worry no longer. He will never, ever hurt her again. This I vow. I wait for him to leave the side of the other humans, to walk closer to my hiding spot. The hive is cramped in many places, with the humans' homes clustered together like piles. There is not much room for a Draconi to maneuver in battle form, so I must lure Tate toward me before I can snatch him into my claws. I move forward and jump down from the barrier into the human hive itself. The stink is overwhelming, the smell of unwashed bodies and waste overpowering. How they can all live together like this in such filth, I do not know. I pace forward, and someone pauses in a doorway nearby, then snickers at the sight of me. Well, I will take laughter over the sirens. I move forward, slinking between two buildings before the human can realize I am Draconi and not one of them. Up ahead, standing by the other human males, is Tate, who has not moved from his spot. I hear his low, flat voice, and the others laugh again. He is telling a story, perhaps. I cannot make out the words, not without my connection to my mate. Sasha. I reach for her mind, but she is safe back in my nest, far away from the hive. Tate will be coming back with us. I want Sasha to see his death. I want her to realize he can never hurt her again. I watch and wait. But when the three males remain in their places and show no movement, I grow impatient. I am tired of being away from Sasha and hunting this human. He is within my grasp. I glance around and find a stone on the ground, then throw it at one of the males. He immediately
Take this brief pause to let your mind settle. The journey ahead awaits with new emotions and new discoveries.
Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake a feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love. Towns out alone, hood keeps wheeling. The mother willows, I can feast my time. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake the feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love.
From his slouch, a scowl on his face. He holds his fire spitter forward and then mutters a stream of garbled syllables at the other two men. Tate nods at him and indicates the alley I crouch in. With a nod, the human comes forward, approaching me. I sigh in frustration. It is the wrong human. I wait, impatient. The human comes down the alley and then sees me. He cocks his head, looking me up and down, and then calls something to the other ones. He points his fire spitter at me and says something. I have no time for this nonsense. I grab the human by his head and smash his face against the wall. He slumps to the ground, and his fire spitter falls from his hand. I kick it aside. "Reynolds?" Tate calls after a moment. When there is no response from the fallen human at my feet, Tate glances at the other human and then moves forward, his fire spitter in hand. Finally, he separates from the pack. I can be finished with this soon. Good. I wait for him to approach me, and when he gets close enough that I can smell his unwashed scent, I cannot stop the grin that spreads across my face. When Tate sees me, I am smiling a cruel smile. His eyes narrow at the sight of me, and he lifts his fire spitter, barking words at me. Let him bark all he wants. I flick his fire spitter aside with a blow of my hand, and am pleased when he yelps in response. I grab him by the throat, and my grin grows wider. I hope he hates flying.
20. Sasha.
I return, my Sasha.
The strong thought rouses me from my lazy afternoon nap. I rub my eyes and sit up, pushing my tangled hair back off my face. Doc, where are you? What time is it?
It is still daylight. I am returning to you. Come to the front of the nest to meet me.
You mean the doors? Okay. I slip on a pair of slippers and head for the front doors of the store, still yawning and sleepy. Things have been strained and quiet between Doc and I, but he sounds happy today. Maybe whatever he's been going through is past and he's getting back to his normal self. Of course, I'm not entirely sure what that normal self would be, but I like a happy Doc more than a moody one, and I'm really glad he's home early because it's been a long, lonely week without him for company. I wrap a blanket around my shoulders and head for the door. I have a happy little buzz until I hear the first scream. Am I imagining things? Or was that a hawk? I race down the aisles toward the front doors of the supermart and peer up at the skies through the dirty glass. There's nothing except gold wings as Doc lowers himself toward the parking lot. But then there's a second scream, and as the dragon comes closer, I see that Doc's got something clutched in his claws. Something wearing the uniform of one of the Fort Dallas New Militia, and squirming in the dragon's grasp. Oh, God. My stomach clenches as I push through the glass doors and run outside. Doc, what are you doing?
Sasha!
The voice that cries out my name isn't Doc's. It's Tate's. The dragon's got Tate in his claws. Even now I watch as Doc settles on the ground. He releases Tate, and the soldier scrambles to his feet and starts to run away. Doc immediately smacks him down with one forefoot, and Tate screams again.
I brought you a gift, my mate.
There's such a pleased undercurrent in Doc's thoughts. A gift? I stare at Doc's big golden dragon body. His eyes are a bright, whirling gold, not the scary dark. He's pleased with himself at the moment. I look down at Tate, who seems so small, perched between the dragon's claws. One looks like it's digging into his back, and Tate's normally handsome face is contorted with fear and pain. He's scratched up, and his skin is red from where it's contacted Doc's scales. Just looking at him makes my arm hurt. I feel a whisper of the old dread and fear that I associate with Tate's presence, but it feels very small compared to how it's felt in the past. He looks pathetic under Doc's claws. I almost feel sorry for him. Almost. Except my bruises are just now gone, my ribs still ache, and my arm's still broken. So my sympathy meter is pretty low. He's a terrible person. But he's still a person, and this doesn't feel right. What are you doing, Doc?
Help me, Sasha!
Tate calls out. He tries to squirm out from between Doc's claws.
The dragon has me.
I noticed, I say, and shrug my blanket closer around my shoulders. And I'm waiting for an explanation. I give Doc a patient look. Well?
An explanation?
Tate yells.
You fucking kidding me? The dragon snatched me up!
Doc growls and lowers his head toward Tate. The man's comments choke in his throat, and he goes silent. Not you, I say to Tate. Him. I shake my head at Doc, my attention solely on the dragon. Is this what you've been doing all this time? Hunting him? The dragon's eyes whirl with pleasure.
I brought him for you so you can watch him die. He will never hurt you again.
I can't decide if that's sweet or bloodthirsty, I murmur. Either way, it's all wrong. You can't just snatch someone from the city because they were mean to me.
Are you talking to the dragon?
Tate is incredulous. His eyes are wide as he stares at me.
You tamed it?
Clearly not, I say to him. If I had, do you think I'd tell him to snatch you up? I focus on Doc again. You know this is wrong, don't you? Did you level the city to get him?
I hurt no one. I knew you would not be pleased if I did.
Doc's eyes whirl with gold.
Everything I do is to please you.
I feel warm at that. It's hard not to. Oh, Doc.
Now tell me how you wish for him to die.
He drags one claw over Tate's arm.
Shall I break his limbs like he broke yours?
I gasp. I don't want you to kill him.
What?
Tate cries.
Why not?
Doc demands. I can practically feel the scowl in his head.
He hurt you.
He's a person and people matter, I tell Doc, switching to head speak so Tate will stop interrupting. And he hurt me, but I knew he was going to do it. He's not entirely to blame. I am. I said he could do it. Which is awful, but it's also the truth. Doc's thoughts flutter with ravens and his eyes grow dark. Tate cries out in pain as the claw digs into his back again.
You let him hurt you?
You have to understand, Doc. I'm not proud of it. I hated it. But Claudia and Amy were gone and I was starving. I didn't have any way to make money. Every time I needed something, Tate would offer me food or money in exchange for sex. Sometimes it wasn't even sex. Sometimes he just liked to hurt me.
And this is why you do not like it when I touch you.
There's such deadly calm in his thoughts. That's right. But you can't blame him entirely because I knew what he wanted and I did it anyhow. I'm just as much to blame for my broken arm as he is.
You are not. You were desperate. He used that desperation against you.
His thoughts grow angrier.
I should have burned the human hive to the ground.
I'm glad you didn't, I tell him quickly. There are bad people there, but there are good people too. They're people just trying to make a living any way they can. I don't blame them, and I'm glad you didn't hurt them.
I never want you to worry about being hurt again, my Sasha.
His eyes slide back to gold again slowly.
You will always be safe with me. I will always protect you.
I know, I whisper softly. And that's sweet. I appreciate it. I really do. I step forward, ignoring Tate, who's still twisted under Doc's claws. As I pace forward, Doc lowers his head, and when I reach him, I run my hand along his snout. He's fearsome and terrifying, but he wants nothing but good things for me. How can I stay mad?
I still want to kill him, Sasha.
I don't want that to happen, Doc. Please, for me. He's a person and people matter. Again, I feel his thoughts go dark, and images of ravens sweep through my mind.
Not this one.
Even this one. I continue to stroke my hand along his scales, even as Tate watches. I know he must be thinking awful things, but I don't care. I'm bargaining for his sorry life. You have no idea how many people died in the after, Doc. All of humanity was destroyed. I don't want his death to be my responsibility. I don't want to live with that.
But I will be the one killing him.
Yes, but you're doing it for me.
Also for me?
There's a shot of pleasure in his thoughts. I laugh despite myself, then shake my head. I know, but I still can't let that happen. I'm sorry, Doc. Please understand. I'll give you whatever you want.
All I want is for my mate to feel safe.
His thoughts are growly and brusque, but I feel warm hearing that. I do feel safe with you, but I feel safe when you're at my side, not when you're gone all day hunting this creep. If you want to make me feel safe, stay with me. And let me stay with you. Don't leave me. I don't like to be left behind.
I would take you with me always, my Sasha.
He presses his nose against my hand, like an oversized cat wanting petting.
But I must leave to hunt for food. I will not steal yours.
Then take me with you, I suggest. Let's make me a saddle like Claudia had and I can fly with you.
Perhaps. I want you to be safe, though. If it is not safe, we will not do it.
Agreed. I gesture at Tate. And you're going to let him live as a favor to me?
I do not want to.
His thoughts are like ground glass, and his eyes go dark again.
Nothing displeases me more.
I can't live with his death on my conscience. You wouldn't even know he existed if it weren't for me. I continue to stroke his nose. Please, Doc, don't make me beg for this asshole's life. I think for a moment, and then offer, we can have sex again. The dragon's head rears back and his eyes go black.
Not if you will not enjoy it.
It's not like I'm actively trying to hate it. It just happened, okay? I freaked out.
I do not want you to freak out. I do not want sex if you are just enduring my touch. If you go to another place in your mind, I want you there with me. I want your cunt full of your mating juices. I want your mind filled with pleasure.
The big head lowers again and he gazes at me, right in the eye.
Those are my demands, my Sasha. You want this sniveling piece of rotten flesh to live? There is nothing you can promise me that will make me want to release him.
Immediately I think, well, there's one thing. His eyes flare a deeper gold.
You would do that to save him?
I can feel myself blushing. I'll do it. At least I'll try. But I can't guarantee I'll enjoy it.
I demand you enjoy it.
The eyes whirl again. It's a little absurd that I'm arguing with a dragon over whether or not I should have enjoyable sex. Then you have to make sure it's good for me before going on, okay? And if it's not, we stop. He relaxes a bit at that, and his eyes slide back to that languid gold.
I can accept that. You will let me pet you, and you promise to enjoy it?
I'll do my best. How's that? I'll try really hard.
And I shall try really hard not to kill this one. The claws!
Tate howls as one digs into his back.
Sasha, help me!
I sigh at Doc. You're impossible.
I want a mate in all ways. I want you in all ways.
It might take a few rounds to figure things out, I tell him. Meanwhile, I'm inwardly trying to figure out ways I can enjoy it. Masturbation? Getting really drunk? There has to be an option. Somehow.
I am fine with practicing,
Doc tells me, and his eyes gleam with pleasure. He leans in and nuzzles me with that enormous head of his. And I feel a little like I traded with the devil. For Tate, of all people. Ugh. 21. Sasha. When Doc finally lets Tate up, he's not the least bit grateful. In fact, he's kind of a shit. He picks himself up off the asphalt, straightens his uniform, and then scowls at me like I had something to do with this.
Is this where you've been all this time, Sasha? Cavorting with the enemy?
Don't start, I say, tired. I was snatched away just like you. I didn't choose any of this.
I find that hard to believe.
He examines a tear in his sleeve and pulls away fingers wet with blood. The disgust on his face is obvious. I just saved your life, I point out to him. How about you cool it for a few minutes? We're taking you back home, all right? This should never have happened, and I'm sorry it did, but I don't control him. Doc's got a mind all his own. Tate's brow furrows as he studies me. He's very careful not to look over at the dragon nearby, which would almost be funny if the whole situation wasn't so stressful.
His name is Doc? Is he the one that's been attacking the city? The king dragon? I thought Claudia was fooling around with him.
There's more than one dragon that attacks Fort Dallas, I tell him patiently. As for Claudia, I don't know where she's at or who her dragon is. All I know is this one. And of course he has a name. He's a person. The look Tate gives me is skeptical.
He's a monster. And he is not?
Doc retorts. Let's just ignore him, okay? I beg Doc as he nuzzles my hair again. He's not worth the effort.
Are you sure I cannot tear him apart?
Tempting, but I'm sure.
Then let us return him to his hive so we can be rid of him and I can go about pleasuring my mate.
Eek. I feel a little apprehension as he tells me that. But I'm going to keep an open mind. If Claudia's happy with her dragon, surely I can be happy with mine. Maybe I can learn to appreciate sex despite my past with Tate. I'm skeptical, but willing to give it a shot. How shall we do this then, Doc? I don't think you should leave me here, just in case you need a translator. There is a wry note in Doc's mental voice.
And you do not trust me not to rend him limb from limb.
Well, that too. Tate's watching me intently. After a moment, he asks,
Are you talking to the dragon? Telepathically?
Maybe. I respond defensively. It's really none of your business.
If he kidnapped me, that makes it my business.
His eyes narrow.
Is that how he knew I was? He's picking through your thoughts?
I shake my head because I don't want to answer him. I just want him to go away. Are you ready to fly back?
You're really going to pretend like this isn't a big deal, Sasha?
Tate raises an eyebrow at me.
You've threatened my life, and right now you're working with the enemy. That's permanent exile by Fort Dallas standards. If I report you, you'll be shot on sight if you try to return.
Then don't report me, I say lightly. You won't have a play partner if you do. All of the whores in Fort Dallas are wise to his predilections.
He will never touch you again,
Doc growls, eyes growing black. I know, I tell the dragon. But I'm uneasy at what Tate is threatening. Permanent exile from the only city I'm familiar with? The only city for hundreds of miles? The thought's a terrifying one.
I will be with you,
Doc says.
You have nothing to fear.
I nod absently, but he doesn't really grasp what it means to be exiled. It's a big step, a terrifying one. I'd have no safety net, no people to fall back upon. What if I run out of supplies? What if I get injured? There are so many what-ifs that Tate's not-so-subtle threat makes me feel cold inside. Let's just get going, all right? Doc, can you carry us? The dragon lowers his head, pushing between me and Tate. His eyes flicker black.
There is no us with the two of you. You are mine.
I misspoke. I murmur. I'm secretly a little pleased he's so possessive. For once, it feels good to be wanted. Doc leans over and casually grabs Tate in his claws, and I have to smother a cruel laugh when Tate's expression is one of abject terror. I get the fear, I really do. I used to feel like that around Doc.
You did not wet yourself like this one,
the dragon tells me. Oh my God, Tate peed on himself. My eyes go wide. Now I really want to laugh, but I bite it back. Tate's a quietly vicious sort, and I don't want to give him any ammo to use against me.
He will never touch you again,
Doc growls in my head. Right. Sorry. It's just taking a bit of getting used to. I think about Tate's threat, about exile from Fort Dallas. I'm still scared even though Doc says he'll take care of me, and we've got a store full of goods. What if something happens? If there's one thing I've learned in the after, it's that everything can change in a heartbeat.
I can still kill him,
Doc offers, and his claws tighten around Tate's militia uniform. Tate makes an awkward squawking noise and slams a hand against the dragon's golden scales. No, we have an agreement.
Yes, an agreement I am much looking forward to.
He leans down to gently woof his breath against my hair. I feel a prickle of arousal at his words despite my fears. I'm going to try my hardest to enjoy, I tell him. But we're not doing anything with Tate around. Can you grab me and let's get going? I lift my good arm, indicating I want to be picked up. I'm surprised when Doc grabs me with his other foreleg, his claws gentle compared to the way he's handling Tate. For some reason, I thought I'd have to share space with Tate on the ride over.
Never,
Doc says, and holds me close against his breast as he unfurls his wings.
I said he would not touch you again, and I mean it.
I nod absently, watching as the store recedes and we take off into the air. I'm jerked around a little, but I know Doc's trying hard not to fling me about, because this is a much gentler ride than before. I feel a pang of regret that Tate knows where our store is now, because what if he gets a crew to come out this far and raid? I won't be able to stop them.
I will.
Doc purrs in my mind.
They will take nothing that is yours. But if it will make you feel better, I will circle around the human hive in a different direction to confuse him.
That's a good idea, thank you.
Of course, my mate.
I glance over at Tate and he's watching me instead of the ground, his eyes narrowed. I don't know what he's thinking, but I'm pretty sure it's nothing good, and it sends a shiver up my spine. The sooner he gets back to Fort Dallas, the better. He's out of his element right now, and if he's vicious when he's confident, I can only imagine what he's going to be like if he feels cornered. I know Doc says he'll keep me safe, but it's still hard to trust when I've known Tate and his ways for a lot longer. The flight back to Fort Dallas does seem to take forever. We careen about in the skies over and over again, and Doc definitely seems to be taking the long way back. He also wheels about and does cartwheels to throw Tate about. Since I'm clutched against his chest, I'm a little more protected from being flung about, though my stomach is still queasy at all the loops.
Not too much longer now, my mate.
Doc's thoughts are comforting.
Unless you wish for me to drop him and turn around now.
No! I say with a horrified laugh and regret my outburst when Tate shoots me a dark look. He knows we're communicating around him, and it's clear he doesn't like it. I wonder if I should say something or confront him, but I doubt I'll get a real answer, not when he's clutched between a dragon's claws. Doc begins to circle lower, even though the fort itself isn't in sight yet. Are we stopping? I ask, curious.
We will not go closer. If I do, the alarms will go off and they will use their fire spitters. They do not hurt me, but you are vulnerable.
Oh, I didn't think about that. But they would shoot at us for sure. The graze on my hip is proof of that. I see.
The human has 2 good legs. He can walk the rest of the way.
I managed to keep my response to myself. Tate probably won't like that, but Tate probably hasn't liked any of this. I can't help but shake the feeling that letting Tate go is a bad idea. But how can I let him be casually murdered, just because he hurt me in the past? And it was hurting that I agreed to. He's never approached me otherwise. He's mean and a sadist, but that isn't enough to kill someone over. I hope I'm making the right choice. Doc settles gently on the ground and then releases me. I wobble forward, getting my balance. My legs always feel a little bit like butter after we land, no matter how long or short the flight. In the next moment, Doc drops Tate onto the ground, far less pleasantly than the way he handled me. The soldier lands on the concrete with a mild splat, groans, and slowly picks himself up. Doc, naughty boy.
I am not killing him. That does not mean I have to like him.
I bite back my smile even as I move to offer Tate a hand up. He gives me a scathing look and pushes off the ground, battered and bruised. There's blood in the rents on his uniform, and I'm sure when he goes back and tells the others it'll be all about how he fought the dragon valiantly rather than the fact that he pissed himself.
I don't want your help.
Tate snaps at me as he straightens.
You've got one last chance, Sasha. You can return with me to Fort Dallas and share your intel.
Share my intel? I echo, baffled. What are you talking about? He glances up at Doc, who's hovering protectively nearby and takes a step farther away.
I mean exactly that.
Tate hisses.
You've been living with this thing for days now. You already know more about him than the rest of us. His strengths, his weaknesses, how you get him to communicate, everything.
I feel my cheeks turning red. If he found out how the mind link was established... Yeah, no. Doc's not a bad guy, Tate. They're victims of the rift just as much as we are. Being here makes them crazy, I think. He's better now that he's linked with me.
Then come back and share what you know, Sasha. I'm sure the new mayor will be quite interested to hear what you have to say.
New mayor? I want to ask what happened to the old one, but it doesn't matter. I'm not going back to Fort Dallas right away. Not after I've promised Doc we'd have sex again in exchange for Tate's life. I can't. I made a promise. His lip curls.
You know I have no choice but to tell them that you're whoring for a dragon. You're a traitor to your own kind, filth.
Even though I know Tate's just trying to hurt me, I still recoil at his harsh words. Whoring was the one thing I never wanted to do. And yet he's right. In a way, I've been selling myself out to everyone for safety. It hurts mostly because it's true. But I've never thought of myself as a traitor. The air suddenly smells like smoke. Doc's big head lowers and his eyes are completely black. Tate takes a step backward even as Doc takes another step forward, and it's clear the dragon's about to lose his mind. Doc, I whisper, putting a hand on him. Don't, okay?
He is going to die. He hurt you with his words.
He's doing it on purpose because he's a little bitch, I say aloud, giving Tate a deliberate look. He's not worth it, and I don't want you picking him out of your teeth. Tate's pale face flushes and he sneers at me, obviously sensing that he's safe.
If you're smart, you'll never show your face in Fort Dallas again.
I guess I won't, I say, keeping my voice calm. I stroke Doc's scales. Like it or not, it seems I've made a decision. I'm a little terrified of what it means, but I won't worry about it right now. In this moment, I need all of my strength to make Doc uphold his end of the promise and not eat Tate. The dragon's thoughts are black, and I'm getting the image of ravens again, which means he's hanging on by a thread. You might want to go before he loses control, I tell Tate, and stroke Doc's scales again. I don't know how much longer he's going to hold out. Tate blinks and then turns and runs, heading to the south and in the opposite direction of the fort. I don't correct him. Let him get lost for a few hours. Asshole. Doc's muscles bunch in his shoulders, as if he wants to go after Tate. I keep my hand on him and lean in and press a light kiss to the scales on his cheek. Remember what you promised, I murmur. I remember, Doc tells me, his thoughts murky. He's struggling. Tate's not worth it, I repeat, continuing to stroke at his scales. His threats are empty, so I'm exiled from Fort Dallas. I would have been anyhow because I would never tell them about you. And I had nothing left there anyhow. Not if Claudia and Amy are gone. I don't want to go back to a life of starving, or worse. I let my fingers trail down his nose. You said you'd protect me, remember? The glittering eyes focus on me. Gold flashes in them, albeit briefly. I remember. Then let's leave here, okay? You need a distraction, and staying here isn't good for you. I give him a smile. I can feel your thoughts and how tangled they are at the moment. They get better the more you talk. His thoughts are halting, but he's right. They're clearer. He gently scoops me up in his claws again and brings me to his scaled breast. You are right. This place is not good for me or for you. And you have promised to mate with me again. I did promise that, I say faintly. My heart's fluttering at the thought. I don't know why I'm panicking. I've had sex before. I've had lots of sex. It's just that this is sex where I need to do more than expected. I need to enjoy myself. It's the most ridiculous problem, and yet... Doc takes to the air. I'm not paying much attention to where we're going until I notice that he's heading directly for one of the tall skyscrapers in the remains of Old Dallas. Surprised, I watch as we move in on the old building. I know this place. It's where he first kept me when he stole me. A little flutter of alarm moves through me. We're stopping here? We're not going back to the store? The dragon sets down on the ledge and carefully puts me on my feet. I can feel his thoughts, still murky and touched with chaos. Too far away, he tells me. I am filled with too much anger. The dark eyes focus on me. I want to return to the human hive and burn it to the ground. No, you don't, I soothe. That's not you. That's the madness you talked about. It's trying to get you to do bad things. How do you know it's not me? I do not remember who I was. You've been nothing but kind to me. If you were truly that cruel and uncaring, you wouldn't be so careful with me. You wouldn't care what I thought about sex. You'd just touch me and take what you wanted. Like that human did? His eyes go pitch black. Oh, God, just thinking about Tate is making him nuts. I need to get him back to himself. And I really only know one way that's a surefire method. Are we here because you wanted to have sex? I keep the fear out of my thoughts. Doc's attention rivets on me. His thoughts are sharp and pure like a burst of light.
Only if you want it.
I bite my lip. You have to make me want it, remember? I need your help. And his eyes gleam with gold.
I remember, and I will help.
22. Doc. My mate stares up at me with big eyes. I can see her quivering as she stands before me, small but proud. Her scent is mixed. There's a hint of fear in it, but also a hint of arousal, which is encouraging. Her thoughts are as chaotic as my own, and my concern for her allows me to stop and pick through them, trying to understand. She worries over me. She still hurts from the human's words, and she is anxious over the thought of mating with me once more. Such strange foolishness, this worry. I shift to my two-legged form and approach her. When I am this size, she is still small, but now I can hold her properly. I pull her against me and cup her face in my hands. Why are you afraid? Do you not like this place? Her thoughts are startled. What? Here? I can tell by her reaction that she is surprised. No, this place is fine to stop if you need to stop. It's not a home, but it's not uncomfortable. No bad memories? Sasha's small, dark brows furrow. Not really. I trail my fingers down her arm. Yet you shiver. I'm nervous, she admits shyly. If you just wanted sex, I wouldn't care all that much. Yes, you would. Okay, I would, Sasha agrees. But I wouldn't be anxious about it like this. You're asking me to like it, and my response is going to determine how you respond, so I feel like I'm potentially ruining things for both of us. It's much easier to assume that I'm not going to enjoy myself, and just go with things. I touch her soft brow. We are connected here, though, in our minds. Now that I am in your head and you in mine, I will not have pleasure if you do not. I can feel her flicker of anxiety grow. That's exactly what I'm worried about. And then you'll get rid of me, and I can't go back to Fort Dallas, and— Stop it. I graze my thumb over her mouth, the sweet, pink softness there, and I can feel that she enjoys that small touch. You had pleasure when you saw your story in your head, did you not? Sasha looks up at me, confused. Story in my head? Dirk and Ophelia? Oh, the book! Her cheeks turn bright red. I can't believe you spied on my head through that. I was curious. You felt pleasure when their mating was described. Can we not do as they did if you enjoyed it? Her face turns even redder. I don't know if I remember all of it. How do most human matings start? You can tell me that. With a kiss? She whispers, her gaze locked to mine. Her heart flutters, and I can feel both her excitement and nervousness. Her mind fills with images of mouths pressing together, of tongues flicking. Ah, this kiss. I have seen it before. I did not realize it involved tongues. I am fascinated by the thought and stroke her lower lip with my thumb claw. Do you know how to perform one? Perform one? Yes, I guess so. A little giggle escapes her at the thought, and the sound is sweet and enticing. Then show me. Show you? There's a little flutter of worry in her belly again. Yes, I wish to know how to do it correctly, so I can give you pleasure. Do you like to kiss? I guess I do. It's been a long time since I kissed someone because I enjoyed it. Her thoughts grow dark, and flashes of the human move through her head again. Do not think of him, I command, sending my thoughts surging into her mind. Think of me. Show me this kiss. Her gaze goes unfocused, and her attention fixes on my mouth. Right. Kiss. Okay. She puts one arm awkwardly around my neck, and then leans in. She tries to pull herself closer to me, but her bad arm twinges with pain, and she grimaces. This is hard to do with just one good arm. You're a little taller than I can reach comfortably to kiss. Immediately, I fall to my knees in front of her. Sasha's eyes widen in surprise, and she chuckles again. Not quite what I had in mind. Now I'm too tall. Ah, but I am a good height now, am I not? I pull her against me and nuzzle at her torso. She has covered her lovely breasts with these annoying skins, clothing that humans wear. I want to put my mouth on her flesh and lick her all over, and I share that thought with her. I can feel the pulse of heat that races through her, and I feel pleasure in her response. If nothing else, she likes my words. A moment later, though, her worry returns. My Sasha is the opposite of me. When she thinks too hard, her worries arrive. When I do not focus my mind, the ravens arrive. We both must work to overcome our problems. I slide my hands up and down her back, gripping handfuls of the annoying clothing she wears. Should we be naked to kiss? Her laughter is muffled. It's not required, no. But it will make things more pleasant, will it not? I use my claws on the strange material, rending it apart so I can touch the smooth skin underneath. Sasha gasps and pulls out of my grip. You're tearing my clothing! So? Clothes are important. They're valuable. No one's making them like this anymore, so they all matter. She pulls a shred off her back and frowns at me. You have an entire nest full of them, I point out to her, pulling the cloth from her body. As I do, I can see she is wearing even more things underneath. A strange band of fabric with little straps covers her breasts. Can I rip this one? No! She reaches behind her and moves her arms. A moment later, the material, a bra, according to her thoughts, goes to the ground, and my Sasha is topless. I rumble in my throat, because this is much better. I can smell her lovely scent, and now I can feel her soft skin. I think you should never wear these clothes. They are a nuisance. I'm not walking around naked, she tells me, and there is amusement mixed with her outrage. Humans get cold when the seasons change. We don't have fire in our veins like you do. Ah, but you have my fires in your veins, I tell her, my thoughts aroused and pleasant. I pull her against me again and bury my face against her breasts. She goes stiff against me, and I know she is thinking too hard about that other human. Did he hold her like this, I wonder? And my mind is filled with gnawing jealousy at the thought. I growl low in my throat, wanting to rip him apart. I regret that I let myself be talked out of my vengeance. The rage threatens to boil over once more.
"Doc,"
she whispers.
"are you all right?"
I will be. Just let me hold you. I press my face against her skin and breathe in her scent. In, out. Sasha. Focus on Sasha. She still wears clothes on her lower half, and I slide a hand down her bottom, tracing it. You will take these off?
"My jeans? I can, sure. Just don't rip them, okay?"
I will not, but you must take them off. My claws long to touch all of you. I can feel the quiver in her thoughts. She does not know how to take that, and it fills her with unease. So much unease. It frustrates me. Why does she think I will yet hurt her? Nothing would be further from my mind. She is everything to me. She finishes removing her layers and then studies me, her eyes sad.
"You're mad at me."
Not at you. I pull her into my arms again.
"You look unhappy."
I am unhappy. My mate does not want my touch.
"Maybe you'd be better off finding yourself another mate."
Her voice is as sad as her eyes. I want no one but you. My thoughts are fierce with my frustration, and I can feel her flinch against me, which only makes it worse.
"I told you it would be like this."
Her words are a mere whisper.
"You're asking something of me that I'm not sure I can give."
I will not accept it. I know that she likes certain touches. I must discover which ones make her want to mate and which ones she pulls away from. Let us kiss, I tell her. Show me how to do it to please you.
"Oh, well,
She puts a hand on my shoulder, and then her brow furrows.
With you on your knees, I'll need to lean in to kiss you."
What is the best way to do this?
There's no best way, really. Just what's most comfortable. Our faces should line up, and that might be hard to do if you're like this.
She gestures at the fact that I'm looking up at her. I ponder this. If she sits down next to me, I will be taller than her once more, and I will not have the pleasure of touching her. An idea hits me, and I shift my weight until I am sitting on the floor, my legs crossed in front of me. Then I pull her down against me and cradle her, so she straddles my thigh. I can feel the heat of her cunt against my leg, and now I can put my arms around her. I like this. Sasha's thoughts are full of surprise. She leans forward against me, her hand going to the back of my neck as she struggles to keep her balance. Her bad arm is still bound with the wrappings she put on it, and she keeps it against her chest as she moves in. I am pleased to see that with her on my thigh, we are closer in height. Is this better? I ask her. Are you sure you want to hold me like this? She seems embarrassed. I'm straddling your leg. I like this. I like feeling your cunt against me. Her cheeks flush red, and I can feel the embarrassment sweep through her again. How strange that she wants to hide her body at all times, as if I do not plan on putting my mouth there shortly. With her legs spread to straddle my thigh, her scent permeates the air, and my mouth waters in response. I love the musky, delicious smell of her body, so feminine yet primal. I slide my hands down her back, and then glide one over the healing wound on her hip. Does this pain you? She shakes her head. I barely notice it anymore. The healing ointments we have at the store help, and it's really just a scratch. I am still upset that she hurts, though. I slide my hands forward, rubbing over her ribs. And these? Do they still pain you? Under my touch, she squirms a little. That tickles. I can feel the flick of desire rush through her at the touch, though. I say nothing. I want her to relax into my touch, and to do so, I need for her to let down her guard. So, demonstrate a kiss for me. Oh, right. She seems distracted, and I can tell from her thoughts that she is still thinking about how her thighs grip mine between them, how her cunt presses against my skin. Her attention is scattered, but she focuses and gazes at my mouth. You want me to just lean in and go ahead? I nod. Do as you like with me. She scoots a little closer, narrowing the distance between us, and as she does, her cunt rubs against my thigh. I can feel the bolt of desire that shoots through her, though outwardly, Sasha shows no expression. Her fingers tighten against the nape of my neck. I'm going to put my mouth on yours, and then I'm going to add my tongue. All right? You do not have to explain as you go, I tell her, brushing a strand of long, dark hair off her shoulder. We share thoughts. I will know what it is that you do. Right. I keep forgetting. She smiles nervously at me. And I keep forgetting I can talk to you like this, too. You can. I like that. Your thoughts are almost as warm as your cunt. Oh, my lord, don't say things like that. Why not? I enjoy your cunt very much. I want to explore it with my face. Her eyes go wide. I am distracting you, I tell her, amused at her response, and the quiver I know I felt inside her. Kissing? Kissing! Yes. She leans forward and then pauses, her gaze meeting mine. It's as if she needs reassurance before she lowers her mouth and brushes her lips across mine in the softest of caresses. I remain very still. The feel of her touching me is like no pleasure I have ever felt before. She moves in a little closer, and her thigh brushes against my straining cock, but I do not care. My thoughts are entirely of that soft mouth as it grazes over mine again. Sasha gives me one light, fluttering kiss, and then another, and I can feel the pleasure spike through her. She likes these gentle, brief touches of her mouth to mine, and I will let her continue them for as long as she wants. 23. Doc. It grows more difficult to hold still as she kisses me, because I want more than just the light touches. I want to feel her tongue flick against mine, like she suggested in her thoughts. I want to pull her against me and feel her breasts against my skin. I want her cunt to rub against my thigh once more. I want so many things from her. But I cannot push too hard. I need her to lead until she is comfortable. Her tongue grazes the seam of my mouth, and then I forget all vows to be silent. I groan, letting my thoughts flood her with how much pleasure that gave me. I can feel her startle, and then a faint burst of delight from her as her tongue meets mine. This tangling of tongues is pleasant, but with my mind connected to hers, it becomes 1,000 times more erotic. I can feel how she feels, and because she is not adept at shielding her thoughts from me, I know what pleases her and what does not. I know that she likes it when my hand slides down her back and I pull her closer. And she likes it when our tongues meet and slide against one another. She's a little frightened of my teeth, but I am careful as she playfully licks at me, and I play in return. My tongue feels different than hers. She is all smoothness, and I enjoy the texture as mine rasps against hers. Judging by her shiver of response, she does as well. And because we are connected in thought, we both know the moment her cunt grows wet. Sasha gasps and pulls her mouth free of mine. "You can smell that? Smell me? On the air?" "I can," I tell her, and the rumble in my chest lets her know how much I enjoy it. She leans in and buries her face against my neck. "I'm so embarrassed." "Why? There is no scent I love more than that of your juices. I would lick all of them up and savor every drop." I can feel her gasp, and the quiver that shoots through her body that tells me that my thoughts both shock and arouse her. Perhaps I am doing this wrong, then. Perhaps I should take control and give her no room to think, only to feel. I cup her cheek and bring her face back to mine. I nuzzle her nose. You are my mate. I find every bit of you arousing. I would lick you from the tip of your toe to the top of your head. I would spend countless hours between your thighs, pleasuring you until you can take it no longer. When we mate, it is not about me, my Sasha. It is about what I can give you. Your pleasure becomes my pleasure because we are together in our minds. Do you understand? She nods, her eyes wide and shiny. I nip at her lower lip, unable to resist the tempting plumpness of it. She gives a little moan in response, and her mating scent grows thicker. I do not want you to just endure my touch. I want your cunt to be slick when I push inside you. I want you ready for me. I want your thoughts as heated as your blood. I kiss her with each declaration, letting my tongue play against hers. Sasha's thoughts are focused entirely on our mouths and bodies, her pleasure overriding all of her fears. Good. This is how I want her. This is how it should be between us. I tangle my hand into her thick, dark hair and grab a fistful of it as I kiss her again. I want to put my mouth all over this body, I tell her, sending her a flurry of mental images that match my suggestion. My face buried between her breasts, my mouth on those tight little tips, my tongue trailing down her belly and then delving between her sweet folds. She makes a soft little noise, and I can tell she is even more aroused at the images I send to her. I will do more than just send her my thoughts, though. I will prove it. I rub my nose against hers and nip at her bottom lip again. Will you allow me to touch you? To do these things to you? Her nod of agreement is shaky, but it is a nod. I am pleased. My mate is brave. Instead of flinging her to the ground as I want to, I hold her close, sliding my hands up and down her shoulders. I remember the last time I touched her and her mating scent grew thick, it was because I caressed her. I will do so again, I think. It is as much of a pleasure for me as it is for her. I explore her delicate body with my fingers, smoothing them up and down the fragile line of her spine, the flare of her hips, the curve of her buttocks. She is different from a dracony female. Her skin does not show a hint of scales. She is smooth everywhere, her skin tone even. Her hair is soft and curls against her shoulders, unlike my thicker, stiffer ruff. She has no horns, no claws, nothing to defend herself with. She is just soft and vulnerable everywhere. I should be dismayed by this, because it goes against everything that a dracony female is. In truth, I like it. Everything about her is pleasing. I lean in and rub my face against her neck, brushing my lips over her skin. Her scent is thick here, and I can feel her pulse racing through her skin. Touching her is a joy, and tasting her is even better. I trail my tongue along the cords of her neck, and when she shivers, it makes me hungry for more. I am going to touch you, I tell her. Everywhere. Her little tremble carries no fear, and she gazes up at me with huge eyes. Even if I don't like it? You will like it, I tell her. I will make it so. A hint of a smile graces her lips. You're not very good at taking no for an answer, are you? I am not, but that is obvious to any that know me. A brief memory flashes through my mind of sitting around a fire with friends, sharpening swords and laughing about my stubbornness. It is gone as quickly as it appears, and I kiss my mate again, focusing on her. Memories of the past are not as important as what is in my arms right now. I continue to press light kisses to her soft skin as I lay her back on the ground. This place is hard and rough, I realize, as I set her gently on her back. I should have picked someplace better, softer, something like in her story, with the blanket on the ground by the water. It was only my impatience that made me pick this spot. I was not thinking of her, only of myself. Frustration flicks through my thoughts. "What is it?" she asks, nervous. "Your eyes are turning black." I am upset that I did not pick a better place to woo my mate. I forget that you are not dracony, that your skin is more fragile, your bones more delicate. I let my hand skim down her front, from her breasts to her hips. This is not a good place to mate. She relaxes. "You're thinking of me? That's sweet, Doc. I'll be fine, I promise. Just don't be too rough." And that tiny flick of fear returns to her thoughts. I would only be rough if you wished for me to be so. I lean over her smaller form and nuzzle at her throat again. I will be very careful with you. I have no greater treasure. I flick my tongue against the base of her throat. Shall I start with your cunt or your breasts? I can feel her gasp. She is always startled by my frank thoughts. "You're asking me to pick?" "Which one will give you more pleasure?" Her thoughts immediately flash to my mouth between her thighs, but the answer she gives me is different. "Breasts," she tells me. It is curious. Is she embarrassed to have my face in her cunt? Is that why she covers her body and disguises her smell all the time? Humans are an odd people. The Draconi celebrate all forms of mating. Our females have no body shame. But then again, our males would never snap the arm of a female that has made them angry. Just the thought makes my thoughts swirl with fury again. "Stay with me," Sasha tells me nervously. "You're going dark again." I am, and I am glad she is here to pull me back. I bury my face against her neck and drape my larger, heavier body over hers. I am glad for your mind, my sweet Sasha. You are the only thing that keeps me whole. Her hand goes to my hair, and she fingers the texture of it, even as she gives me a small smile. "I'm glad you get something out of this mating, at least." I get everything out of this mating. You have no idea how you have saved me. Do not downplay your worth, my mate. I will not hear of it. "All right," she whispers. It is clear she does not believe me, but that is all right. She does not need to believe yet. She will know in time. For now, the intoxicating scent of her skin pulls me back to the moment. I settle my hips against hers, pushing her thighs apart so I can press my cock against the soft folds of her cunt. I want to rub her scent all over me, but I must be content with going slower. Shall I press my face to your breasts, then? Lick them until your mating scent grows overpowering? She sucks in a breath, and the look in her eyes is unfocused, her thoughts full of my hands covered in lotion, plucking at her nipples. Ah, when I stroked her before, she liked it, even if she did not wish to admit it to me. I use my elbow to prop my weight up over her, and very carefully place one hand over her small breast. Sasha bites at her full lower lip, and I want to bite it myself, to taste her again. Slow, I remind myself. Patient. I stroke my hand over her skin, enjoying the sheer pleasure of touching her. The contrast between us is great. My skin is a strong bronze compared to her paler one, my scales so tight in my two-legged form that they seem as nothing more than a pattern against my skin. She has no such markings herself, only the darker, duskier shade of her nipples. Even now they are budded tight, the tips pointed. Her chest moves up and down rapidly, and she quivers as if this is the first time she has ever been touched. So very serious about mating, my Sasha. I am sad she finds no joy in simply touching another or letting herself be touched. I must change this. I receive no greater pleasure than touching her and want the same for her. I must show her that our mating can be good, that she will have no regrets as my mate. I drag my claws lightly over her skin. I would never puncture her flesh with them, and I am always careful. Over and over, I simply stroke her, avoiding her sensitive nipples. She relaxes underneath me after a few moments, and her breathing slows from its anxious rasp. She finds it comforting to be touched, I realize, even if she does not care for the act of mating itself. I must focus on touching, then, until she craves more. I lower my head and rub my face between her breasts, breathing deep. She startles at this, but strokes my hair. She is silent, an odd sort of anticipation and dread building in her mind. I put my mouth on the tip of one breast and lick it, and she squirms underneath me. The hint of pleasure she feels diminishes, and her dread is growing overwhelming. In the span of mere moments, she has gone from pleasure to dismay once more. This is not working. I will not give up, though. I must find a way to make my Sasha stay with me, stay in the pleasure of the moment, instead of retreating to her memories. I think back to what she responded to just a few short moments ago. She liked my kisses, and she liked my forward words. Perhaps I need to take control away from her, to take her off guard. She is in her mind too much, and I am letting her think too hard. She needs to not think at all. Perhaps I am going too slow, when I should be going faster. I sit up and give her a mental command. Spread your thighs for me. Her eyes go wide, and her mind flickers. Again, I receive the startled mix of excitement and worry. My thighs? Yes. Hold yourself open for me. I want to look down on you. Sasha's mouth forms a circle in surprise, and I can smell her arousal on the air. Her thoughts are a tangle once more, but this is good. This means she is not focused on her dread. One hand slides to her knee, and then she hooks her fingers behind her leg, pulling it up. She spreads both of them wide, exposing her cunt to me, and her face is flushed with a mixture of awkward feelings and nervous arousal. Seeing her like this is a glorious sight. I put my hand on her other ankle, since she cannot, and press her legs farther apart until she is spread wide for me. Her folds gleam with a hint of wetness underneath the dark curls, and I enjoy the sight of it. I am going to put my face there soon, I tell her. I am pleased when I can feel her shudder. I press my mouth to her ankle, licking the delicate bones and skin there. She squirms against my touch, but does not pull away. I move my face down her leg, kissing as I do. The anticipation builds inside her, flooding her thoughts, and by the time I get close to the juncture of her thighs, she is panting, her scent perfuming the air. My mouth waters with need. I want nothing more than to press my face there in her soft, slick folds and taste her. But she is expecting that, and I want to keep her off her guard if I can. It takes everything I have to pull away. I stroke my fingers over her folds briefly as I sit up and taste her sweetness off of my claws. Sit up, my mate.
Sit up?
Her thoughts are hazy. She blinks at me in aroused surprise, but does as I ask. Yes, sit up before me. I get to my feet, standing tall. My cock juts out from my body, the hard length of it aching with need. As she gazes up at me, she looks so tousled and soft and lovely that I want to fling her to the floor and mount her. I send the thought to her, and her breath stutters. Her nipples grow hard, and she shifts in her seat, aware of her own arousal and confusion. This is not how she expected things to go, and her thoughts are both pleased and full of surprise. Good. I will keep surprising her. I want you to touch me. Her eyes go wide, and she looks up at me with surprise.
Touch you? Where?
Anywhere you wish. Anywhere you'd like to explore. It takes all that I am to keep my hands at my sides, but I somehow manage. I want her to see that my strength is not something to be feared, that it is there so I can protect her and be a good mate to her. 24. Doc. I expect my Sasha to protest more, or to get to her feet and touch my arms or my chest. Instead, she remains kneeling and moves forward, putting her cheek to my thigh. The bolt of lust that flares through her matches my own, and I groan when her mating scent grows even stronger. Her mouth glides over my skin, and she traces the outline of one muscle with the tip of her small tongue. Her hand caresses the inside of my thigh. This I did not expect. A Dracony female is not giving in mating. She is defeated by the male that claims her and fights him even through the mating. I do not expect such sweetness, such generosity, such arousal at the thought of putting her mouth on me. She kisses upward, and her thoughts flood with images of putting her mouth on my cock. I am shocked and enticed by the thought. Is this something humans do? As a Dracony male, I have pleasured females all over, but I have never had such things reciprocated. To think that humans do these things, it seems like the most logical and yet obscenely arousing thing I have ever considered. Sasha presses her mouth to the flat of my lower stomach and nips at the skin there. I can feel the pleasure in her thoughts, pleasure at touching me, at my heat, my scent, the hardness of my muscles, the size of my body. She is aroused by me and by touching me. It fills me with lust and longing. My mate, I tell her, I want nothing more than to push you to the floor and drive into you.